Au gratin, spicy green beans.
Wait, how did they get beef brisket up there?
Macaroni, it's freeze-dried, I guess. Macaroni and cheese, tropical fruit salad, butternut squash, and cauliflower.
Rockets took it up.
That's what they're eating up there in space.
So 10 days, how many people?
4.
And they say
I still just feel like you're eating 2 tortillas a day. That's 40.
What is it with the tortillas, man? We also got barbecue. Like, you're just honing in on the tortilla. That's all.
But they said
Ted is going to eat for 10 days.
I don't know, man.
The inside of the capsule is the equivalent of size of 2 minivans. So that's the room they have for 4 people while they're up there. But the views, as we say, have been spectacular.
Well, yeah, and I've only heard one person bitch about the view, right? And every time an astronaut goes up, they're like, man, you look down at your home planet, it's beautiful, blah, blah, blah. We've seen the pictures. They're very happy. Katy Perry, cannot stand her, but still, Gayle King, all of those people. The one person who went up and came back bitching about it is the last person I thought it would be, which was William Shatner, right?
Well, I thought he said his life changed.
Yeah.
For the worse. He said, when he went up there, and, it's William Shatner being William Shatner, I look out this window, and I just see this big black void, and all I could think was death and darkness. Like, Jesus, man. Everyone else is like, oh, my God, it's unbelievable. It did change his life, but, for the worse. He said it was, the worst thing he'd seen.
Well, I'm sure that if you think about it, it's also a terrifying view.
I understand.
The endlessness of space finally able to be seen.
But he didn't get anything else out of it. I recognize that everyone would look at that and go like, oh, my God, that we are just in the middle of the universe. There's nothing.
All right, we all dropped acid. He just had a bad trip.
He did not come back. Nothing beautiful about the earth or the cloud. I mean, man was straight up like death all around me.
But those are way different experiences than most of us have, obviously, based on the numbers of people who have been to space and everything else. But you do see some heaven on earth. You do see some cool things in your lifetime, hopefully.
Sure.
Typically, it seems like if you didn't travel in college or whatever the deal is, or your parents had money, your honeymoon, at least for me, that was my first real experience with
where you got to pick a place that you wanted to see.
And when you get married, man, it's whether you're planning for 8 months, 9 months, whatever the deal is. There's if you've done it, there's a bunch of crap that goes along with it. There's a lot of planning that goes along with it. There is stress involved. Typically, I try to stay out of as much of that as I can, but it does affect the entire dynamic of your relationship in life.
It is the only conversation you have. From the moment someone agrees to marry you, the only conversation you have is about the wedding. Not buying a house, not the future, just the wedding day.
Colors for the table that you don't care about. And all these things that really don't matter.
You don't care.
I mean, as far as the guy's perspective, you do have to save up, hopefully, and get your fiance a decent ring, if that's what she's interested in, or whatever you can do to do your best on that. But for the most part, once you do that, get on your knee, figure out how to propose it, you just sit back and shake your head, yes or no, give your opinion, and
just shake it, yes.
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 You have let go of the wheel. You are not driving the vehicle anymore.
No, not at all.
But by the point in time where you get to the honeymoon, now it's just you two. And you can relax. And you can enjoy the fact that you made it through this whole thing. And hopefully you get a chance to go on a honeymoon. And they say if you're looking for somewhere warm and exotic for your honeymoon, without having to travel halfway around the world, the Caribbean is one of the most popular post-wedding destinations for newlyweds.
Well, of course.
And they tried to narrow down, U.S. News and World Report, the best picks for a lovey-dovey traveler, where they can spend less time sifting through options on the computer, more time shopping for vacation wear, drinking cocktails, hanging out by the beach, hanging out by the pool.
Was there people that thought the Caribbean wasn't beautiful?
I mean, it's the Caribbean. Other than Haiti, you don't really hear bad things about it.
There are some parts of the Dominican that are a little bit sketchy.
There are.
Sure.
I mean, there's sketchy parts of anywhere, but the point is, look, these things, they thrive on tourism. It is all industry. It's all hotel. I mean, look, when we went to Hawaii, that was kind of our honeymoon. Coming from the East Coast, the idea of going to Hawaii is the same as the Artemis rocket going to the moon. You don't think it'll ever happen. So we're in Seattle. We said, you know what? Let's go to Hawaii. And we did. And it was fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Hawaii, but it's kind of the same thing where we're at the resort, and the only thing anyone told us was like, oh, well, don't go too far inland. They won't. And I'm like, okay, so we're at a freaking resort. That's why we started going to Mexico, because I'm like, look, I just want palm trees and sand, right? I want to be warm. I want to be sweaty. I want to drink drinks I wouldn't
But it's also
drink.
beautiful there.
It is, but again, just like Hawaii. But I can roam almost anywhere in Mexico, right? But again, they tell you, don't go that way.
Sure.
No. Yeah. And it's cheaper.
Now, as far as the 10 best destinations in the Caribbean, we'll start with 10 and work our way up. Barbados is number 10.
Never been there. Is that where Rihanna's from?
Yes, Rihanna.
Yeah.
Rihanna.
Rihanna.
I hate
it's
saying
my girlfriend.
I told my son that.
St. Kitts is 9, and he believed it. Antigua 8, Grenada, St. Vincent's, U.S. Virgin Islands, British Virgin Islands, Turks and Caicos, St. Bart's. The number one destination, they say, is St. Lucia.
I've never been. I've been to the Bahamas.
I haven't been to any of those destinations before. But
I've never been to the Caribbean. I know people that have been to St. Lucia. They swear by it.
I love Curacao. I thought that was one of the most beautiful places I've been in my lifetime. It's got a very Dutch element to it.
Well, yeah.
So it's Dutch.
Yeah.
So like Wilmestead and all that has a very Dutch feel as far as the colors of all the buildings. There's not two buildings that are the same colors beside each other. They almost make it a point to just make it just this grand scale of just beautiful colors on all the buildings. They all have that Victorian type of look to them.
Yeah.
But Caribbean Victorian, so to speak. You can circumvent the island in a day, which we did. Stopped in all the coves to swim. Checked out every single aspect of that island, and it was beautiful. It really was.
Sure.
I've been in the Dominican Republic. I've been in Jamaica. Jamaica does have some sketchy parts.
Most of it is sketchy.
Well, I mean, the touristy areas, they don't want that rap.
That's what I'm saying.
So, but if you go to downtown Kingston or Montego Bay, there are going to be areas that are a little bit more, you need to be more careful. Negril, no, that's completely tourism as far as the west coast of the island goes. But the island's absolutely, that was where I went on my honeymoon. It was absolutely beautiful.
I mean, I think all those places, like you said, like even Haiti, like obviously not great, but still just the natural beauty of anywhere in the Caribbean is going to be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, all the beaches are gorgeous. There's palm trees. And like I said, it's so tourist-driven that wherever you go, they treat you well. The dollar goes far. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it.
My trip took 2 trips to Hawaii. That was my second honeymoon because we didn't like the first one enough. Or maybe I got married again. But went to Maui, ended up going down the road to Hana.
I wouldn't do that.
Told this story before. I'm losing my mind. And I'm like, I am not turning around and going back on this road. So we went around the southeastern part of Maui on this dirt road that wound along the ocean.
Yeah.
And I mean, there was nobody there. It was absolutely desolate. I think the only crap we got was going by Oprah's farm because like, who are you?
Right.
We're going back, dude. Don't worry about it. But I mean, that was one of the most spectacular drives I've ever been on in my life. And in Kauai is the same way once you get to the western part. And you see the Waimea Canyon. And the Waimea River is beautiful if you want to. I mean, there are some beautiful aspects of Hawaii. It's just weird knowing, like going to Puerto Rico, that you're in the United States of America.
You're still in the U.S. And no one there cares about anything going on here.
I mean, right,
at all.
Maybe a mile from where I was staying in Hawaii, Outback Steakhouse, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, I told you about the rainstorm when Lahaina was still around, and we had to just basically run for cover, and the closest place was Bubba Gump Shrimp Company. Yeah.
The authentic Hawaiian experience.
That thing was over the water on the dock, and it burned down too.
I think anytime you leave the States, like I always tell the story, right? I never left the States.
Yeah.
First day I'm in London, get up, it's like kind of in the morning, throw open the shutters. Like, look at this. I'm in a real London street. And then I got on a bike with this Domino's stuff on, cruised by, and I was like, God damn it.
Right. Did you want a pizza?
No, it was just like, why is the first thing I'm seeing in a foreign country the Domino's guy? I'm not hating on Domino's. Right. It just was kind of funny. I was like,
the thing.
You're kind of like, look at me. I'm actually in England, and there's the Domino's guy.
I will say, as far as Hawaii goes, I don't need to go back. It's just too pricey and all that. Not enough to do. But one of the coolest experiences I had, I don't want to do it. I'm not a big fan of being deep underwater, right? And I'm very clear about that. But I am married, and like most things, your wife doesn't care. So she booked us like this submersible kind of thing. It goes like a little bit over 100 feet underwater. Now, I'm playing it cool. I'm like, yeah, okay, man, we can do that. And I remember we pull up to the pier, and you kind of see it bobbing in the water. And you kind of step off the pier into the top of this little sub. And basically, I'm just clenching my ass. And in my head, I'm like, I do not want to. I'm going to freak the F out. I know I am. Just keep it together. It ended up being one of the coolest
How far
things.
did they go down?
I want to say we made it 106 feet, was as far down. And it was the most amazing freaking thing, right? I was super glad I was there. I'm looking out the window. I mean, I don't know that there's anything like that.
Most people have not been 106 feet down in the ocean unless you scuba.
That's why I'm glad that my wife convinced me to do this. And that was a crazy thing. We're down there, and there's like one kind of shipwreck thing that you go by, and there's a group of scuba divers down there. They were not aware that we were going to be approaching. We did not know they'd be there. So it's kind of this cool thing. You see them tapping each other on the shoulder, but well, everyone's taking pictures of you. So the scuba divers taking pictures of the sub. Everyone in the sub's taking pictures of them. I remember we had like two big ass. You don't realize how big grouper are.
Oh my God!
I looked out the window and the captain, he's explaining everything. Like, those are grouper, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's a big ass.
And they
fish.
are delicious.
They are so
God,
tasty.
They tasty.
And I felt bad because that was my thought. Like, wow, man, look at that. I mean, we're down there with the grouper. Those sons of bitches taste so good. So I'm just staring at this thing like, I want to eat you, man.
Can you imagine how many fillets you could get out of one of those bags?
I was wondering that because
I mean, how many pounds of meat could you take home if you just caught one grouper?
Yeah,
but nobody fishes for them, really.
We used to.
I mean, obviously somebody does, or you would not eat them. But
yeah, man, it's super delicious. And well, that was my thought, man, because we would get these fillets and serve grouper. So when I actually saw the size of them, I'm like, man, we've maybe served 3 grouper total in the year that we've been open, because that is a lot of meat. But anyway, all that said, that was one of the coolest things I've ever seen, and I can't believe I'm saying these words. I would do that again. I would go 100 feet under, again, in a submersible. But it was the coolest thing, one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life.
Our question, what is the coolest place you've been to, or where would you never want to go again? 206-803-ROCK.
All right.
So,
yeah, and like I know a guy that
the gateway to Yosemite. It is a raging, like, 2-lane road with river. It's just amazing. You just go into this valley, and I had lunch across the river from a bear that was eating fish. That was awesome.
Did the bear look at you at all?
Yeah. Like, what are you having for lunch?
I had a sandwich. He looked at me, and he just was like, nah, I don't care. And he just kept eating fish.
Sounds like he won. You're eating a sandwich. He's eating salmon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Highfalutin bear.
But then the other one is the north coast of Hawaii. Just past Honolulu is a place called the Nepali Coast.
I've heard of it.
Trail. Yeah, it's like I don't remember how many mile-long trail it is, but...
I think it goes all the way around the West Coast.
Oh, well, I didn't go that far.
No.
But I had just got done with the PCT in 2015, and so I wanted to go on a little hike. But I noticed the farther you go down the trail, the less locals there are. And about every mile or 2 miles, there's like a private little, like small little beach cove. And I think it was like mile 6 or 7. There's like this really dangerous part. Like, it's a really narrow path. If you slip, you're falling hundreds of feet down to the jagged rocks and the.
You're screwed.
Nope.
Yeah,
I'm out. Yeah, there ain't no rescue.
When I did that trail, all of the rocks were rounded. They've been water washed, right? So it starts to rain, and they get slicker. I mean, they're slip. You don't want to.
It's muddy.
It is muddy and slick, and I'm like, man, you know what? Like, I'm just thinking in my head the words of Ed Viesters when I'm on top of this mountain. Get the hell off this thing.
Yeah.
The rain's coming. It's more important you get back down to the parking lot. Get off this thing now.
Where would you like to hike that you haven't hiked yet?
I wouldn't mind trying the Continental Divide Trail, to be honest with you. That's New Mexico, touching Mexico to Canada through Colorado and Montana, and you end at the top of Glacier National Park. But through Yellowstone, I think north, it's required you have to at least have bear mace.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've seen a bear at Yellowstone before. The bear mace ain't going to do jack. Like, that thing was the size of like a Volkswagen Beetle.
Where's the worst place you've been? Or where would you never want to go back?
Oh, man, I could go without going back to Idlewild, California. I think I talked to you guys last week about post-holing through the snow for 8 hours and only getting 10 miles down the trail, and then all the spiders going down to Interstate 10. I can
Okay.
do without that.
Have you heard of the new King Charles III England Coast Path?
No.
I think they
assuming-
finally.
Sounds like it's in England.
Yes, it is. They finally just patched this thing together.
All right.
So England has stitched together a new national calling card, a single walking route that wraps around its coast. King Charles III on Thursday inaugurated the nearly 2,700-mile trail.
Jesus.
All told, the King Charles III England Coast Path makes up the world's longest managed coastal trail, according to the BBC. And this was all done with the help of the project known as Natural England. The route knits together existing paths with more than 1,000 miles of new or upgraded stretches, adding boardwalks, bridges, and step-free sections to improve access. Roughly 80% is finished, but the full route will be open in a matter of months. It winds past chalk cliffs like the Seven Sisters, salt marshes, dunes, nature reserves, former military sites, and historic seaside towns. This actually sounds pretty cool.
Sure.
Although the fact it's 2,700 miles.
Yeah, I'm not doing it, but it does sound cool.
With newly granted access rights open previously for off-limit beaches and cliff tops. Now work on this bad boy has been underway for more than 15 years. And the path has been built to flex with a changing climate. A first of its kind, they say, legal rollback provision allows the trail to be shifted inland as erosion and landslips reshape the shoreline. Which does happen. The BBC estimates it would take 2 years of daily walking to complete the continuous coastal trek if you tack on Scotland and Wales.
Jeez. That's
But
pretty
still.
cool, though. Yeah, I mean, I would never do that. Let me rephrase that. I would go to different parts of it, but I have no inclination to walk 2,700 miles around the coast. Just not something I would do.
It's a long way.
That is a long
I mean, that's basically the equivalent of walking across the United States.
Yeah.
Which, if you're walking a lot of coast, obviously you're going to have more, there's going to be more to offer than if you're walking through middle America on flat land, just trudging through the.
Well, sure. I'd rather walk on the
Midwest.
coast than walk through Nebraska.
Exactly. And
That's
little
not it.
towns all the way and all that crap, too. It's kind of like the Appalachian Trail. They have little stop areas that are kind of little mini towns where they have completely capitalized on the fact that they have so many travelers coming up and down that thing.
I'm convinced you're going to get killed on the Appalachian Trail. I don't know why, but I feel like that either serial killers are here in Washington State or they're somewhere on the Appalachian Trail.
Yeah, and I know a guy that walked across the country from New York City, and he was just saying, you get middle, some of those states and middle America, people don't go through these towns much at all.
No.
No.
Right? At least the Appalachian Trail, you're right. Some of those towns, they expect to see you. And he was like, you have some very, very weird run-ins.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? People, they're not used to seeing outsiders. They don't really want you there. They want info quick on where you stand on stuff, and are going to make a quick judgment.
Yeah. And some of those places, too, they do have, hotels. So you can stop into the equivalent of a little motel, take a shower, whatever you need to do. So they do have a place where you can take kind of like a reasonable human-type break.
Sure.
If you need to. I think one of them, as far as North America goes, I've hiked all over West Virginia. But, man, I'm telling you, Banff and Jasper in Canada is probably one of the most probably the equivalent of Montana. But it is some of the most spectacular, just mountains, rivers, lakes, glaciers, you name it. Once you get up in there, you kind of feel at times when you're looking around that it's almost like heavenly. You can't believe that this is a place. There's nobody there. There's
But I think
absolutely nobody
The
there.
mountains do it. Because if you take anything else, right? Otherwise, it's just like grass and trees. But once you add snow-capped mountains, you're like, wow, man, this is. We were just in Vancouver 2 weeks ago. We had to stay out by the airport, but as we're driving back, just looking out the window, Vancouver is just set up so weird. So when you're driving, all of a sudden, there's this beautiful water view. And the thing that made it awesome was just all of the mountains. And I'm like, I know where we live. I can see it from 5 every time I come into work. But I don't know if they're closer to the mountains, if the mountains are just bigger. But
They are. They're huge, and that's why Whistler. That's why the Olympics was up there.
Yeah.
So that what do they call it? The sea to sky highway that goes from northern Vancouver all the way up into Whistler. That's one of the most beautiful drives in North America. It really is. I mean, there are some beautiful drives. 101, obviously, on the West Coast is beautiful.
Sure. I mean, it's
Highway
designed to
1
be.
from Miami to Key West is one of the most beautiful drives. But I'll tell you what, man, that
Middle America is the worst. And I'm just, like I said, man, growing up, my parents, we drove every freaking where, never going to get on a plane. And like I said, the coast, there was something to look at. And actually, when you get to places like Utah, suddenly it starts to get beautiful. Just a desert, all these painted rocks, all that kind of thing, right? It's interesting. Even my kids found it interesting. We're driving from Colorado to New Mexico. It's like an 8-hour drive, something like that. But, like, they were fascinated. And that's a huge statement for kids to not complain being stuck in a car. But with my parents, so remember when we got to the Nebraskas and the Kansas and all this, it's like, this sucks. This absolutely, there is nothing, unless you are stimulated by the sight of wheat in the occasional farm, there's absolutely, and my mother, that's the thing, my mother, she'd always try to make us feel better. Guys, look, there's cows. Keep in mind, we're leaving from Rochester, New York, and I just want to point out that a guy that lived maybe a quarter mile away had a goddamn farm. So I'm like, Mom, we see cows when we get on our bike to ride to our buddy's house. Yes, these are Nebraska cows, but you know what? Not exciting.
Yeah.
I have to say, sometimes, I mean, we all live here, so you kind of take it for granted, but even just Saturday or Sunday, that sun's out, springtime.
Oh, dude.
Even just up on, like, you know, walking around, like, up there at the res, like, there's one spot where you look out and there's no clouds, there's no, you know, smoke in the summer yet, and you can see the mountains out. You can see Lake Washington.
You always hear about the mountain, right?
I know Leavenworth's kind of a tourist trap, but, like, Leavenworth is gorgeous.
I will say about the mountain, man.
So is Chelan.
Yeah.
People always...
Chelan is gorgeous.
To come to Seattle and see the mountain. Well, we moved here in February, so, you know, cloudy, all this kind of thing. And I remember the first time, it was not top of mind, but I was walking into work, that bridge right there, right?
Yeah.
Walking into work, crossing over I-5, just kind of glanced to my left, and that's the first time I saw Rainier, man. And I mean, I just stopped in my tracks, mouth popped open, just looking at this thing. You don't see anything like that coming from the East Coast. I mean, it was just mind-blowing. And there's two homeless dudes sitting there, you know, sharing their 40, and the guy looks up and says, what is this song?
Moonchild? Well, that's what he's saying.
But you're the only person who can understand high-pitched voice.
Ted speaks opera.
Yes.
Bruce Dickinson, nice guy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Pilot.
Didn't he, like, fly in and save people from
Oh, yeah.
somewhere a couple years ago?
He's been a humanitarian. He's gone into war, conflict areas, gotten people out of there.
He flies soccer teams around.
For real?
Yeah.
How do you know so much about Iron Maiden? I'm just listening. It's Moonchild.
I don't. I know about him flying around some soccer teams. And again, I heard him say it.
Did Sharon Osbourne, though, hate him?
For some
Probably.
reason, and I don't.
He wanted his cut.
I think that's a good sign. Yeah.
He just didn't want to get ripped off.
How dare he?
As far as being a carpenter and working with hardwoods, I tend to work with hardwoods as much as I can, although I will say that if I drink too much whiskey, I only work with balsa.
Yeah. Usually I like to work with the hardwood till about midnight. So it's time.
And then again in the morning.
Yeah, right.
Ooh, well, ahoy there and happy birthday. First of all, the old Capitan wants to make it clear that Miss Butterworth did not give me AIDS. She gave me herpes. It was actually Pop from the Snap, Crackle, and Bob family gave me AIDS. Then I gave my AIDS to Haley Joe Osment, but I had a Texas Ranger tell him. Hit it, Mike.
Up.
Walker told me I had AIDS.
Yeah, I would have done it myself, but people said you probably didn't want to see me. Sorry, sport. Crunch berries. Why'd you go to New Zealand? How'd you pull that off?
I went to visit my sister-in-law and her husband, and it's fantastic. Best chocolate, best eggs I've ever had anywhere in the world.
Chocolate and eggs.
You go to New Zealand, and that is what you come back with, is the chocolate and the eggs.
Well, there's also the Three Sisters. There's 3 volcanoes. You can hike there. It's on the rim of fire. But we went to Rotorua, which is where the Earth's crust is the thinnest. It's only like 10 meters thick.
Ooh.
It's all kind of sulfur bubbling mud. But the cave, the Waitoma Caves, you guys know what lightning bugs are, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So they have these bugs in this cave. You go through in this boat, and at the end of the caves, they tell you to look up. And there's all these lightning bugs on the ceiling of this cave. And they live there for a couple of months, and they send the sticky thread down to catch insects that fly in from the cave, and then they bring them up and eat them. And then when they hatch out of their larva stage, then they live for like 12 hours, and they live to mate. They have no mouth. And it was the coolest thing to see all those lightning. There's like stars inside a cave. It was so cool.
Are there any?
But I want to hear more about these eggs.
But not only that, but all the freshwater crocodiles. So, all of these things can breach out of the water into a boat. That's not going to be the most difficult thing they've ever done. And they're everywhere. So you're just in this boat like, all right, at any moment, man, this bad stuff could happen.
Hey, man, we go back to one story. You told me about this. 3 guys are kayaking, right? They're an individual kayak. One of them is the guide. The other 2 have paid for this guide's service. And they are like in these back unmapped rivers somewhere in Africa.
Yeah.
And so the guide's up front, and these 2 dudes watching a crocodile jump out of the water, take this guy out of the kayak and disappear.
I'm not sure if that was. I'm not sure if that was an REI tour guide out of Seattle or
it had something to do with
or the people were from Seattle.
Yeah.
But they have
think about that.
Now the tour guide is gone.
That's what I'm saying.
And you've got to navigate down this river that you don't know where you're going. But
clearly there's crocodiles.
But you know what could potentially happen to you at any given moment.
Would not be good, man.
I would get on land and just start walking. Like, the hell with this.
Yeah.
I'd rather get bitten by like a mamba.
I mean, I don't know what I would do.
Yep.
It's terrifying.
Yes. I mean just like your guide is gone.
No.
Yeah. No, thank you. Ooh, well. Oh, hoy there. That sound you just heard came out of my front side.
No.
But as far as being banned in Antarctica, do you remember Skipper? The penguin from the Madagascar movie. Well, that low-down son of a bitch got me banned from Antarctica after I may or may not have had relations with his penguin wife. He said that my mustache smelled penguiny. But you know what? He's going to hold it against me, but whatever. I told him that's why I called it my flavor saver. And as far as having relations with his wife, I did. Crunch berries.
Man, I tell you, I've been very fortunate and blessed to be able to talk to these men and be friends with these men and go to their places of, where they were over there. And it's something that I'll never forget in my life. It's just the once in a lifetime experiences. And I'm going to try and go at least one more time. I'm going to take my 13-year-old son over there because he's an amateur historian as well.
But you say Paris sucks.
Paris sucks ass, dude.
Well, I mean, people go to France, they always end up in Paris. So
that's the issue. I think for Parisians, there's just so many tourists constantly.
There are, right.
And then I think for most people, if you go, I'm not saying for him, but like I have 2 friends, right? One of them, he loved it. The other one absolutely hated it. Now, I think one of them spent some time and kind of went around outskirts of the city.
Sure.
But if you're just in all the tourist stuff, like they don't want to talk to you.
Of course not.
They're not going to be.
It's like a New Yorker in Times Square. Mm-hmm. They know you're going to ask where something is because you're lost.
When I was in London, I had an absolute blast. But we were in like North London in Islington or something. You know what I mean? Like we weren't in like the downtown heart, like the heart of London, which is
London
completely
was awesome.
different.
London was great.
Yeah, I was at BWI.
Okay.
But there was a direct flight this back in the day going down to Jamaica. And it seemed like mostly Jamaicans returning home. There was some very top notch.
Where are you hitting again when you go to England?
So I'm going to go to Ireland and go to Killarney.
All right.
What's there?
I think it's on the coast. I really looked it up. And then
have you got a travel book or anything?
Giant hole you're supposed to check out. That's pretty famous.
A giant
the ocean,
hole.
You know what I mean?
You're
It's
going
like
all the way there to see
natural,
a
the
big
rock,
hole.
like the ocean gets in there.
Oh,
I got you.
So it's like, that's pretty cool.
So is that something on your itinerary? Like, because I know you're visiting friends, right? But
right. So that part, like, that's where the wedding is. We'll do that. There's like excursions during the day for that. And then I'm just going to go over to London, see my buddy there, and then we're going to train up to Leeds.
Okay.
And what's in Leeds that you want to see, or is there just taking the train?
Sis.
Oh, God, that's right. Yeah.
That's where he lives now.
Right.
So I'm just like, he won't hear this, but like, I don't know that I would go to England just to visit him and his wife and kids.
Yeah.
But if I'm in England and I'm 3 hours away from train, I'm like, I should go up there and see.
Yeah, I mean, that's the time. And yes, all these people died because of the volcano. But just standing in all these ruins and seeing kind of how sophisticated they were, it was absolutely mind-blowing. Now, the weird thing about Pompeii is anytime they bring it up, they typically show the one mummified little baby or kid, right? So we're there for a couple of hours, and like the whole time I'm there, I am amazed. And as you start to funnel out and go through the exit, that's where they have some of the bodies that a lot of us have just seen in pictures, including that kid. And it's weird, and in spite of having seen that picture as long as I've been alive, to actually see this kid, man, and you stand there, and it's real solemn, and it just hits you, right? The humanity of what happened, it really weighs on you. And it's one of the last things you see. And then you push open these doors, and you're officially out of Pompeii. So you leave with this kind of heavy heart, even though this kid's been dead for 2,000 years, whatever it is. And you push open these doors, and everyone's just real quiet. And everyone's kind of in the same mindset. And it's like walking into Pike Place Market, except everything there is in the shape of a penis, and people are yelling at you.
Now I want to go.
So what's the thing? Like, you're looking at this, and like I said, your heart just gets heavy. Like, wow, man. And we open the store, like, hey, you want to buy a penis?
And now, the men's room legacy continues. Unfortunately, what you're about to hear is real. The members of this radio program are simply not that bright, or what some people would call educated. They are merely stupid. They're not trying to offend anyone on purpose. And all have played doctors on TV. You have been warned and are cordially invited to join the party. This is the men's room.
Forget it, man, and get with the countdown. Get with the countdown. Shake this square world and blast off for Kicksville. The trippers, the grasshoppers, the hip ones, all gathered in secrecy and flying high as a kite.
This is the men's room with Miles and Thrill. You know what they say, shake your radio more than 3 times, and you're playing with it. You're listening to the men's room.
And away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4507. Along with Steve the Thrill Hill, the Ted Smith, and my cock. Hey, two. All right, the men's room. On tap today, the return of Who Sucks Less. We will play Profile This, plus headlines, the men's room shot of the day, fun with listener emails, and everyone's favorite, TV Time with Ted.
Click, clack.
All right, here we go. Flight returns to Nantucket after a cabin door opens mid-flight. Meanwhile, an ostrich running 10 miles on a busy highway, that was quite the sight. In London, what could possibly go wrong with a baptism and a kiddie pool? Florida woman threatens to kill cops and kicks one. Not cool. And a man crashes a car into a house, blames his imaginary friend. That is all coming on today's very special episode of The Men's Room. All right, Bitcholas, you've asked for it, and now we're bringing it back.
And now, here's the question.
Double shot of Miles.
Look out. Yeah.
Boom. All right, we go to Germany, where mayors from various cities, they're urging a nationwide ban on the use of robotic lawnmowers at night. Why? Is it too much noise for the neighbors? No, nothing like that. It's because the robotic lawnmowers, they keep running over and killing hedgehogs. That is right. About half of the 370 hedgehogs that have been rolled over by the robotic mowers, they have in fact died. And it should be added that hedgehogs are already on Germany's red list, meaning that they're at risk of extinction. The lawnmowers, not helping that case, but lawnmowers can be dangerous things. I once accidentally beheaded a snake. Miles notoriously took out an entire family of bunnies with the lawnmower, but it could always be worse. A 2-year-old kid in Maryland, he had to have his foot amputated after his father accidentally ran it over with the riding lawnmower. And lawnmowers, of course, aren't the only vehicles running things over in Australia. A woman was sunbathing in her front yard. Yeah, her husband accidentally ran her over. She ended up surviving. Up the road in Toronto, a suspect, he was tasered in a parking lot. Then he was run over twice by one of the arresting officers. You see, the officer forgot to put the vehicle in park and rolled over the guy. So then a couple of cops, well, they pushed the vehicle off the man, but when the driver jumped back into the car, he ran over the guy again. And listen, we've got more stories. It's pretty endless, but some of these stories are from the news. Some, unfortunately, are personal, but we know that you have the stories, too. And today's question, brought to you by our friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Look, it can be a car, lawnmower, bike, skateboard, roller skate, whatever. Today, we want to know, what got run over? And who ran over it?
To be a part of the big show, call 206-803-ROCK. Like The Men's Room on Facebook, follow us on X and Instagram at Men's Room Live. Send your emails to The Men's Room at KISW.com, and now watch the show live on YouTube at KISW Rock. All right, Bitcholas, you've asked for it, and now we're bringing it back.
first time seeing the mountain? I'm like, yeah, was it that obvious? He goes, just standing there with your mouth hanging open. He's like, yeah, man.
Look, no one in my family, friend-wise, has ever come out here and said anything but, like, you live in one of the coolest places that I've ever been and visited in my life.
Sure.
As far as just this, now this is most of the time this was pre-COVID when people were traveling a little bit more.
Of course.
And the downtown area was a little bit more vibrant. It's getting back, but then I mean it was just full on. Seattle being
everywhere.
Seattle, cruise ships coming in, Pike Place Market, all that. And everything about Seattle just blew people's minds as far as you can live that strip mall lifestyle if you want. There's plenty of areas in the suburbs where you can do that. But as far as proper Seattle goes, the fact that you weren't walking by an Olive Garden, or the fact that, and then there's nothing wrong with an Olive Garden. That's just what they're used to. They're asking me where are the fast food establishments, and I'm like, well, we have Dick's,
Aurora.
Yeah,
I mean, right?
You know those areas where you can go get this stuff, and there's nothing wrong with that. But people just love the fact that the breweries were local, the restaurants were local, the shops where you shopped were local for the most part. Yes, you can go to Nordstrom, but guess what? That's local.
Started here.
Yeah, I mean, so as far as them wanting to stay too long, that was oftentimes problematic. But as far as sites around here, it has to be when stuck on Rainier for 2 or 3 days. And this storm came in. And I mean, this storm was one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life because we were above the cloud line.
Right.
There was a tornado, I believe, in Auburn that morning. That's how ferocious the winds had been for the last 3 days, or over the time period when we were up there.
Yeah.
There was a tornado. But this black cloud, man, it was insane because typically here we don't see, maybe it was just the being on top of it, but we don't see those really dark thunderclouds unless, it's in August and, 85 degrees, whatever the deal is. But, and it was early September. But being up there and looking down into that cloud, and it had breaks in it, so you could kind of see down. You could see Seattle from up there. But we walked down into it, and it's snowing.
Right.
And then you feel like the staticness. You know what I mean? Like this kind of electric feeling. I mean, I can't really describe it. Like, like when your hairs stand up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you walk back out and it's sunny and that sun's hitting you and it's reflecting off of the snow. And I mean, you're warmed up immediately.
Yeah, of course.
Just based on that. But that was one of the wildest things one of the coolest things that I've ever seen in my life. As far as like, I am walking on top of the clouds.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when that cloud came up in Anchorage, we were on the Flat Top Mountain.
Kind of just hit us in the face.
That thing just rolled up the mountain and just smacked us. But we were in it. The problem is you couldn't.
Actually, that was a cool experience, just the idea that, and it's a flat top mountain. Any idiot can climb this mountain, right? So, including myself. So we're up there. And of course, our boss at the time laughed because the first thing we did when we got to the top was smoke cigarettes. Like, well, I'm winded. I need a cigarette. But you're kind of clear blue skies, except there's one cloud that looks like a Simpsons cloud. And it's just drifting slowly toward us, right? And when it gets there, like, you can almost not see each other. The temperature drops, probably like 15, 20 degrees.
You're soaking wet.
Then the cloud leaves, and you see it, going away from you. But, yeah, your clothes are now wet. But the sky is blue again. I'm like, that's weird, man. I've never been in a cloud.
Yeah. And then
when
we were coming down, another cloud came in. So you couldn't see real well, and it was kind of more of like a scrambled boulder area.
Yeah.
All right.
So
you're not right. You're not just walking and hiking.
But the thing is, it's also a switchback trail. So the people above you, there's a lot of rocks coming down, man. People are slipping. And when I say rocks, I'm talking about 10 to 20 pound rocks, and you could hear them tumbling, like boom, 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 boom. You're like, oh man,
yeah,
duck now.
And it's weird
because you couldn't see them coming because we're in a cloud.
But you can feel it vibrating under your feet. The doom, doom. And you would hear someone just scream, rock! And you kind of decide to scramble up, but you can't see it, man. And I remember the one, I won't say it almost hit us.
How close they get?
I don't know.
There was one that I do remember. It's probably about 8 feet away. So it wasn't super close. It wasn't even super big. It was about the size of a basketball, but just the way it was bouncing and smashing into the ground. I'm like, that had taken me the F out.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you didn't see it coming, you were screwed.
But you can feel it.
That happens to people up on reindeer. It happens to people who mountaineer all the time. They'll get hit by a damn rock that's just bouncing down the mountain.
I'll be bouncing down the mountain.
You don't think about it, but when you go hiking, I have a buddy, his mom and her husband, like that's what they do, right?
Yeah.
So obviously in great shape and everything, but she just twisted her ankle on a hike, and then you don't think about it, but you're a couple miles up. Like, that is a pain in the ass.
Yes,
you're
is.
in trouble.
Yeah.
What is the coolest place that you've been to, or where would you never want to go again? 206-803-ROCK.
And it's like walking into Pike Place Market, except everything there is in the shape of a penis, and people are yelling at you.
Now I
right?
want to go.
So what's the thing? Like, you're looking at this, and like I said, your heart just gets heavy. Like, wow, man. And we open the store, like, hey, you want to buy a penis? But that fast, like, as soon as you open the door, and I'm not kidding, man. Everything.
Why is it so phallic?
So
is it historically significant in some way?
Because Pompeii, I guess, and I did not know this, but Pompeii was a big trading place, right? So all these different cultures would show up there, but one thing that's never changed, the guys want to get laid. So it was known for its brothels. And the way they did it, they had these sidewalks, and you still see them clear as day. Tour guy goes, if you look down on the sidewalk, if it looks like a penis, don't giggle, it's a penis. But all the penises are facing slightly different directions because it pointed people to where the brothels are.
All right.
And then when you get to the brothel, there's a few that are still standing. A lot of the paint has peeled, obviously, but there was like a very large woman with red hair, skinny black chick, right? But it's painted on the wall. And they said, okay, these paintings, that is what they offered. So you'd walk in, you point. So if you want the big redhead, they have like 8. Right? And these guys are going, because that's what you want. And all the different brothels offered different types of women. A couple offered dudes. So, like, if you're into that, you know, they would show, like, two guys getting it on. They're like, okay. So you just went in, you pointed. That's how it worked. But everywhere you looked were penises, all right?
Were they all the same color on the ground?
Were the penises?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you just etched into the sidewalk.
Oh, gotcha.
Right, so they're all gray. It wasn't like a big black one and a tiny, you know. It was...
not the yellow brick road? But...
Yeah, not the yellow brick road, right? But there's penises everywhere. So that became the thing. So when you leave there, anything that can be made into the shape of a penis, they're trying to sell you. And, of course, it's the keychains. It's all this kind of crap. So now, if you go to Italy, you'll see a chili pepper everywhere. And basically what happened was... when the Catholic Church took over Italy, they said, you got to stop the penis stuff. Like, this can't be your symbol.
Enough of the penis.
It was their symbol, all right? And everybody was cool with it. Yeah, and Catholics, you know, known for being fun, they were like, hey, man, you got to stop with the penis thing. They said, you know what? Our bad. You're right. So that's why they switched it to the chili pepper. But the chili pepper, everyone in Italy apparently knows this, just represents a D.
Okay.
That was their way of kind of getting
Jamaica's huge on
the
penises.
That's, but we know. But here's the difference.
That's a Rent-A-Ross thing, though.
It's the Rent-A-Ross thing because you got these big Jamaican brothers down there just with massive hogs. So I mean, they're kind of selling what they got. You know what I mean? It was definitely more of a. What do you want to say? It was a retail thing in Pompeii. Like, you were here to get laid. So there's penises everywhere. And they celebrate. I mean, you could not go anywhere without penises. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, man. But you'd see little kids because they're begging their parents to buy them something that's in a penis shape. And the parents finally relent. So it's like a 6-year-old kid holding a penis salt shaker. I'm just like, but that's the only thing you can buy. If it's not the shape of a penis, they're not selling it.
And I get it why people don't want to. But the history, not just all over the world, here in the States, like the history that brothels play a part is massive.
It is huge.
And some of even the areas you'd go to now in major cities that you think of as like bar districts.
Oh,
it's like,
yeah.
That's where the brothels
Yeah,
were.
it used to be a brothel.
Yep.
Wasn't that place in Stanwood, was that a brothel or...
Yes.
I believe that hotel at one point did have upstairs that had rooms. And what I've heard is that there was ladies of the night up there.
Okay.
Oh, Mike.
Damn it!
Well, hey, I mean, that's a classic term.
Yeah, lady of the night. So
But that's like...
Not when it's your wife, though.
Well, you ever seen Unforgiven, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole thing, is that hotel has billiards upstairs. And it's like, man, he doesn't even have a billiard table up there.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Hello, Eric. Welcome to the men's room.
Boo, bitches.
Boo.
All right, my favorite, I've kind of been going back and forth since I said it, but my original one that I said when I was speaking to the person on the phone was Bora Bora for our honeymoon, which is pretty awesome. But I think I'm going to change it, and I'm going to go with our safari in South Africa. That was pretty epic.
Did you get to see all the animals?
Got to see the big 5 and more.
So what, lion, elephant, giraffe, hippo, rhino? Are those the big 5?
Good question. I know I saw zebras, I saw giraffes, I saw baboons, I saw the things that was advertised. So to speak. Leopards. I think leopards are one. Rhinos are definitely one. Giraffes, elephants. I think that pretty well covers it.
Right.
Lions, whatever.
How long was your safari? Was it a week, 10 days?
It was a week. By about the end of it, we were. I mean, you're pretty animaled out by the end of it. You've seen everything and more, and the difficult difficulty sometimes in the safaris of what we learned is that you have people coming in at different times throughout the safari. So these people that are new coming in into your tour group, they are like, oh man, there's all these different animals that you see, hundreds of them throughout the entire tour. So you're having to kind of adjust and change with the tour guide throughout it. So by about day 7, we were done with it, but it was still an epic experience.
Yeah.
What was the most concerning thing to you?
Well, we stayed in the private game reserve, so it's one of the locations in one of the game reserves there is the one that Richard Branson has. We didn't stay there; we stayed at a different one. But there's no roofs, no anything on these cars. It's just yourself, the tracker, the driver, and they have a gun in case they need to use it. And it's just, I mean, you're 3 feet away from a leopard that's sitting in a tree. It's just, I mean, they could do anything and everything at any time. It was crazy.
I saw a pride of about 50 or 60 lions walk by, and I mean, it was just, I couldn't believe they were all together. It was one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen in my life. It was just.
But are you just standing there, or you want to just open air?
Just looking at it, like, oh God, man.
How far away are they?
A couple 100 yards, maybe 100 yards. Far enough.
Far enough.
Far enough.
I mean, do they even glance in your direction, or
no? They're doing their own thing. Typically, you get up so early; it's like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. The
debauchery rolls on. You're listening to the Men's Room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9. KISW.
All the patrols, away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4,507. What a large and in charge program we have for you today. Guaranteed future repeat with the exciting return of Who Sucks Less. Steve, I don't know how you do it. You find people doing stupid stuff in the news. You bring us 3 stories each and every week. It is up to us to determine, out of the 3 stories, which one sucks the least. Is there a theme to today's Who Sucks Less?
Not really. I mean, 2 of the stories just have to do with, when you're dealing with children of any age, there's a way to be and a way not to be. We have 2 very good examples of ways not to be. And then, Miles, you brought the story to my attention. A woman in Maryland who was just getting a roof redone.
Oh, that's right.
That's all.
Yep.
Yeah.
She did get her roof redone.
The roof got done. I know this one.
Done. Yeah.
She got the roof redone.
Yeah, she did. And apparently, great work.
The job was done.
Yes.
Absolutely.
She sucks.
Great price.
Who Sucks Less is coming up at 4:30. And by the way, Patrols, we are just days away from the return of the Red. Men's Room Return of the Red Party happens this Saturday up at Black Raven Brewing in Woodinville. Hopefully you can join us, taste the old new brew, the return of the Red.
Old new or new old?
New old new, somewhere in there. Either way, it was the first beer that we ever did back in the day with Elysian.
Oh, yeah.
People said, hey, man, love that beer. Black Raven said, you know what? Let's bring it back.
Sure.
So hopefully, Castle said he's going up there on Friday. We do still have the kegerator.
That is correct.
In the kitchen that we used to have in our old office. So word on the street is we might get a sample taste test on Friday if Castle brings the beer back in time.
He said he is bringing the beer on Friday.
But the price of admission on the ticket includes a 6-pack of the beer to take home. You can get in any age, but you have to be, if you're 21, you have to buy a ticket.
Yeah.
Because that ticket price comes with a 6-pack of the beer to take home. New Originals will be taking the stage as well.
That is correct.
It's going to be a great afternoon up there in Woodinville. Doors open at 1. The party starts at 2 and lasts until 6 o'clock. So hopefully you got some time. You're in the area. Stop by and see us on Saturday. And enjoy a Men's Room Original Red. And it is as it is now backed.
It's gonna be one of those days.
It is going to be one of those days.
All right.
I woke up and I was just like, Jesus Christ. Let's see here.
That damn sun's out again.
That's your opening words when you wake up. Typically my first word, and not on the weekend so much, but Monday through Friday, it's always just F. And it's just because my wife gets up super early, right? And then she'll come in and wake me up. So it's just like, hey, time for you to get up. And for whatever reason, my first words was F. Not a bad move, nothing wrong.
Yeah.
I got to get up. And I always look at the clock, like she might be lying to me. It's always the same time every day. It's like, yeah, I got to do that, don't I?
Yeah. I think anytime it's just life. When you just have to get up.
When you have to get up.
That's generally
my first
the
word.
thinking, right?
Monday through Friday without
I just
fail.
woke up to like 8 family texts, and I'm just like, oh my God.
That's never a good thing.
You know, just like, is this going to be this way? You know what time it is in my world. You know,
I don't care.
I don't need these at 4:30 in the morning. I'm not going to respond.
Right.
Take me off of this group crap. Anyway, today we're going to talk about things that get run over as we start in Germany. A group of mayors in Germany pushing for a nationwide ban on running your robot lawnmowers at night. Why? They say the robotic mowers are running over hedgehogs and other nocturnal wildlife that move through the area after dark. Now, the call follows petitions and drew tens of thousands of signatures and research showing that hedgehogs curl into a ball in a way to defend themselves, making them difficult for the mower sensors to detect them.
I think that they know they're there and they just want to run over hedgehogs.
Yeah. Almost half of the 370 hedgehogs examined after being cut by mower blades did not survive. They were placed on a red list, denoting a risk of extinction in Germany back in 2020. And the numbers keep falling. They've fallen by an estimated 30% in a decade across Europe. Cars, leaf blowers, and lawn vacuums add to the toll.
Leaf blowers?
Yeah, that's what it says. Leaf vacuums, leaf blowers, cars.
Are they blowing a little ball into the side of a brick wall or
scooters. Some German cities,
funny, Ted.
including Cologne and Munich, already restrict robotic mowers at night, while researchers in Oxford and Denmark are testing, quote, hedgehog-friendly tech, from ultrasound road deterrents to certification schemes for safer mowers.
Why don't you just mow your freaking lawn like normal people?
Got a robot that could do it.
I mean, I know, but apparently it's a hedgehog killer.
Well, look, man, we've had plenty of callers, and I do not have one of these personally, that have those Roombas. And we all know for a fact that if you are away from home, your dog makes a mess in the house, and the Roomba gets a hold of it, runs over that crap, man.
And spreads it.
It goes from one little pile to as far as that vacuum cleaner wants to take it.
Oh, yeah. That's why you need the Roomba steam mop right behind it.
Yeah. Here's another one. We go to Austin, Texas. Ted, maybe you can help us out on this because I know you've been there many times.
Sure.
An autonomous vehicle company is investigating after a local said he watched one of its self-driving cars run over and kill a duck in the Mueller neighborhood. I love ducks. I think they're so cute, said Austin resident Faith Allen. Ducks are a staple of the Mueller community, from the images featured on local business signs to menu items. Of course, the real ones that waddle around the lake. Alex Benbow, he works at Witchcraft Tap Room and Bottle Shop. He says one female duck was always a regular. She likes to hang out in that little pot over there. She just kind of hangs out. People bring her bread, food, water, Make sure she's always taken care of. She is a local legend. Until she stopped showing up. A resident posted in a community Facebook group said he saw a self-driving car run over and kill that duck near a park last Tuesday. The post claims the vehicle never slowed down and just kept on driving. That man also alleges that prior to that, the car failed to stop at a stop sign, almost hit another car, which was a big deal as well. Many in the community were saddened by the news and were left with the questions. Those things about the thing about those vehicles is they lack human instinct and nature to avoid things like that. So this is awful, but I'm not so surprised. That according to a resident in Austin.
Isn't that where you did the Waymo?
Austin.
Were you in Austin, right?
I was.
Yeah, because I want to say when I was in Phoenix, they were everywhere. And what we found out, I guess, Austin, Phoenix, a few other cities, apparently that was kind of like their beta test place, which explains.
I've seen one in town here.
I've seen a few here.
I think the
I'm
ones in Seattle still have humans driving them, though.
Or at least in the vehicle, right? Because the ones in Phoenix, like, honest to God, like, the way you see taxis in Manhattan, it's just a sea of yellow cars. It was Waymo everywhere. Everywhere we went, and it's weird. It's where our hotel was versus where the volleyball tournament was, maybe a 15-mile drive. And, I mean, you're on the highway, man, and people are buzzing. And these Waymos, they'd be behind you, zip around you to the left, and it would freak me out because there's no one in the freaking car. But I noticed that people that live there, they were getting these things left and right. Like, they didn't have a thought about it. I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Hey, look, nobody wants a cherished duck to die. But even humans run over animals in cars.
Well, yeah, we had a squirrel. It's not that it wasn't a big deal, but the kids were very, very young. All right, my daughter was maybe 5 or 6, loves animals, very compassionate person. We're in Pennsylvania. We got a 4-hour road trip ahead of us. We were on the road for maybe 15 minutes. And Ted, you had said to me before, why do squirrels act like every day is the first day they've ever been a squirrel? It's that kind of thing. So it's in the middle of the street because that is where squirrels choose to be. And then they're very indecisive about what direction they want to go. Right? So we're trying not to hit it, but the car goes over and you just hear thunk. So my daughter, she pops up and she looks at me. She's like, did we hit that squirrel? So I was like, oh, no, baby, listen. I think he just hit his head on the bottom of the car, so he's got a really bad headache, but I'm sure he's fine. Meanwhile, my son, he's maybe 4. The look in his face just said, you are completely full of BS. The look I gave him back, because we can't say this, is I know you know I'm full of crap, but we know how your sister is, and we're not dealing with 3 hours and 45 minutes over crying. That squirrel's dead as F, man. I promise you that, but just to say that, just to assuage her concerning, and granted, there's a human being behind the wheel. You still end up hitting the animal. You're not trying to, but it happens. So in this case, don't blame the Waymo.
Look, man, it's a sad story, but I was like,
how much roadkill do you see, right? You see a ton of roadkill. I don't think all of it is from driverless cars. I think every time someone has been behind the wheel.
What was run over and who ran over it? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Rhonda. Welcome to the men's room.
Hi, guys.
Hola.
Hola. Oh, so this is back in 1994. I was 6 months pregnant with my youngest son, and I had a Plymouth Champ. It was a stick shift.
A Plymouth Champ?
And, yeah, it was a little like a Geo Metro-looking car.
Okay.
It was a stick, and so I was at my ex-sister-in-law's, and she had a little incline going down alongside of her place where the mailbox was. And I had ran out to go grab something out of the back of the car. I shut the back end because it was a hatchback, and the car started to roll. My thought was I got to stop the car without hitting the mailbox because her husband he's really particular about his material things.
Okay.
So, yeah,
that was very kind.
That was very nice of you.
Yeah. You want to submit, he is a weird jackass. We understand, but your words were picked perfectly.
I just took a look at this car. I can't believe you got pregnant driving that thing.
I know. You definitely did not have sex in that car.
No.
That is an unsexy car.
No. So, anyways, I unlocked the driver door, went to jump in, and to try to shift it out of gear, and my left foot got caught with the back tire, and it flipped me out of the car, and the back tire landed on the bottom of my foot, pushing my foot into the rocks.
Ooh.
Now, the rocks were the sharp, pointed rocks, the big gravel stuff.
Yeah.
And I was screaming for help for over a half an hour, and a guy who lived a block and a half away was an off-duty firefighter. He ran barefoot through sticker bushes to get to me. And, of course, everybody shows up, and they're asking my ex-sister-in-law, Sherry, call 911. So she's calling, and she's like, they're not answering. They're not answering the phone. The guy grabs the phone from her and looks at the phone. She's dialing 811.
Jesus Christ.
So it gets even better. So I'm lying underneath. I've got these neighbors are trying to push the car up over me. Well, the state patrol shows up, the sheriff shows up, the ambulance, the fire truck, everybody's around me. And the state patrol says, the guy says, where is the driver? And one of the neighbors said, she's the driver. The state patrol looks at the sheriff and says, this is out of my league. I don't know how to write this report. It's all on you guys. So, yes, I got ran over, and I have the marks still to this day. Luckily, I did not break any bones. My ankle was torn wide open.
Well, the hell with that. How is your unborn baby?
Oh, he's a pain in the butt.
All right.
Then it's fine.
All right. It doesn't matter about your arm. It doesn't matter about your leg. I don't care if you got a scrape or a scar. I mean, did the kid make it all right? That's the priority
he's
here.
30. Yeah, everything was fine. I mean, I was couch ridden at my ex-sister-in-law's for a few months for it to heal up a little bit. But, yeah, and one of the daycare kids told my oldest one, Jason, because he came around and looked, and he's like, your mom's dead. Her leg is all white. Yeah, it cut the circulation off. So my son was sitting there crying that I was dead under the car.
Well, be glad he was crying and not cheering like, hell yeah.
Even though that was a tiny hatchback, those cars were made of metal back then. So the car's going to be heavier than a plastic car made today, the same size.
Were you visibly pregnant? Like, if I rolled up, I'd be like, damn, she's also pregnant?
I was 6 months pregnant, yeah.
Okay. I'm just
getting there.
I don't know what the month is where it starts to show.
And frankly, some people just...
It depends on the person.
Yeah,
I was
really
about
does.
to say,
It really
seems
does.
to go person by person.
Damn, man. So why is she now your ex-sister-in-law?
You got divorced?
We never were married, but we were together 17 and a half years.
Okay, I got you.
Brother-in-law and I were. So, yeah.
Damn. All right.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad you survived, man. Boy, that was an ugly car.
Made your kid an idiot.
What was the car?
A Plymouth, what was it?
Here, I'll pull it up right here. It's
just an ugly.
Plymouth Champ.
Yeah, that is not a Champ.
Damn. I remember the car.
That is not a Champ. That's a Rudy.
Well, they also had a Dodge version of that. So
the Omni?
Yeah, probably.
Okay,
it's very close.
My parents had an Omni. That's what we kidnapped that guy in, was in a Dodge Omni.
Yeah, and then we had a Mercury Lynx.
I remember
which
that
was the same thing, like that hatchback. Like it was, I think only 2-door, but I mean there was a back seat.
I don't remember being that ugly though. Damn, I had an ugly way.
Man, that Lynx sat in our driveway forever, and then we fixed it up. So my brother wanted it when he was a little bit older.
Yeah.
So he was coaching me in baseball, and I remember he had that thing, and I feel like we still had to push it a lot to get it going.
Oh yeah.
That is a Dodge Colt.
The Dodge Colt. Okay.
My first girlfriend had that car. That's what she drove.
Did you have sex in the back of it?
You can, yes.
Yeah, I know it can be done.
Yeah.
At that age,
you could, look,
you're going to figure it out.
Yeah, you could have sex on a tricycle. I mean, it doesn't matter what has wheels on it. You'll figure out a way to do it.
Do you think anyone's had sex on a unicycle?
No.
Right? Come on. There has to be some guy that says, look, I know how to ride a unicycle. I am proficient.
No.
Right? Oh, you sit down, face me, and we're going to, I don't know, ride around the garage.
Nope.
I'm saying it has been done.
Nope.
I'm with Thrill.
Nope.
Have you never seen? There used to be a unicycle guy downtown.
It doesn't mean you can have sex on it.
Well, he stands there on this. He stops and just barely goes a little bit forward and back so he doesn't fall over. But I think he's built for it.
Well, if you do that,
if
you do that back and forth thing, you know what I mean? It kind of would take care of itself, right? Sex on a Has anyone ever had sex while riding a unicycle? Is it possible? I want to try it. My girlfriend is down. But it does. Oh, unicycle porn videos.
See, then it's been done.
On Pornhub?
Yeah, all right, check it out. Just click.
I mean,
just click on Pornhub.
That's the last thing I need to get is click on Pornhub.
It's unicycle sex. What is HR going to say?
Let me see this.
We don't have HR.
It's unicycle sex. I wouldn't even be embarrassed. But like, obviously, this is a curiosity, not a fetish.
I mean, in the end, if you're just at home masturbating, we should all be watching.
Now I'm on unicyclist.com.
Yeah. Okay. Is anyone confessing to having sex on? I'm saying it has to have been done, man.
Yeah. There's no way you have unicycle performers and dudes that ride it to work every day. I'm just referencing one guy that I would see by our old building. Like, he's that good at it. He never falls over. Like, it just seems natural he could do it.
That's what I'm saying.
Adding another body is a different element, though, guys.
But I'm with Thrill.
I
She's just in a spot.
Right.
They're not both on unicycles.
Well, then does it count?
No, I'm saying they're both, like, I'm assuming the guy would be on the bottom just to make this work.
Yeah, well, yes.
Right, okay.
In theory.
So I'm imagining, this is what I would do, right? Equal distribution of body weight is, she is facing me, right? That's how we're doing that, all right?
Okay.
And she is essentially in my lap. Now, if I have the ability to balance on a unicycle, look, if I could do it, I'd be like, babe, we got to do it.
The thing is, it have to be 1 foot off the ground because she can't get on after he does. Nope. So once he pops up there, it's impossible for her to be hoisted up to get in that position in the first place.
I disagree. I think it can be done.
You might be able to build some stirrups on there that she could, like, brace herself on.
I did learn that there is a site called unicyclist.com
Yes,
that answers all these questions.
And what do they say? Somebody has to have had sex on a unicycle.
People comment on it.
All right.
No one's actually done it. What was run over and who ran over it? 206-803-ROCK. Been eating all night.
All right.
So the last thing you have to worry about is them being in attack mode because now they're just trying to find a place to lay down and go to bed all day.
Sure.
And then they rinse, repeat. So they're up all night doing their thing. And then during the day, they're already pretty well fed. Hyenas are eating their leftovers.
Of course.
So everybody else is scrapping for what was left of whatever was killed the night before.
You hear these things at night?
The food, oh God. Oh my God.
It's got to be incredibly
The
loud.
hippos two hippos were fighting in a lake beside where I was sleeping.
Mike, can we Google what an angry hippo sounds like? I don't know what the sound.
It was loud, and I didn't know what it was because it's dark. I didn't know, so I didn't know what it was until
you don't want to go outside and look.
Well, I didn't know where it was coming from, and I couldn't see that far down. It's not like they have lights on a lake. And then I just asked the guy. I was like, "What in the hell was screaming last night?" He's like, just two hippos fighting in the lake. And I was like, "Really?" Because that woke me up out of a dead sleep. Like, man, what is that out there right now?
Yeah, that's like I said. I read one woman's journal. I think she only did like a 3-day safari or whatever, but they did a walking safari. So she's nervous the whole time. But she's like, man, they're like, get sleep at night. And she's like, I couldn't because I just hear animals killing each other.
Yeah,
like you hear roars, you hear the scuffle. One of the animals screams. Is that what you're hearing?
It was more of a roar.
Wait for it.
Whatever they want to do, I don't care. Don't mess with those things. I did see.
Like hearing animals.
See, man.
Hearing animals.
Are you getting a good night's sleep?
That's what I'm saying. Hearing animals that you don't hear. Like, I'm sure the guys are like, oh, don't sweat, it's hippos.
Yeah.
But it is alarming.
Well, those hippos, there was hippos all over the side of the riverbank in Zambia. And when your boat would go by, man, they would jump in, and you don't know how fast these guys can swim. That guy was gunning it. He was like, hey, hold on. And, I mean, all the other boats were tearing off, too. So they're all kind of in communication with each other as far as the different captains. Like, stay away from these guys. They're acting a little hot. You know,
I mean, they're hippos.
And then, but not only that, but all the freshwater crocodiles.
Right.
So, you know, all of these things can breach out of the water into a boat. That's not going to be the most difficult thing they've ever done, and they're everywhere. So you're just in this boat, like, all right, at any moment, man, you know, this bad stuff could happen.
Hey, man, we go back to one story. You told me about this. 3 guys are kayaking, right? They're an individual kayak. One of them is the guide. The other 2 have paid for this guide's service, and they are like in these back unmapped rivers somewhere in Africa.
Yeah.
And so the guide's up front, and these 2 dudes watch a crocodile jump out of the water, take this guy out of the kayak, and disappear.
I'm not sure if that was. I'm not sure if that
this.
was an REI tour guide out of Seattle, or
it had something to do with
or the people were from Seattle.
Yeah.
But they have.
Think about that.
Now the tour guide is gone.
That's what I'm saying.
And you've got to navigate down this river that you don't know where you're going. But
and clearly there's crocodiles.
But you know what could potentially happen to you at any given moment.
Would not be good, man.
I would get on land and just start walking. Like, the hell with this.
Yeah.
I'd rather get bitten by like a mamba.
I mean, I don't know what I would do.
Yep.
It's terrifying.
Yes.
I mean,
just like your guide is gone.
No.
Yeah. No, thank you.
What is the coolest place you've been to, or where would you never want to go back again? 206-803-ROCK.
No. Ah, maybe.
Describe to you what a cool town that is, because it truly is a melting pot of everybody.
Yeah.
So, you know, the Italian restaurants, the guy's Italian. You know, everyone just moves there to open up these places. And the boutique. So I have like a French boutique, and the French tourists go there, and everyone there speaks French, and the hotel's French.
Right.
You know, you name the country, they have an authentic restaurant that you walk into that's a mom and pop place that's serving as authentic as they can make it there from the ingredients they can get as far as the food goes.
Kind of had that
spectacular food.
That experience when we got to Malta, which was my whole reason to go to Europe in the first place, because I didn't know anything about it, and it has a very interesting history. But based on its location, you know, the Ottoman Empire taking it over, the Moors taking it over, the European Empire so all they've ever done basically is be a great launch pad. If Africa was invading Europe, that's where you launch from. When Europe was invading Africa, that's where you launch from. So now when you get there, kind of like you're saying, as far as all these cultures, it's everything. And they don't play S. They're not like mean people. They're not even standoffish, but I think they've seen so much conflict, and they've never been involved in
you
conflict.
tell me like the businnesmen from Africa were taking a ferry in and vice versa?
That was Naples.
Oh, that was Naples.
And so, right, it's a waterfront town, and when we were kind of heading back to the ship, it's their rush hour, so all these business guys are walking out, and we're in Italy, and I'm saying to my wife, like, there are some tall brothers here. I don't understand it. And I realize they take the ferry over to Africa, right? So they live in northern Africa, but their 9-to-5 job is working at the banks or whatever. I mean, like I said, they're all dressed to the nines, and I'm like, that is cool.
That is.
And it was
crazy.
Yeah, it was really, really cool.
What is the coolest place you've been to, or where would you never want to go to again? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Rob. Welcome to the men's room.
Liquor
and whores.
Liquor and whores.
We need more. Where do people not want to go back to today? Yeah. So it's very positive, which is nice.
Yeah, it is good.
Yeah.
Positivity.
I can tell you where I don't want to go back to, and that's work.
Okay, fair enough.
I was going to say Klamath Falls, but.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd prefer not to go back to Williamson, West Virginia, where my mom lives, but I have to.
Yeah, that's too bad.
It's
West by God, Virginia.
Well, where they live is a hellhole, man. It's just Appalachian poverty at its finest, decimated by opioid use. Yeah, all the businesses have shut down. The coal mines have shut down.
Right.
There's no industry there. The terrain is so rugged you cannot farm. The rivers are dirty. They are polluted. You cannot drink the water. I mean, I could go on and on and on. I mean,
But all of that's on their travel brochure.
it really is. Come here to four-wheel.
So it's just basically a crap hole.
It is absolutely the most depressing place you could ever go on a holiday in your life.
Yeah,
I end up going there every Thanksgiving because my grandmother's 99 years old.
So are you thankful that you don't live there?
Yes. I was born there. That's so yes.
Well, I'm sorry, Miles. That sucks.
It does suck, but I'm okay with it. At least I get a Walmart turkey, right?
Yeah. Hey, there you go.
So where would you want to go back to?
So, Normandy, France. I've been there 3 times now, and the second time I went over, I got to take my friend who was a World War II veteran in the 101st Airborne.
Oh, wow.
He jumped into Normandy on D-Day, and he ended up the next day in a place called Bloody Gully, and you've probably seen part of it kind of on Band of Brothers, where they showed those guys the Germans were up above them, and the tank was coming in, and they sent a bazooka man out, and he took out the tank. Well, that was my buddy. It was a different scenario. They did it differently, but what happened was the Germans had him pinned down in a gully, and they called for a bazooka man, and him and his loader were supposed to run out, but he couldn't find his loader. They think he ended up shot and got taken back to the aid station. So he had to run out there by himself. So he went and grabbed his rockets while his buddies loaded up one in his bazooka. And he got out there, and this tank comes in through the edge of the field, and he shoots the first one, and it bounces off. He shoots the second one, and it blows the tread off the tank. So this is the abridged version. They're shooting at him, but the tank is kind of sticking up at an angle, so it can't hit him with a machine gun. And they're loading up something in their artillery gun to shoot at him, and he ends up with that third rocket. He ends up piercing the armor and blows the tank up right there and saves his guys because no other tanks could come in because it was right at the entrance.
Did he geographically remember the area?
Yeah.
I get the feeling it'd be burned into your brain.
Yeah,
under those circumstances.
Things have changed or whatever.
Sure.
You never know, Now they got a Kentucky Fried Chicken there. I mean, who knows what's going to happen?
You're not far off, man. They've leveled a lot of those battlefields, unfortunately. But when we were there, he goes, "Yeah, I was kneeled down right here, and that tank came in over there, and my buddies were back over here, and blah blah blah." He was goosebumps, man.
That's crazy, man.
And I've got pictures of it, and I got pictures of him standing where he was standing, and it's amazing. But I got to tell you, you hear about Paris being such a bunch of jerks, I'll be nice, and being a crap hole, and it absolutely is. But you get out in Normandy, and they are the nicest, most down-to-earth people you'll ever want to meet. And if you're with a veteran, they treat you like gold. They bring you into their homes, they feed you, they give you wine, and they want to sit there and talk to the veteran. And little kids, 3, 4, 5 years old. I was over there about 3 years ago again with another veteran. And these little kids, 3, 4, 5 years old, will run up to these veterans and hug them and tell them thank you and that they love them.
Wow. Damn. What are you, like a veteran tour guide?
I'm just kind of an amateur historian, and I've been over a couple of times. The first time I was by myself. The second time I was with my buddy Bob Nudie. He's in a very famous picture from World War II that you'd probably know if you saw it. And then the third time I was with a group called the Best Defense Foundation, and former linebacker Donnie Edwards, he played for the Chiefs and the Chargers. Him and his wife have this because both their grandparents were World War II vets.
That's really cool, man.
Yeah, so I got to be a caregiver for one of the veterans. He was 101 years old, and we got to go back to where he came ashore. So it was, man, I tell you, I've been very fortunate and blessed to be able to talk to these men and be friends with these men and go to their places of, where they were over there. And it's something that I'll never forget in my life. It's just the once in a lifetime experiences. And I'm going to try and go at least one more time. I'm going to take my 13-year-old son.
KISW HD1 Seattle. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Pinky's Plumbing Studio, you're in the men's room. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK.
Driver hits a man and then just keeps on going. It was all caught on camera. Happened outside of Sean Kim's Cannabis, where the man works. This happened a few months back. Surveillance video shows the driver hit the father of two who was standing in front of their car on Friday morning. Video shows the driver run over the man's legs and just leaves him in the road. Apparently, the bud tender was helping a customer Friday morning when he stepped away to answer the phone. As soon as he did, she was looking around, and she took the product and then took off without paying. You can see the woman look around in the surveillance video before she walks out with the product. Now, the bud tender then walked out just to take a picture of the woman in her car and her license plate.
All right.
That's when he was hit. Paramedics rushed the victim to Harborview Medical Center. He adds the bud tender can talk, and despite being in pain, he's in good spirits. He told Fox 13, despite their efforts to get in contact with police, they have not heard any updates. And as of the latest press release, woman has still not been found or caught.
Really?
Yes.
Damn, man.
You ran over a damn bud tender.
Come on. I mean, they're doing God's work. Leave them alone.
Now we head to Wenatchee, Washington.
Also, every place has cameras now, but if you go to a weed shop, there is cameras everywhere.
If you go to a place that is cash only, I guarantee you there are cameras.
Well, like when they, if you go to Fred Meyer and you buy liquor, all right?
Yeah.
They don't look at your ID on the front. They basically take a gun and they scan the back in that little code on the back.
Correct.
So they know who you are.
That's all it is.
Right. They could do the same thing.
They don't even care about your age at that point.
At a weed shop, as far as
do your ID.
Because when you walk in immediately, they ask for ID.
Right. Good point.
And then when you are ready to cash out, they ask for your ID one more time. Mm-hmm. So they do a double process. Now, obviously, she didn't get to the second time.
Well, she didn't do the second
But if they had
process.
that technology available on the first,
I will say legal recreation shop. I feel like the weed shop does a better job of checking your ID than the liquor store.
Absolutely. But I feel like they're almost under more scrutiny.
And Miles is right. At our age, I feel like if I buy something beer or whatever at QFC, that guy, he knows I'm old enough. He's just got it.
He's got to do it. But it also identifies you.
Yeah.
As the buyer. So it's legally, you can see. Look, man, if someone said you sold underage liquor to anybody, as long as you use the ID system.
They're like, hey, man,
you can
whatever.
go through every single transaction that day and say, no, that did not happen.
I almost feel bad for kids. In the good old days, the porn was in magazines and you could hide somewhere, so you didn't have to share the family computer. And as far as buying alcohol when you were underage, it seemed like every city had the one place that you knew you could go in. Our place was called Friendly Liquors on North Avenue in Baltimore. Basically, the guy's deal was this. He knew you were underage, and it was a simple matter. Whatever it is you were going to buy, each product, so it could be a six-pack and a handle of vodka, right? It's going to be $1 more on the six-pack and $1 more on vodka. And if you said, well, the price says blah, he says, do you have ID? If your answer was no, you paid that $1 premium. But that guy, because he was notorious for that, and at that time, Baltimore City Police were worried about anything other than that. This guy probably made another $150 a night on the weekends.
Oh, yeah. We used to go to this place called Kegs and More in Morgantown, West Virginia. And we had acquired a tap for a keg.
Right.
So we had one. I'm pretty sure it was stolen from someone else's party. I don't know how we got our hands on it, but we had an
because you stole it from someone else's party, yeah.
So we go to Kegs and More, and we would get, Ted, either the Beast.
Oh, yeah.
Milwaukee's Best
Light, or we would get Natural Light, or we would get Iron City beer from Pittsburgh. Those are the cheapest beers. Same with Rolling Rock. But we go to Kegs and More, and we buy the keg, and the guy said, I need a $50 fee for the tap.
Right.
And we're like, we're good, man. We got a tap. He's like, do you have ID? Not on me right now. I'm going to need a $50 tap fee.
Exactly.
For this keg. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it went down. It was understood.
I mean, we did what Thrill did. We went to PG Liquors, which found out, just looked it up, they're permanently closed.
Oh, really?
But it was in such a rough neighborhood at the time. Like, same thing. I don't think they cared, and I think they were shocked that we would even walk in there. I mean, they never carded anybody.
No.
Yeah.
You ever remember drinking St. Ides special brews?
Yep.
Right? So it was a very specific thing, and you'd buy like one or two of them. We bought a case of them, and I mean, it must have cost $60, which was a lot of money in the late 90s. But that guy was like, you guys want a case of these? And they had to open, they spun everything through bulletproof glass, but this one, they had to open like they were like.
The door.
Yeah. So it was like, go stand outside, we'll open the door.
Because that was the setup.
We'll bring it out to you.
People would buy a lot because if they opened the door, you could rob them.
Correct. So
honest to God. So, like, you would have to physically leave the store if they had to open the door to get your thing. If they could just spin it through the bulletproof glass, you didn't have to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Here's one more from Wenatchee.
I miss
the
those
phones.
days.
According to Wenatchee police, a 16-year-old boy was hospitalized after being run over in a parking lot Monday night. And another 16-year-old has been arrested. Police said the incident happened at 5:30 in the afternoon in the parking lot of the Winco on Wenatchee Avenue. Officers were told a 16-year-old boy had been run over and that the driver then left the scene. The victim was found and taken to hospital for treatment. He's doing okay. Investigators say the teen was reportedly riding on the hood of the car when he fell off and was run over. Witnesses identified another 16-year-old boy as the driver. Police later located him, arrested him on suspicion of vehicular assault and felony hit and run. The vehicle believed to be involved was seized, while officers seek a search warrant. Our question, what was run over and who ran over it? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Beezus. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bitch, hola.
Hola.
Can I get a Leroy Jenkins?
I can get you Leroy Jenkins. Just hold your horses there.
Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins.
Yeah, this is not a good story. I don't want to tell it, but
that's why you call.
So you let it off with a Leroy Jenkins?
I don't want to talk about this. Give me Leroy Jenkins and I'll tell you something horrible. I got a guy with a gun to my head, maybe call this radio show and tell this awful story.
Well, Leroy Jenkins ran into and got shot down, right?
Yes.
Just
Okay,
real
then,
quick.
right?
Oh, so you're Leroy Jenkins is this. All right, I got you.
Okay, so first of all, hey, unicycle, if there's a will, there's a way.
That's what I'm saying, man. Thank you.
You can make that happen.
We did, just real quick, one thing we did discover, unicycling is also a sex term that does not actually involve a unicycle. So if you try to do research on this,
It's kind of
you're going to go down a weird road.
Yeah, it's taking you in a weird place.
What?
Oh, damn.
But now I'm kind of interested what unicycling is.
I mean, look, you can. I'm just saying it does not involve unicycle. We just
It involves a woman taking care of herself.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Ted's on it.
All right, then. Well, yeah. It's not quite as terrible as running over a whole bunch of bunnies with a mower, but my buddy, we used to jump the tracks, and we jumped the tracks and landed on a dog, and the entire family was out standing on the porch and watched us land on the dog.
You jumped a car across the railroad tracks?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you landed on the family dog in front of the family.
Yeah. Right in front of the family. It rolled all. Yeah.
How old were you when you were doing this?
17.
Yeah.
And
no, I bet my buddy like 2 weeks earlier that he wouldn't hit it at 50, and he hit it at 50, and yeah, the sparks flew, and then he tried it again and landed on a dog.
And when he landed on the dog in front of the family, what is the next thing that happens? Do you guys take responsibility for this, or do you gun it and get out?
No, we stopped. I had a. Oh, okay. We smoked a little bit of weed, a little bit, and I had a half ounce tucked underneath my ass, and yeah, he had to go tell the family that we rolled the dog up underneath the.
I thought you said they saw it happen.
Yeah.
They did.
All right.
And so how did he approach? I mean, what was the family's response?
screaming and crying. It was terrible. This is not a good story.
No, it's not. It's not. I mean,
No.
you're right. You jumped the car and landed on a dog. Jeez, in front of the dog's owner.
I don't think it was as bad as hitting a whole family of bunnies.
No, it's worse.
Mower,
But they were wild bunnies. This was a dog people knew.
Right.
Exactly. This is
The
a nice
bunnies
pet.
are living in the grass. He had a lawnmower rolled over top. Found out after the fact. You jumped a car across railroad tracks and landed on
My
the dog.
intent was not to kill
Right, if
anything.
Miles didn't tell us, people might not ever know those bunnies happened.
That family will always know that their dog was crushed under a car that flew over railroad tracks.
Right.
They
Like,
will always remember that.
I knew a family where the dad backing out of the driveway in the morning, going to work one day, ran over the family dog.
His family's dog.
Correct. And
Okay.
the dog was already kind of like deaf. It had issues. But I remember it was like a big thing, and it was like nobody bring it up because they had kids that were younger than us.
All right.
And was like, they don't want the kids to know that the dad finally I shouldn't laugh. And I don't know why. These people are all adults. I'm sure they know. But we were like sworn to secrecy. Because I don't know how I found out, but I was like a teenager. And I remember my parents were like, you do not bring that up. Like, nobody can know that he actually killed the dog.
I wouldn't. If my kids were that young, I would not tell them. Like, if it happened now, you go like, guys, listen, man, I feel bad. But you can explain it to them. They're 15, they're 14. They'll be upset, but they can absorb it. But if my kids are like 6, like, I don't know what happened to Friday.
Did you tell me about somebody at a bar told you that they ran over their dog?
It was I was dating this chick, and me and her went to her friend's house, and this is my first time meeting her friend's husband. All right, so I've never met this guy before, and he's kind of a good old boy, nice enough though. But he had this little dog, so to make conversation, I'm like, oh hey man, what's your dog? I don't know what kind of dog it is. It looks like Toto from Wizard of Oz, right? So it looks like that, and which. If you saw this guy, he looked like literally the cable guy, and he had this kind of dog, which seemed odd. And he said, "Oh, that's Angel 2. 2 being the thing." I'm like, "Angel 2?" He's like, "Well, same breed as my first dog, Angel." I'm like, "Oh, what happened to Angel?" "Well, she died." I'm like, "Well, that's the thing about getting a pet, man. All things being equal, you're gonna outlive it." He's like, "Well, no, I backed over in the driveway." But he's upset, and it's just me and him sitting in the living room now, and I'm at his house, so I'm trying not to laugh just because of the way he's recounting the story, because you could see his eyes going back in time to this moment. He's like, "I was going to work, and I backed my truck up, and I felt something go pa-gunk on my truck, so then I put it in drive and went pa-gunk again." I'm like, "Now, what is that?" So I opened my door, and there's Angel. I rolled over her twice. I'm like, "Oh my God, man, that's terrible." He's like, "Yeah." And her guts, I won't use exact language, but a lot of her guts had exploded out of the backside of her through her butt. But they were still connected. They were just on the outside of her body.
Oh, God.
Okay. Dude, this is the story the guy's telling me. We're like, sipping light beer or something. And he's like, "So I did the best I could to tuck her guts back into her anus, and I put her in the back of my truck, and I drove her straight to the vet." Man, I loved this dog. She was 13 years old. I'm like, okay. Well, I got to the veterinarian, and he told me, "Hey, we got good news. We think that we can save your dog." And he's like, "Oh, thank God." Because I'm feeling bad, because I ran her over. And doctor said, "But that's going to cost you $18,000 for this surgery." So, oh, man. So then the doctor said, for $500, we could put her down. It was tough to say goodbye. I was just like, oh, God, man. But he was like misty-eyed telling me this. And
Why did he go back over it?
The way he told the story,
Right, like, I feel
he
like if I'm
didn't
back
know what he hit. He did not think it was his dog. I don't know why he put it back in drive, but he put that in the story. And like I said, the way he told it, I'm inclined to believe him. So he put it in drive, drove forward, clunk, 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 hit this thing again, and there's Angel. The guts hanging out her backside.
God.
Oh, yeah.
What was run over and who ran over it? 206-803-ROCK.
I just feel like I would stop and be like, I should look at what I just ran over.
Listen, man, I agree with you.
All right.
And I wanted to ask, but I'm like, this is not the time to ask this guy why he put it dry. He was very sad telling the story. And all I can think when he's done is, Jesus Christ, it's time to go. Like, I'm done talking. So, yeah, he had a cute little Angel, too. Hello, Carrie. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello.
Hola. So, Carrie.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
What happened?
I'm making a tough turn.
I like that move. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Because now I'm done talking.
Shut up now. Jesus. They should teach phone in high school. Here's how you actually talk to someone. I know you can text.
Okay, I'll try again. All right, I was 23 years old in 1994 at college at UNLV in Las Vegas. Saturday morning after dropping off somebody who spent the night after like partying because it's Las Vegas, we're in college. I'm driving home on Flamingo Avenue and it's a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. And I'm just headed back home and this guy on the side of the road looks like he's about to walk out and then decides, oh, wait, there's cars coming. So he does that little step forward, then takes a step back, step forward, step back. And he does this like little dance. But as I get right to him, he catches eye contact with me and dives under my car.
Oh, my God.
All four tires over him. Freaked out. The car that might have seen what happened, like, drove on. So now when the cops got there, and I'll get to the story, I'm looking in my rearview mirror, and I see his arm move. And I was like, okay. You know, I'm freaking out. I'm like, he's still alive. Okay. But by the time the cops got to me, they're all thinking he's the victim, where in my mind I'm thinking I'm the victim. They get to me and I guess to get me out of my shock. I only remember 2 of the 3 jokes that they were telling because he was fine. I taken him to the hospital. He had admitted that he was trying to kill himself.
Jesus.
Or else I wouldn't be telling this story 30 years later. It might have been a different scenario because I was like, who saw this? Nobody's going to believe me. And yes, it was a total ba-dump. I mean, it's 45 miles I did. So
What kind of car were you driving in college?
That was my grandparents' Montero, Mitsubishi Montero.
That's a pretty big ride, man.
So, so if he had just stood up, it would have been a different story, but he dove.
Well, thank God there's enough clearance underneath that car, underneath that SUV, too.
Yes.
So he didn't get drugged or anything, you know? I mean,
he still rolled over his ass.
I know, but I mean, still, at least.
That was my fear. That was my fear. I locked myself in the car thinking, oh, my God, I'd seen the Thanks for the Ride lady like movie. I think it was Creep Show or something. I was like, oh, my God, he's getting mangled under my car. And so the cop said, so did you hit the brakes and then the gas? And I'm like, yeah. We're like, yeah, we see the skid marks on the guy's back. And then,
Jesus Christ.
And then they said,
Viva Las Vegas.
Seriously, this is what keeps me sane, 30 years later, if I telling the story, because I'm like, this really happened. So then the final thing, because I didn't want to drive home, so I was waiting for my friend to come get me, and I was like, well, am I going to get, they didn't give me a ticket, nothing, right? So I'm like, well, am I in any trouble? Like, what's going to happen now? And they go, no, you're fine. We run into these kind of things all the time. And the other cop goes, great pun, run into them. I mean, I can't remember the rest of them, but they were just going on and on.
Don't forget it's open bike night at the Flamingo every Thursday.
They're the running rebels.
See me up on stage.
I mean, give him credit. That is a little funny. Hey, I have a question for you. So you went to UNLV, and I'm just curious to know,
Correct.
Was the In-N-Out Burger there back in '94?
That might have been the year that they added it.
Okay, because every time we go to Vegas.
Or maybe shortly thereafter, because I went in 1990, my first semester, we won the NCAA against Duke.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask about. That's how I know the Running Rebels.
And that
was that Tarkanian?
Yes, it was Tarkanian, and where the In-N-Out Burger was the AM PM that we were all like partying around. So I want to say the In-N-Out Burger, 94, 95 maybe. I mean, it was around that time when they built that.
Okay. I was just curious to know. So we always cut through their campus just to get
That's
the
where
In-N-Out Burger.
That's where I went. I ran to In-N-Out on an exercise run.
It's a nice campus.
Got 2 burgers, started running back, and that's when I pooped myself.
Yeah.
And the Golden Nugget.
How apropos.
Almost made it.
The Golden Nugget.
So close. Thank God for the mesh insert in those running shorts, because they kept a lot of it in there.
That's a humble brag.
Really was.
I can't wait to hammer down a couple burgers and get this run back on.
What was run over and who ran over it? 206-803-ROCK.
Presented by Pinky's Plumbing.
was easily Yellowstone. Went to visit one year, and the entrance was having issues with the registers. So they gave us a ticket to pay at the exit. It was beautiful and full of wildlife. Got to see Old Faithful, then suddenly rangers started shouting to seek shelter because of an impending thunderstorm. They said they had people struck by lightning, so people run to their cars, make for the exits, and as we leave, they were just waving people through. Got the whole visit on the house.
Nice.
Thanks for the show, guys. Take care. That from Chris.
I will say, watch the thunderstorms. Like, it's cool if you're like at a beach town, like in South Carolina. You could watch them kind of blowing off the ocean. But same thing over in Montana. Flathead Lake is so big. We sat out there one night and just watched these thunderstorms way down the other side. It's just unreal.
Yep. Guys, I'm going to be experiencing a place I've wanted to visit for my entire life. In 20 days, I'm flying down to Australia to visit my fiancée for 3 weeks.
Hey!
That should be a good trip.
I hope they're still your fiancé when you get back.
Mm-hmm.
That is one on my list.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Australia for sure, man.
And if you're there, if you have the time, I'd like to go to New Zealand as well, but who knows?
Yeah.
Coolest, I don't know. Never want to go to jail again, that's for sure. The inmates were cool, though. Ola Michela's Trucker Dean here. The coolest place I've ever been to is Dry Tortugas National Park. Google it and prepare to have your minds blown.
Tortuga. Why do I know the name?
Dry Tortuga.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
National Park.
Is that where I know from?
Mm-hmm. Means turtle.
God damn it.
Tortuga.
Yeah. Guys, I once visited Mount Rushmore. I will never go there again. All right, let's see here. Time for a couple birthdays brought to you by Men's Room Roasted Red Salsa from San Juan Salsa Company.
Dip responsibly.
Let's see what we got here. Oh, Michelle, I can't believe it. You guys are actually on the air for my birthday.
Yeah.
You've been on spring break vacation on my birthdays for as long as I can remember, so I got to take advantage because none of my other lame-ass friends are going to.
Oh, thank my dog's blown ACL for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's where my money's going. Because my kids are off this week. You see, I'd have been on vacation like in Mexico or something. Now I got to pay for a dog leg.
Guys, I'd like a burp fart followed by a big old bong rip and finished with a bad bout of wheezing diarrhea. Also like to hear the captain explain why he hasn't been invited back to Antarctica yet. Thanks, bitches. Rock on and happy birthday to me. That from the real James P. Sullivan.
Ooh, well, ahoy there. That sound you just heard came out of my front side.
No.
But as far as being banned in Antarctica, do you remember Skipper, the penguin from the Madagascar movie? Well, that low-down son of a bitch got me banned from Antarctica after I may or may not have had relations with his penguin wife. He said that my mustache smelled penguiny. But you know what? He's going to hold it against me, but whatever. I told him that's why I called it my flavor saver. And as far as having relations with his wife, I did. Crunch berries.
This request, guys, is for Jacob. He's 38. Give him some thrill gets. Miles' dad jokes, dirty Germans about hardwood because he's a carpenter. And the captain about how he contracted AIDS from Mrs. Butterworth. Oh. Thanks, guys. That from Jacob. Get. Couple dad jokes. Guys, my dad gave me sound advice on his deathbed.
Oh, yeah?
He said, buy good speakers.
Sound advice.
Sound advice.
I see.
What do you call a spaceship powered by methane? What do you call a spaceship powered by methane?
I don't know.
Fartimus.
3.
Yeah, as far as being a carpenter and working with hardwoods, I tend to work with hardwoods as much as I can, although I will say that if I drink too much whiskey, I only work with balsa.
Yeah, usually I like to work as a hardwood till about midnight, so it's time to...
and then again in the morning.
Relax. Yeah, right.
Ooh, well, ahoy there and happy birthday. First of all, the old Capitan wants to make it clear that Miss Butterworth did not give me AIDS. She gave me herpes. It was actually Pop from Snap, Crackle, and Bob fam that gave me AIDS. Then I gave my AIDS to Haley Joe Osment, but I had a Texas Ranger tell him. Hit it, Mike.
Up.
Walker told me I have AIDS.
Yeah, I would have done it myself, but people said you probably didn't want to see me. Sorry, sport. Crunch berries.
Liquor and Horse, fine gentlemen, I'd like to request a birthday shout-out for my old co-worker, Randy. He turns the big 4-0 today. Unfortunately, he has to spend it in the hospital. Worked together for a brief period at the Galaxy Theater in Gig Harbor, where you guys had the special event for Cocaine Bear. Great co-worker, helped me adjust to the new industry. Sadly, my time there was short, but I try to visit him from time to time in the old crew whenever I go to the movies with my wife. Anyway, could you guys give him a Homer Simpson fish sandwich and the Dirty Germans about their experiences at the movies? Thanks for all the laughter all these years. It was awesome to meet you all again, and Mike properly this time at Tracyton Movie House last year. Stay beautiful, bitches. That from Rainier from Port Orchard.
Fish sandwich. Are you sure?
Yeah, it's quite simple. Every time I go to the movies, I make sure I bring a date and cut a hole in the bottom of the popcorn container.
Yeah, it's the great thing about that theater, so seats laid all the way back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could get stuff done there.
And you make it weird because you're watching us.
But y'all, guys, I want to give a birthday shout out to my husband, Mikey, for his 47th birthday today. Actually, it's Mickey, Mickey, just like the mouse.
Oh, hey, Mick.
Although, let's just say he ain't no mouse in my house, if you know what I'm saying. Listen to you guys religiously every day.
What are you saying?
Why do you have cheese in there?
Pretty sure you're a big part of why he is the way he is. Best husband, best dad to our 20-year-old daughter, and an amazing dog dad to our 2 wiener dogs. He deserves the best today, and a shout-out from you guys would absolutely make his whole week. So can he get a fish sandwich, a bong rip, a few dad jokes for Miles, and some questionable midlife advice? Thanks, guys, and rock on. That from Pam.
Do I get a fish sandwich?
Dad jokes. Did you guys know I once dated a cross-eyed girl?
No.
Couldn't see you two together.
I found out she was seeing someone on the side.
Damn it.
So close.
Guys, my IQ test finally came back.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah?
Negative. And finally, what do you call a 12-inch turd? What do you call a 12-inch turd?
Don't know.
A footstool. I would like to request a birthday shout-out to my wife, Laura. She's 59 today. Happy 59th, Laura, from Brad, Paul, and Bella. I'd like to request a refined fart montage and the Dirty Germans talking about how they can help her make the transition from working for a boss to starting her new business. Thanks, guys, for all you do. That from Brad.
Yeah, you have to make the transition from working for a boss to opening your own business. I will tell you this Dirty German would like to visit your newly opened business.
Yeah. So now you could only have affairs with yourself in the house.
Yeah, and if it's a new business, that means you got the vaginoplasty. Congratulations.
All right, guys, here you go. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you, to you, to you.
Ja, the Dirty Germans, brought to you by Men's Room Original Sausage. Available through Uli's world famous sausage, mensroomlive.com, and other fine retailers. Schweinefleisch.
Yes, friends, it's time.
I really don't want to.
Is it really?
It is National Beaver Day.
The Men's Room Top 10.
It is.
It is. The Men's Room Top 10.
Before the show, I told Mike, I said, dude, I know it's National Beer Day, but it's also National Beaver Day, man.
It is indeed. So I brought you 10 fun facts about beavers. This is going to get fun. Let's see. As far as the 10 fun facts about beavers, number 10, waterproofed fur. They use oil from glands at the base of their tails to waterproof their dense fur, which keeps them dry and warm in freezing water.
And that basically is a butt.
No, at the base of their tail.
So
it's a gland at the base of their tail,
Okay,
not their bungus.
All right.
It is another thing that's at the base of their tail.
I just feel like when you say the base of the tail, to me, it's where it connects.
It might secrete from that similar area.
Hey, baby, give me some butt juice.
I'm a little less waterproof over here. Need a little re-up. I can't reach it. Hit me.
Where's Greasy Eddie?
oh, no. Not Greasy Eddie.
Greasy Eddie the beaver.
He just walks around slick.
Yeah.
He looks wet always.
Hey, he failed at Oregon as the mascot. Everyone put your hands together for Greasy Eddie.
Also sounds like a bad spot in Myrtle Beach. Oh, it's great fishing out on the Greasy Eddie.
Yeah.
Greasy Eddie.
Would you go to a restaurant called Greasy Eddie?
Yes.
Yes.
In a heartbeat. Okay, let me change that. What if it's a fancy restaurant?
Yes.
No. I'm with Ted.
No.
You can't be fancy and have the word greasy in it.
But,
correct.
But I'm looking outside. You're reading the menu like, it's got to be good if they're calling it Greasy Eddie, and it's clearly a formal restaurant.
Okay, but I don't expect men in suits and ties valeting my car and
But they
somebody that's efficient with white glove service taking me to a
But that's exactly what you're getting, Greasy
proud
Eddie.
of their 5-star Michelin restaurant called Greasy Eddie's.
Maybe Greasy Ed's.
No!
Yeah.
It's still a bar!
Yeah, but it's not Eddie anymore. It's Ed's.
Yeah, 2 Michelin stars.
Right. I mean, I
said,
would
Mike,
bite.
I'm going to treat you to Greasy Eddie. You're like, no, like, dude, they have 2
He doesn't
Michelin
go by
stars.
Eddie, he goes by Ted, first off. Or Edward.
Greasy, yeah. And greasing in the term is just bad.
Lubricated Edward.
Yes. Lubricated Edward. Yes.
Lubrication.
10 fun facts about beavers. They're monogamous. They mate for life, and a colony usually consists of the parents.
That's what they want you to think.
This year's kits and
Greasy Eddie been getting deep.
and the yearlings from the previous.
KISW. The shenanigans continue. This is the Men's Room with Miles and Thrill.
Idaho Transportation Department worker run over by a distracted driver on his second day of work.
Damn.
According to a post by the department. ITD said that Mark Lynn was working his second day as an inspector when a distracted driver drove through a construction zone. They said the driver was in an SUV and was distracted by her dog in the back seat. In a split second, Mark Lynn had 2 choices: jump over the hood or drop flat onto his back. He chose the second option and dropped flat on his back. They said Mark Lynn hit the deck and the vehicle just ran right over him. Everyone walked away unscathed, and Mark Lynn even finished his shift. He was run over by the car, but the car did not hit him.
Okay, so it drove over him without making contact.
He dropped, laid flat. The car went over the top of him. He sits up and continues his work.
I'll be honest, if I had to make that decision, I think I would go for the jump. It would not work, and I do know that. But the idea of laying down, I don't know, man. I would go for the jump. And like I said, I know it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But I feel like I'll be hit by the windshield and I'll just be damaged as we're dropping flat on my back. I'd be convinced I'm going to get run the F over. That is amazing to me.
Yeah.
Holy crap, man.
Our question: what was run over and who ran over it? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, TJ. Welcome to the Men's Room.
What's up, guys?
Hola.
So I've been telling this story for quite some time, thinking it's unique, and all of a sudden Ted Smith has a story about someone running over their own dog. And it wasn't me, though. I was
Right.
I went to this girl's house to go on a first date, and she wanted to drive, and I was like, all right, let's go. Backs out of her driveway. She's like, what was that? And I was like, I don't know, some black scurried. I don't know. She's like, who's that? Well, I don't remember his name. Buster? And I'm like, I don't know what it was. She puts the car in park in the middle of the street. I'm sitting there in the passenger seat. She runs into the house. And then the screaming starts because she ran over her own dog.
Oh, no.
So of course I get out. Yeah, sorry, Buster. So I get out. The dog's bleeding. She's crying. She calls her family to show up, and I cover it with a blanket. And the second I picked up that dog because we were going to go to the vet, I'm already 2 bought in at this point. The dog dies.
Oh.
And I know it, but no one else does because it's covered in a blanket. I hand her the dog. No, he's fine. He's just breathing real shallow. Just talk to him real nice. So the entire drive to the vet, she's talking to a dead dog. We get there, and she's like, I can't deal with this. So I'm like kind of roped in and don't have a ride home. I go back with the vet, and he's like, well, what do you want to do? And I was like, this isn't mine. I have no idea, man. I'm just an innocent bystander, pretty much. He rubs the dog, and the static electricity makes the heart meter, the EKG, start beeping. So she runs in thinking it's his heart and he's alive, and you're going to tell her a second time that the dog is dead. And then she's like, we got to bury the dog, and we always do that at my grandfather's house. I'm like,
okay, let's go to Grandpa's house.
What was your original plan, by the way?
First date? Now you're going to go bury the dog?
The original plan was to go on the date and do first date stuff.
Yeah.
Not bury the dog.
What did you ever? I mean,
did you end up digging the grave and burying this thing on her grandfather's property?
No, we show up to Grandpa's house, and this is in northern Arizona, where all the old people like landscape their yard with just rocks.
Yeah.
So you got to scrape them out of the way and then dig into the hard ground. And Grandpa's like, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "I'm just the boyfriend, like not even boyfriend. I'm like going on a date with your granddaughter. I'm just a guy." And he's like, you could tell he's kind of annoyed that they're there unannounced and having to dig a hole in his property, but he's there for it. So I hand the shovel off to the kid. Her little brother showed up, and I'm like, "I'm not digging your dog's grave." But then the kid learned an important lesson where he dug the hole the exact size of the dog. So when he buries it, covers it in dirt, and they're all like saying words with their heads bowed, I'm over there kind of like stepping on it, trying to push it down. I'm going to ruin this old man's front yard and all these pretty rocks. Well, he sees me, and he kind of like waves me off. Like he's like, hey, I'll deal with it later. Just leave it, man. And I was like, "Hey, old man, can I get a ride home after this?" Like, yeah. When they're done speaking, I'll give you a ride. So then I had a cool ride home with Grandpa, but needless to say, like, I never got the date.
I think you should get a second date.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
you
bury a dog.
You definitely this deserves a do-over, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah, but I think it was kind of scarred from the get-go, and
It was a bad sign.
When you're early 20s, there's just other stuff to do and other people to be around than the chick that ran over her own dog, and
Just out of curiosity, what kind of car did you have? Like, why did she want to drive?
This chick had. Well, this gets funnier. She wanted to drive her own truck because she had a truck, and I had the little sports car at the time because that was cool. And she wanted to go find a back road and get in the back of the truck and do first date stuff. So then I'm also pissed because I'm missing out on those activities because of this dumb dog.
And you had a guarantee, like, I'm going to take my truck so that we can have sex.
Yes.
And instead, you're stomping on the corpse of a dead dog in a grandfather's yard so there's not a lump.
That's right. The way you would describe this woman at times would be a spark plug or hot to trot or a vixen. So it was going to be happening, but at that point, it's just like, this is I just want to go home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
I've never had a first date go that way.
No.
I've had
not
bad
at all,
first
man.
dates. Nothing like that.
How awkward was the ride home with her grandfather? Because you've only just met him, and the only thing you did was bury a dog in his yard.
I mean, all I remember was he was just a bro, like he seemed annoyed. I was annoyed, so we both had like similar responses. So he was just like, man, that's kind of the way it goes sometimes, just trying to part some with him, but he's just a cool old dude.
All right.
Well, that's good.
Yeah,
this is how it goes. I'd be like, no, it's not. This is not how it goes for anyone. This doesn't on the first date, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like a religious thing. Like, we got to get that dog in the ground.
Do it quick.
Right now.
Has to be grandpa's.
What was run over and who ran over it? 206-803-ROCK.
I feel bad for the dog.
But feel bad for everybody.
Let me ask you this. Do you think you would have gone as far as he had? Like, by the time the dog's picked up, like, I might have bailed.
I think his circumstance was where he went wrong. If you could say he went wrong, he didn't do anything wrong, but once he agreed to accompany her to the vet, he doesn't have a ride.
Correct.
So she's the ride. And now she's going to go to Grandpa's before she goes back home. So the only way to get out of this situation is after the dog is hit, is get in your own vehicle and leave. But that guarantees you're not getting a second date either.
Correct.
So I think he's holding out hope. They're like, all right, man, if we can get through, because again,
we'll wrap this up, then go do some fun stuff.
Yes. You're a young man in your 20s. That's exactly where your brain is. And keep in mind, she wanted to drive her truck because she wanted to have sex with you in the bed of the truck. So it's like, if she made it that clear at the top, man, I'm hanging my hope on that. Obviously, things did not work out that way. But
apparently not. A suspect in Toronto over the weekend had a pretty rough arrest because he was accidentally run over by the same cop car not once but twice. Video shows police officers firing a taser at a man in a parking lot, and he freezes up and falls to the ground. Now, while cops rush over to cuff him, an officer in a cruiser behind them jumps out, but apparently forgets to put the vehicle in park as it rolls forward over the suspect's legs and hitting the officer on top of him. Now, as the couple of cops push the SUV backward off the man, the driver gets back in and apparently guns it, rolling the front tires over the suspect again. Oh, no. The cop finally hits it into reverse and toots the horn twice. Toronto police tell TMZ the incident occurred Saturday when officers responded to a report of a person armed with knives who was damaging vehicles. Now, despite they say how bad it looks, we're told that both the suspect and the cop who was also hit are okay.
Why did he honk the horn twice?
I don't know.
What does that mean?
All clear.
Yeah.
What was run over and who ran over it? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Jim. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
What's going on, guys?
How are you, sir?
Anyway, here's my story. I do construction for a living, and I was working in Eastern Washington doing some plumbing orchard, cherry orchard. And my van, the neutral safety switch wasn't working in it because I had to rig the ignition because I lost the key. So by saying that, it starts in gear. So I went to start it. So I reach in there, the door's open. I reach in there and I turn the key to start it. It starts up, and it was in reverse. And it takes off, and the door slams me to the ground. Then I run over both of my legs, and the door's wide open, so it goes into part of the in between two of the cherry trees and wedges the door open. And I'm stuck in between there and some trees, and I was there for like an hour and a half before somebody found me.
Did you break anything?
Yeah, my pride.
Okay.
No, it hurt, but no, it's just I'm surprised I didn't get hurt, but I couldn't believe that it's, like I said, it started up in gear and just boom, 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 and that was it.
Mm-hmm. And you spent an hour and a half.
Yeah, about an hour and a half. Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't get to my cell phone, and finally, somebody was calling their dog. The homeowners were calling their dog, and I could hear them yelling. I started yelling, and they didn't respond at first. And then about 10 minutes after that, I heard them again, and I yelled, and then they come up and they go, "Oh my gosh!" And it was the guy's wife, and she was panicking and started dialing 911. I go, "No, just get in there and start it and pull this thing forward." It was still running too, by the way.
Oh, Jesus.
So she didn't have to start it. Yeah, it was a diesel, but yeah. Anyway, yeah.
So basically, anybody could have stolen that thing anytime they wanted to.
Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, that's what happened to it.
Oh, really? I'm shocked by the end of that movie.
Wow.
I mean,
you're being a smart aleck.
They probably put an ignition in it and things like that.
Yeah, well, it was a work rig, man, and I never seen it after that either. It was full of tools too.
That's why they took it.
That's how it goes. It's probably somebody that worked for me at one time.
That's pretty much the same area where I ran over that family of quail.
Oh, right.
Eastern Washington, actually Wenatchee. That's not Eastern Washington, but they call it Eastern Washington. But I was on my way to Chelan, and I was right near Wenatchee. And there's a lot of cherry trees in that area, and I see this family of birds on the side of the road. Couldn't really identify them because I was too far out.
Sure.
But then they started walking across the road, no more than 20 yards away from my car immediately. And it kind of looked like the Partridge Family. They were all in a line.
Right.
The mom was in front. She was bigger. Then obviously the peeps are behind her. And I'm like, oh my God. And then, poof, and I look at my rearview mirror, and it's like a pink cloud of cotton candy in the air.
Right.
And I'm like, oh man. So I pull over because I'm on the highway.
Did you get all of them?
I mean, yeah. But I pull over on the highway, man. They're in the grill. They're underneath the car.
Yeah.
It's just like one of those things. I was like, oh, man. I'm pretty sure they were either quail or pheasant.
Now, what do you try to clean it off then, or do you just keep driving and go to a car wash?
I did go to a car wash in Wenatchee. They had a gas station where you fill up and then you could just run the car through the thing.
Yeah.
Problem was, they don't really spray underneath the car because it's an automatic one. So it's not like you're washing from the bottom.
Yeah.
So by the time I got home, I had to do a good job of getting on there and hosing it out with a wand of brown bear.
How long did that take? To hose out, because it's now the dried carcass.
I mean, that's another thing. Like, I'm kind of on the ground when I'm washing it, like trying to get underneath it.
Is there like blood coming from under your car when you're doing this?
Just pieces of stuff.
Ew.
I'm thinking if I work
blood, just pieces.
If I'm working a brown bear, like, sir, I don't know what you did, man. Wash this somewhere that is not here.
What was run over and who ran it over? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Steve. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hola.
Okay, watching, babysitting my friends, 2 dogs, one older, Bandit, one younger, Smokey, along with our young dog, Black Lab, Spaz, Bud, living in some apartments, and they had separate carports backed up right along to the major, well, not major, just 2-lane road, but people would cruise along there pretty fast. From the apartments, though, it was just a gap, little driveway that you saw through to the road because it was all blocked by the carports. You couldn't see the road. You couldn't see any traffic coming. I let the dogs out into the grassy area right by the apartment to play a little bit. And then usually I put their leashes on, walk over to the nice big field across the road. Well, the dogs smelled or saw something and just bolted across the road. And unfortunately, I got to watch while their youngest dog got hit and knocked many feet down the road behind the carports. So I don't know how it finished, but...
You know how it started.
Yeah, it was a big bummer because it wasn't even my own. It was one of my really good friends, and I felt like I'd killed his dog. It sucked.
Well, I mean, it was in your care. So, I mean, no matter what,
you're going to feel bad.
Or not, you're going to feel bad, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
it totally sucked. So
I bet it did.
What was your friend's response? Were they angry at you or just sad about the situation?
Oh, he was just really sad.
Oh, yeah, he lost his dog.
Yeah, and it was a younger dog, only like 3 years old, but didn't matter. He really loves stuff. He loves stuff hard. His dogs, his favorite music, whatever.
He's a hard lover.
Yeah.
What happened to his music?
He ran over it, too.
I mean, look. Somehow we've gotten into a little bit of circle here of people knowing the dogs.
Yeah, I know.
I just want to say for the record, I think anybody that hits a dog is going to feel awful.
Yes.
I mean, I remember seeing
anything I hit, I feel awful.
Right. I mean, even like you did it because you're a kid, but like nobody wants to run over a squirrel.
No, we weren't trying to, but I know we did.
What was run over and who ran over it? 206-803-ROCK.
infinity.
The Men's Room presents Profile This.
And Stephen Throwhill can please tell everyone how Profile This is played.
I sure can, Miles. It's a simple game where we share with you a real-life news story, something that happened right here on planet Earth. Earth. And as you listen to the story, based on the stereotypes you believe to be true of people and the decisions that people make, we'll ask you what it is you think makes the story a story. Hello, Dave. Welcome to the Men's Room.
Liquor and whores.
Liquor and whores. All right, Dave, you understand how this here game is played?
Yes, I do.
Fantastic. You have your choice today of one of three categories. We have the wonderful world of drugs. We have Animalize This, where you guess the animal responsible for causing the problem. And finally today, License to Spill, where you guess the substance responsible for creating the mess.
Let's do some drugs.
Sounds like you already have.
Not yet.
Not yet. I like it.
Not yet, man.
All right, we go to the fine city of Dallas, where a man high on drugs, he was tased by fellow passengers at one of the downtown Dallas's busiest transit hubs after behaving erratically and closing in on the commuter. And police say the rider who fired the stun gun will not face any charges. So 52-year-old Stacy Bell, he was arrested at the West End DART station in Dallas and charged with narcotics possession after a fellow passenger deployed a stun gun against them in self-defense. Police said Bell had been moving erratically around the station before approaching the passenger aggressively. After being subdued, Bell admitted to DART police that he'd done drugs. Then officers also found drugs on his person. The question is, what drug was he high on when he got his ass tased? Was he on cocaine? Was he on PCP? Was he on meth or was he on crack? So coke, PCP, meth, or crack.
What do you think, Miles?
Dave, as far as Dallas goes, it used to be a huge coke town. And the fact that the taser worked tells me it's not PCP, so I'm going to go cocaine.
Ted?
And you didn't say whether or not it was the same drugs. They just said when they arrested him, they found
They
drugs.
found other drugs on him. Yeah, I don't know if it's the same drug or not.
Man. I'm going to say crack.
Crack.
Krizak.
For Zach, I'm gonna go with the methamphetamine.
Meth it is.
Meth.
What was this guy on? Was he on cocaine, PCP, meth, or crack? We'll find out next.
That was a tease.
You are listening to The Men's Room.
You're listening to the Men's Room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Category is drugs on profile. This we go to Dallas, Texas, where a man was getting on the train there, but he was high on drugs. He was freaking people out.
Oh, yeah.
So one of the pedestrians actually ended up tasing the guy in self-defense when he started to come after him. Question is, what is this guy on? He also had the drug on him. Was it coke, PCP, meth, or crack?
And Dave, that is a question that we posed to you. Let us start with D. Ted Smith.
Oh, not crack, huh?
It was not crack. Sorry.
All right.
Dave, you went with methamphetamine. It was not methamphetamine. So that leaves you, Miles. You went with cocaine.
No.
It was not cocaine. It was, in fact, PCP.
Can't believe that taser worked.
I thought the same thing, but yeah, it was high on PCP.
You know, erratic was the key there.
To me, based on those drugs, I would have broken it down to crack or PCP.
Yeah.
Because meth, they tend to move kind of slow. Coke, I feel like they just like, man, I'm high on coke right now.
Yep.
And I feel great.
Now, for all TV news all the time, it's time for TV Time with Ted.
And now, because your pathetic life is confined to countless hours in front of a talking box, the Men's Room presents TV Time with Ted.
It's all right. Your choices today, you got Colbert,
Steven,
Seth Meyers, the Jimmies.
This is the Mighty 99.9 KISW and KISW HD1 Seattle. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK from the Pinky's Plumbing Studio. You're in the Men's Room.
Forgot to mention there the Return of the Red Party on Saturday. Return of the Red Party and chess tournament.
Yes, indeed. That's right. Yes, chess tournament.
Doors open at 1 at Black Raven Brewing in Woodinville. The party starts at 2, goes until 6. The new originals will be taking the stage. And the re-debut of Men's Room Original Red from Black Raven.
All right, re-debut. That's what we said.
Okay.
Not the old new, not the new old, but the re-debut.
Each ticket comes with a 6-pack to take home of the Return of the Red. You can take that home with you. By the way, if you are under the age of 21, you get in free. Obviously, you're not drinking, but if you are 21, you need to buy a ticket to get in. So hopefully we'll see you Saturday up in Woodinville at Black Raven Brewing. Our question, what was run over and who ran over it? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Dylan. Welcome to the Men's Room.
Hola, bichola.
Hola.
All right, so I was cruising in North Spokane on Bigelow Gulch Road. It's kind of a windy country road, no street lights, 45 miles an hour. And, of course, lo and behold, I had a beautiful white-tailed doe jump right in front of me. This car, I mean, I'm talking maybe 6 or 7 inches of clearance from the ground. And I went all the way over her, and I took her shirt off.
Oh, damn.
And I don't know if you guys have had venison before, but it's got a distinct taste and a distinct smell.
Yeah.
It smelled just like it.
That's what you took away from this. Like, wow, that actually smells like.
How bad was your car messed up?
Believe it or not, and I think it was unfortunate for the deer, it didn't hurt my car much. Didn't take my bumper down or anything. I just went right over the top of her, just clean off. It looked like there was a shag rug stuck under my bumper.
Yeah, well, as far as accidents go in West Virginia, ATVs are number 2 or number 1. People hitting deer, that's right up there too. But when we took driver's ed, and he was saying he didn't have much clearance on that car, typically you do not run over the deer. Yeah. The deer's going to flip over the top of the car.
Right.
Depending on how big it is. But they would teach you that if you were in that situation and a deer did jump out at you, that you gun it.
Yeah, speed up.
You gun it. You do not hit the brakes. Because if you hit the brakes on a front-wheel drive car, the front brakes will dip the nose down.
Right.
And send the deer into your windshield.
That is correct.
That's when it could get bad. So they say, like, look, man, just if it happens, if you have a second, just gun it.
You're going to hit it.
What was run over and who ran over it? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Craig. Welcome to the Men's Room.
Hola, bicholas.
Hola.
So back when I was about 13, I used to go down to Enumclaw and spend time with my cousins down there on the farm. And their parents were on vacation. Both neighbors' parents were on vacation. So my buddy, they're both like 13 years old, my cousin and his buddy and myself, take his dad's S10 pickup truck out on a cruise, right? So we head down to Muckleshoots and mess around and pick up some fireworks or something. And we're coming back on the road, going about 50, and my neighbor, who's sitting shotgun in the passenger seat, his dog's walking out on the road, and my cousin's like, "Hey, your dog's in the road. I'll slow down." He's like, "Don't worry about it. The dog will move. Just keep going." So he keeps going. The dog did not move, man. He went right over the top of it and killed that thing dead. Messed up the truck, and then they had to explain to the parents when they got back why the truck was messed up and the dog was dead. And oh man, it was it was just a wreck, man.
Don't worry, he'll move.
To his credit, that happens more often than you think, though.
What do you mean?
There was a number of people that I knew that they lived on a property that had a big open area and a long driveway, and their dog never left the yard, so the dog just ran. Yeah, just ran free out there. When you drove in, they'd run up and they'd bark at you, but they would kind of move out of the way. Now you were always afraid that you might hit the dog, but they always got out of the way.
My neighbor's dog, Muffin, that's how she went down, man. For 40 years, dog's always in the front yard. They didn't have a huge front yard, but Muffin, a little dog, but she would yap her head off all the time at every car that went by. Every time I'm waiting for the school bus, the dog's barking. Like, Muffin, you know me. Anyway, I come home, and Tammy, I believe, was the name of the chick who lived across the street. Huge girl, even though we're the same age. I don't mean huge like fat. I mean like shoulder to shoulder, man. She looked like Brock Lesnar's daughter, right? She's kind of built like that. And she's in tears. And we weren't like tight or anything, but I'm like, "What's up, man?" She's like, "Muffin's dead." I'm like, "Your dog Muffin? Like, what the hell happened, man? She's only like 5 years old. She was hit by a car." And I'm young enough. I'm like, well, she chased cars, man. What do you think was going to happen? She died. Now, we didn't live on a very busy street, but I'm like, every time a car went by, Muffin made it a point to let the car know that she owned the street. And now she doesn't. I was not shocked at all. I'm like, yeah.
Mike's right, though. I mean, I have friends that still do it, and you know the dog should move, but it still terrifies you when that dog just comes bolting out.
Yeah, I do have one friend. They have this massive pit bull, right? This dog scares everybody. It's the sweetest dog you'll ever see. But every time they open the front door, this dog comes shooting out, but I can't explain it. Will not leave the front yard. There's no fence, nothing like that. But the dog won't do it. But you do think to yourself, man, one day this might not end well.
Yeah.
You know, but the dog's always out there.
I'm shocked Tigger never got hit by a car.
That was your old dog, right?
Yeah, he was one of those dogs, like a Scottish Terrier. Just, if you weren't paying attention, he was just always looking to run. He'd come home.
Right.
But he always wanted to go like on an adventure.
Okay.
Yeah, right. It's not like we lived in a neighborhood, but it wasn't like the quietest neighborhood. Like there was a lot of cars.
Well, the thing is, you don't have to be traveling fast in a car to do a lot of damage to an animal.
Yeah. You know where you can usually find him down the street trying to hook up with Zuzu.
You've told me about that before.
Oh my God, constantly.
Hello, Chris. Welcome to the men's room.
Lush. Hola. This was quite a few years back. We were heading down to Oregon for a car show. I got a couple of buddies following me, bombing 65, 70, no big deal. All of a sudden, two big-ass squirrels come shooting out under my car. And the other guy that said he got about 6, 7 inches, or maybe half that.
Oh, damn. That's a squirrel
my buddy
killer.
texts me, he's like, "You ass." I'm like, "What?" It sprayed up, coated his windshield. It's even better. He likes to ride with no wipers because it's a sleeker look.
Are you
so he couldn't clean it off? He couldn't clean it off.
Nope, not to the next stop.
Jesus.
So what did he clean it off with? I mean, just pull over.
Squeegee?
What?
Well, yeah, the fluid still worked, but there's nothing to actually wipe with.
Oh,
Wait
right.
till the next gas station stop.
I'm sure they love that. Yeah, everybody will squeegee, man.
What kind of car do you have?
Yeah, Scion XB.
Okay.
We're all lowered, slow and low.
Nice.
Okay. Low enough to take out a squirrel.
Jesus whiz.
Jesus, man.
What was run over? Who ran over at 206-803 Rock?
Hello, Bill. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
So this is like 35 years ago. I was in California, dropping I was dropping a buddy off after work at his apartment. So we decided to go to the apartment, have a couple of beers, and we're on the balcony. And about 75, 100 yards away, we see this commotion going on, a bunch of people, and kids playing in the parking lot. Well, come to find out, this El Camino kid was going under the car, like 3 years old, gets something under the car, and backs up over his head, and it's like plunk, and decided to pull it back forward again and do it again, and found out it was a 3-year-old kid rolled over his head. Kid was fine.
Oh, what? Oh, my God.
Kid was fine. I took him to the doctor and everything and had him checked out, and he was fine.
Yeah, but you don't know that because he's 3.
Right.
I mean, when he starts drooling when he's 10, man.
That's
I mean,
true.
You're just noticing what's going on right now. Can't look into the future of this. You know what I mean?
I don't know what happened in the future, but yeah, that's what happened.
Well, he might have been okay physically, but I wonder how he did later on there. Well, your head's soft when you're younger.
By 3, it's fused, I guess.
To some degree.
I feel like I've heard a similar story where a kid's head got run over, but because he was like on gravel or something like that, it cushioned the situation enough to where it didn't have the dire effect that you would think that it would.
But somehow I feel like, when adults get run over, it's always their legs or their foot.
Right.
Somehow with children, it's their head. Like, what are you guys doing so different?
You've had 2 of them. They lead with their head, man.
At that age, they certainly do. That actually makes a lot of sense. They don't think you jump out of the way.
No.
They're really, even if their friends on a big wheel, and you see the big wheel is aimed directly at your kid, and your kid can clearly see the big wheel coming at them, like, they don't move until they're maybe 5 or 6 years old. But, as a parent, like I said, there's no parenting book that says, hey, your kid will never move out of the way of anything. You discover this as you go along. And I'm like, oh, don't worry about it, dude. He'll move.
I did it. I'm trying to learn to ice skate when I was a kid, and you didn't have those, things you hold on to now.
Yeah.
And there was an adult coming at me. I didn't know which way to go, so I thought I could duck under them. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. My forehead ran right into their skate.
Into their skate.
Yeah, it was fine. I think, yeah, but it's one of those things. You're right. As an adult, it sounds dumb.
You move. Well,
as a kid, I was young. But I just remember thinking, I'll just try to duck under their legs. No.
But I'm just shocked at how old kids get before they determine to get out of the way of a moving object.
Yeah.
Right. Even if you're playing catch and you're doing a little soft underhand thing, you know what I mean? How many kids have you hit in the forehead or face with a softball? Or a wiffle ball. And you're doing the really soft.
Over, under, I'd say 10.
Yeah, I mean, it's inevitable. Even when, someone's like, hey, my kid's 3, play catch with them. I don't want to, man. And it's not because I'm being mean, but this only ends with them crying. That's the only way this situation ends, and I'm going to be the bad guy, and I don't feel like caring.
Or throw it up high for me so I can catch it.
No,
you got
that's worse.
You got it, little fella.
That's
then it bounces off his eye.
Yeah. I mean, they just stare
and
at
you I look at the guy you're coaching with and go, hey, I just pegged your kid in the.
Yeah.
He's going to have a black eye tomorrow.
I told you, man, my kid was playing. They had, it was at Magnuson Park. I don't remember the name of the facility, but they had, little kickers. That was the name of it.
Oh, yeah, the little soccer kids.
Yeah, and he was...
And it's a tiny little...
3, maybe? So it wasn't even a legitimate soccer ball. It's one of those... It's like the soft version of a medicine ball, right?
Yeah.
But as fathers, we are in there with them. There's nothing, quote-unquote, dangerous going on. And the kids, like anything, they try to kick the ball as hard as they can. Barely goes anywhere. So I kicked the ball, and... I'm an adult. I did not realize how hard you can kick it as an adult, but because of the way those balls are made, it goes in the air and it curves, and it bangs this kid directly in the face. Not my kid, just some other kid. Kid drops, starts crying. His father runs over, kind of looks at me, and I put my hands up like, I'm sorry, dude. And he understood. Just like, hey, whatever. So as we're leaving, the people that run it, they're now asking the kids to bring the balls back. And like anything, all the kids are kicking the balls toward where this guy is asking for them. And I kick the ball again, and this thing goes up in the air, and it curves again. It hits the same freaking kid in the face, but here's the thing. At this point, because we're leaving, the father is carrying him, under his arm, so the kid is over his shoulder facing me, and I'm not trying to. And bam, same kid. And I'm like, oh, my God. Man, the father turned around. And there are daggers in his eyes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I swear to God, I'm not doing this on
You
purpose,
couldn't if you
man.
wanted to.
No. You couldn't aim that thing to save your life. But same kid. I'm like, we got to go.
What was run over? Who ran it over? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello.
Sounds like you were towing that thing a little bit.
That's a bad Adam Sandler movie, man.
But it's the same kid. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And this time he's in his father's arms.
Oh, my God.
Hello, Steve. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bichola.
Hola.
So, one Saturday night, I'm driving to poker night at my buddies. I'm on a side street, and there's no traffic either way behind me or in front of me. And this chipmunk just has a death wish or something, because about 10 yards in front of me, he just runs in front of my car. And he misses the front wheel, but I could hear/feel him hit the undercarriage of the car. Just boom, boom, boom. And as I looked in the rearview mirror, I could see Alvin or Dale, whichever one, roll to a stop. And I could tell, yeah, that's the end of that chipmunk. I wonder, what was on his mind. But I just drove on to poker. I was running late.
Okay.
Killed the chipmunk on the way to poker night.
Still remembers it to this day.
I saw him stop rolling.
Dude, my buddy, chipmunk story, greatest chipmunk story I've ever witnessed in my life. Buddy just got a new compound bow. We're out in the back and we're shooting it,
Yeah.
And got a hay bale up and everything else. We're in his backyard. And this chipmunk starts running across the yard. And Joe goes, watch this. It goes, thump. The arrow was short. He didn't hit him square. He bounced it off the ground first.
Oh, he skipped it.
This arrow went through him, bullseye middle, all right, of this chipmunk. And the chipmunk is up in the fletching of the arrow, all the way to the back. He shish kebabbed this thing. And this chipmunk is just deader than a door.
Right.
And I'm just like, he's like, told you. And I'm just like,
damn.
Golly. It was running. It wasn't even still.
Right.
He hit it on the run. It was the damnedest thing I've ever seen in my life. Wow. What devil was run over and who ran it over? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Aaron. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
My buddy and I were driving some back roads in his Lotus Caterham 7, which is a small European sports car, open cabin, no doors, weighs about 1,200 pounds. So we're buzzing around on these back roads, and I don't know how, we're going around a 25-mile-an-hour turn, and we're probably doing 55, 60, and a squirrel steps out in front of us. And he just, nothing you could do. He hits it, and the thing popped and just shot all over my arm.
Oh, no.
Open cab. And the car is so small, if you put your hand out, you can touch the ground while you're driving.
Okay, all right.
So he hits this thing with the front passenger tire, and just my whole shoulder down to my elbow is just covered in swirl.
What was the type of car? Lotus what?
The Lotus Caterham 7.
Okay, we'll look at this.
Pulling it up now. I'm just curious to know when you hit the squirrel, because my memory, the one that we hit in Pennsylvania, typically when I see squirrels get hit, they're always bouncing side to side.
Correct.
Just to make it kind of weird. The squirrel was doing the typical squirrel dance, but right before we hit it, it completely faced the car, which somehow just made it worse. So like both eyes are on us, not one eye.
Was he standing up?
Oh, for
yes,
sure.
and for whatever reason, because I've seen squirrels get hit a million times, and it's always like they're going side to side. But this thing, I feel like at the last second, it has turned to look at us like, remember what you've done. Move.
Yeah. Now I see what you're talking about with this car. The car really does. It's about 2 feet between the opening on the car and the ground. God, Jesus.
Well, people always say fight or flight, but for squirrels, same thing. Sometimes people freeze.
They always freeze.
Yeah.
They never move.
What was run over? Who ran it over? 206-803-ROCK.
He's saying, slow down.
Probably. It was just weird. I'm like, I saw both of his eyes before we hit him. Like, damn, man. And I know they all look the same, but like for whatever reason, that particular squirrel is etched into my brain.
I like that he's in there. Maybe I'm just going to put this in your brain.
Maybe that was it. I'm just looking always side to side. You see one eye
staring at me.
This thing just turned last second. Just looked right at us and boom. Like, nah, baby, he just has a headache.
I had a family.
Oh, God. Oh, my name's Jeff.
I got 3 kids.
Hello, Colby. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola. How's it going, guys?
Doing well.
Awesome. All right. Well, about 5 or 6 years ago, I used to work for BNSF Railway as a conductor. And this was dead winter, about December time. We're running through Ellensburg, and it had just snowed. So everything was fresh powder. We're heading about 45 miles an hour eastbound and approaching a bridge. Well, there was a huge herd of deer on one side of the tracks, and they hear us coming, so they all start running to try to get to the other side. But with the snow, it's easier for them to just run down the track. So they tried to run across the bridge as we were approaching. And we hit about 20 of them all at once. And it was It was a bloodbath. So we get a Pasco and tie the train down, and we're trying to depart from the train, and the whole front end is just destroyed. And we get a call from the crew behind us, and they're like, "Hey, how was Ellensburg?" I'm like, well, you see anything? And they're like, it looked like a war zone back there.
I'm sorry to be graphic, but just based on what I know about trains and how much weight they carry and how hard that impact is, how smooth did you go through that herd?
Yeah, I mean, do you even hear the
right? Did you feel it?
Oh yeah, it's pretty smooth. You hear little thumps, and you kind of, but
like bugs on a windshield.
Like butter. You're just cutting through them like butter, and just you look out the windows, and there's parts going everywhere. But yeah.
Damn.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that anything wins against a train.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
tractor trailers lose against trains.
Yeah, everything loses against a train.
I told you, my buddy, a guy who lives across the street, who had all the naked photos up in his garage. He was the Acela Express, one of those conductors. And when people decided that was the way that they were going to end their life, he would get like a month off. So
how many times did he get a month off?
Oh, it seemed like every year.
Really?
It seemed like every year he would just be like, I'd be like, yeah, you know what happened, man? I got 3 more weeks.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Gonna hang out, get on the boat, do whatever. Who's Next? Last coming up at 4:30, and we've got your emails on the way next in the men's room at KISW.com.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here, exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Tonight, a local punk bar celebrated when one patron used the men's bathroom for something other than vomiting or drug use. But first, 3 people were stuck
Are
in...
you seriously wearing the knight's costume again, man? It's been 3 days, Playboy.
Yes, Felix, I am. I told you yesterday that I'm stuck in this thing.
You still haven't figured out how to get out of it.
No, it's getting exhausting. It's so heavy. I've had to sleep in this thing and go to the bathroom. Do you know how hard it is to sit on a toilet in this? Word.
Man, that is so sad. Look, I'll help you get out of it after the broadcast, Playboy.
Thank you.
I'll help you get out of it if you buy me lunch for the next week.
Felix, you steal and eat my lunch out of the office fridge every day of the week.
Yeah, I do, but you bring that lunch in for you. You don't buy it for me. I want you to buy me lunch.
Will you stop stealing my lunch out of the fridge if I do?
I cannot guarantee that, but I will get you out of the costume.
Deal. We are off next week and I have to go out of town after Friday. I can't go through the airport dressed like this.
Where you going for a week off?
I'm treating my wife to a lovely week in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. We've been planning this trip for months. What about you? Do I even want to know what you have planned for next week?
If you must know, I'm taking my show on the road with a couple of cover bands. We have 4 dates next week.
Your show?
My puppet show, man.
Your sock puppet? What was his name? The Lil Reggie?
Yes, Stone, me and Lil Reggie are the comic entertainment between bands.
You and your sock puppet are touring with musical acts?
Yeah, man, we got a couple of gigs at area old age homes.
You're touring old age facilities?
I am, and each assisted living facility has its own rock cover band made up from the residents there.
The elderly have formed rock cover bands?
Oh, yeah, man. There's Earth, Wind, and Fiber.
Earth, Wind, and Fiber?
That is correct. There's also Dead Nugent, Jane's Prescription, and Grateful We're Not Dead. Me and Little Reggie provide comedy between sets.
Felix, that sounds both noble and like a terrible idea.
What? Man, I've been practicing my routine for weeks. Hang on.
No. Do not break out Little Reggie, Felix. I told you, puppets make me uncomfortable. They're creepy.
Oh, hey, Stone. Good to see you. Better not to.
Where did that laughter come from?
What's the secret of having a smoking hot body in old age, Stone?
I don't know. Regular exercise?
Cremation. The best part of old age is it doesn't last very long.
Felix, I don't know if these jokes are right for elderly people.
Well, Felix won't be telling the jokes. I will. I see that old age makes some of you great multitaskers. The man in the front row sneezed and peed at the same time. Working single men over 70 find women who are interested in them. The bookstore, under fiction.
Okay, Felix.
I have to say a lot of you are aging gracefully. No, don't thank me. Aging gracefully is just a nice way of saying you're slowly looking worse.
You're going to insult your audience. That's your act.
Don't be so sensitive, Stone. Unlike you, some people can take a joke.
I can take a joke, Lil Reggie.
Yeah, you know you're yelling at a sock, right? That's a bad look, Playboy.
You do kind of look ridiculous, yelling at a sock dressed like a knight.
Okay, enough. Let's go to break. Put away the sock puppet and get me out of this costume. Hello, everyone. This has been an In Action News broadcast, a Comedia Dysfunction. Watch all In Action News videos, new and old, on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@inactionnews.
And make sure you like and subscribe, man. And be sure to follow us on all your favorite social media platforms at In Action News.
99.9 KISW. We return to the men's room with Miles and Thrill.
Who Sucks Less is coming up in just minutes, but first time for a few emails from the men's room at KISW.com.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
Had a couple from our question, what was run over and who ran it over? Can't say my name and I don't want anyone to hear my voice because I have a lawsuit. On December 2024, I was ran over by a jacked up truck. Yes, it hurt very bad. Ended up in Harbor View for 6 weeks. But I'm alive and I can walk. Rock on, guys. Damn. You should call the advocates.
Yeah, no kidding.
For real.
We were around 18 crossing the street, and my friend who was on cocaine tried to run across thinking he could make it before the Subaru Forester did. He couldn't. He jumped last second, caved in the windshield, and did a couple flips in the air. He didn't want to get in trouble for the drug, so he popped to his feet and ran away. Went to the hospital the next day with 6 broken ribs.
I was going to say, because he's on cocaine, my guess is that he got up and left.
Yeah, probably.
And he did.
Either way, you're still going to have an adrenaline rush.
The adrenaline
one way or
rush,
another.
Add cocaine, that and PCP. Like, oh, there's something broken, bro. You just have the energy right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think any drug or alcohol and with the adrenaline, right? Like when I had that giant hematoma on my hip from sledding, like we had been boozing, doing shots of Jaeger, so like it didn't feel that bad that night.
Oh, of course.
But as soon as I woke up in the middle of the night to like go use the bathroom, I was like, oh my God, this is bad.
Guys, I was ran over by my mail truck while working. Had the window down, no seatbelt, because going 30 seconds away to the next stop. Hit a slick spot in the road, lost control of the mail truck, hit an embankment that was ejected out of the window, ran over twice before the mail truck came to a stop on top of me. The guy saw it happen, thought he was walking up to a dead body for sure, but I was just laying there, waiting for help. I'm a bartender. One of my regulars left the bar drunk. He was walking home and passed out in the road, and he was run over by a car. He was given a 1% chance of living when he was airlifted. The doctors had to reconstruct his bladder from a piece of his intestines and 6 pounds of titanium to rebuild his pelvis.
6 pounds?
6 pounds.
Damn.
He spent 18 months in a nursing home, but he lived. He was only 25.
Wow.
That's an easy way to gain 6 pounds.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's not my diet.
You
It's
can't shake the
titanium.
titanium, man. It's always going to be there.
Yeah.
My daughter and her hubby were driving back from a concert one night and ran over a rabbit in their Tesla. That little bunny caused $18,000 in damage to that car. Nothing mechanical. Guys, I once ran over a bush in front of the front window of my driver's ed school when I was headed to my very first day of driver's ed. I was mortified. Not good.
That's a good look.
What if you knocked over like a plastic parking thing? You know, like they don't come here.
Yeah.
You got to report that to that building, or you just leaving it?
Why are you asking?
If you're supposed to, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't know if you're supposed to.
Yeah, I'm sure they would like you to, but I'm just saying, me being me, considering what it is I hit, I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Okay. How recently did this happen?
Probably good 2 years ago now.
Okay, so last week.
No.
That's how I would say.
You know the parking lot. It's a very tight lot.
Man, don't say anything.
Yeah.
Say nothing. They're fine.
Guys, my roadkill stats are 1 cat, 1 big bullfrog, somewhere around high double digits to possibly triple digits for lizards and small frogs. Lizards were on a stretch of road somewhere between La Paz and San Jose and Cabo. Frogs were on a short stretch of road in Japan. I was not trying to hit any of them. And another. We were in the desert of southern Utah with our Jeeps, exploring the remote canyons when I was a kid. There were a lot of cows in the area, and they were constantly walking down that road, leaving giant cow pies. Our Jeeps did not have any mud flaps, and the tires stuck out from the fenders. So every time we ran over a cow pie, it would flip up into the Jeep and land on us or in our friend's Jeep behind us. By the end of the trip, we all had random cow poop all over us.
Yeah, sounds about
Good
right.
times. Okay, time for a couple of emails about birthdays. Brought to you by Men's Room Roasted Red Salsa from San Juan Salsa Company.
Dip responsibly.
Let's see what we got here. Hey there, guys. I was hoping to make a less traditional birthday shout-out to Chancho, who is celebrating his bar mitzvah and 13th trip around the sun today. He and his dad are big fans of the show and watch the U2 live stream every day at KISW Rock. Thank you for everything you do. He would love a fish sandwich and the captain talking about giving advice on getting older. Thanks, guys. That from Haley in Tacoma.
I'll have a fish sandwich.
Ooh, well, ahoy there and happy 13th birthday. You know, at age 13, your body's going to start going through changes as you go into adulthood. So I talked to my mascot friends. That includes Tony the Tiger, the Tricks Rabbit, Toucan Sam, Snap and Crackle. Papa's on a call with his mother. We didn't want to disturb him. We also talked to Count Chocolate, Frankenberry, and Lucky from Lucky Charms. And we all said, you know, at age 13, if you want to reach adulthood and be healthy, don't eat any of our cereals. It's just fiberglass and sugar, unless you want tooth decay and diabetes. It's up to you, Crunch Berries.
I know I brought this up before. I used to DJ some bar mitzvahs.
I've heard about that.
Hey, we're always fun.
Yeah, I won't say what I heard, but okie dokie.
All of which all says my husband Chris is 44th trip around the sun. He recently ruptured his quadricep tendon, needing surgery. He's pretty down and out during what's going to be a very long recovery process. So can he get your penis is too small?
Oh, yeah.
Turtle sex, fish sandwich, cut that bitch off, and Coach Ted telling him to keep his head up and to keep pushing. Thanks, guys. Appreciated that from Nicole.
I think Nicole is talking about how he has sex.
I'll cut that bitch off.
Oh, cut that bitch off. My bad. Hang on there.
Cut that bitch off. Next caller.
All right, what do you say he tore there? It's quad, right?
Quadricep tendon.
Oh, all right. Coach, I ain't gonna lie to you. This is gonna be a rough one.
Oh, yeah.
Now, whoa, Coach, I'm being dead serious on this one. Do the rehab. Do what they tell you. You'll be back in a few months, and what seems 3 to 6 months seems like a long time. It'll be nothing. But just do that rehab, because honestly, if you don't, you're gonna be limping for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, here you go.
Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you, to you, to you.
Ja, the Dirty Germans, brought to you by Men's Room Original Sausage. Available through Uli's World Famous Sausage, mensroomlive.com, and other fine retailers. Mmm, Schweinefleisch.
Thank you, Bob. In question we had the other day, what's the coolest place you've been or a place you'd never want to go again? And someone wrote in and said they never wanted to go to Mount Rushmore again.
Yeah.
So this guy said you had an email saying that they had gone to Mount Rushmore and they'll never go back. Well, if they had smoked a joint underneath the president's noses like my nephew and I allegedly did, maybe they would have enjoyed it more. It was special to have a smoke with the dead presidents, allegedly. That from Thomas.
I've always heard it's just smaller than you think.
Sure.
Subject is these...
if I'm driving through South Dakota, I'd probably stop by. I just don't know if I'd make a point of it.
If I'm in South Dakota and reasonably close, then yes, it's like you visiting Sis. I'm going to be in England, so I'm going to come.
I almost think you have to drive by that thing.
Really?
Yeah.
That should be how they do it.
Yeah. Olovich is the Stan catching up on the podcast on the Odyssey app. Had to share this story. Dating this girl for a few weeks, and she was spending the night. Middle of the night, I awake suddenly gagging. This thick, god-awful stench is leaking out of the covers.
Smell it.
I've never smelled anything like this. I clamp the covers closed to keep from vomiting. Then I'm stuck, trying to figure out the best course of action. Keep the stench in and try not to vomit or air it out and hope I can hold my breath long enough. As I'm pondering this dilemma, I keep repeating to myself, she is so hot. She is so hot. I ended up airing it out because it kept leaking out and I couldn't take it. I didn't vomit, thank goodness. I found out later she'd been living on bean and cheese burritos. God, though, was she hot. That from AK Matt, who says, P.S. Sometime later, she lived in a sober house and was eating a lot of hummus. Her roommates were discussing if something had died in the walls and what to do about it. So hot, though. So hot.
Told you years ago, my kids are like 5 and 4 years old, maybe. And if I remember this correctly, I farted in our bedroom, then went down the hall, and I'm talking to my wife. So just based on where the kids' rooms are, I can't see them, but I can hear them talking. And they're in the hallway. My daughter just starts with, "What is that?" And I heard my son, they're young, so just fragile little voices, right? And I hear my son like, "I don't know." So they have a couple of discussions about what they think it might be, but this is my fart. But it does not smell like a fart. I mean, it smells real bad. And I always remember this line from my son, and he sounded so serious. It smells like darkness. I was like, Jesus Christ, guys.
It smells like darkness.
Darkness,
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Evacuated the bowels during an accidental hanging is the subject. Guys, I was around 7 years old. Some buddies and I were playing near by a barn. Inside the barn was a large stack of hay bales, up around 10 feet high. We were building forts and pulling the hay bales apart. We created a large pile of hay at the bottom of the large stack. Hanging from the rafters of the barn was some hay bale twined in a loop that we were able to reach and use to swing ourselves from the top of the stack into the pile. On one of my turns, the twine wrapped around my neck as I swung down. Luckily enough, as the twine lost all of its slack, the twine snapped around my neck. Before I could even reach the pile of hay, I had a full deuce in my pants. Scared the S out of me. My parents were not very happy when I came home with a huge scab across my entire neck. Thanks, guys. That from BMAC.
Now, the men's room wants to know who sucks less?
Hey, time for Who Sucks Less. Stephen Thrillhill, you bring us 3 stories from the news each and every week. They always suck. It is up to us to determine out of the 3 stories which one sucks the least. Now, if you happen to like the Men's Room on Facebook or follow us on X and Instagram at Men's Room Live, the debate is already underway on Who Sucks Less.
Yes, indeed. Let's just get to it. We start with a teacher, and a teacher has been fired for asking students what they're calling inappropriate questions. I'll see if you agree. One example is how long they would wait to have sex with a dead girl. Now, here's the thing. This isn't the first time he was fired from his job for the same thing. This guy was placed under investigation after several of his comments triggered serious concerns among students, parents, and colleagues. He managed to secure a position as a house assistant at an Australian boarding school with St. Patrick's College near Brisbane, completely unaware of his troubling conduct in previous roles. And while working in this home country of New Zealand, he would routinely exploit a school-sanctioned thought of the day, that's what they called it. He would have a discussion and bombard students with wholly inappropriate sexual questions. Two students alerted authorities after growing increasingly uncomfortable with the nature of his line of questioning. Some of his questions included, would you have regular sex with a 7 out of 10 or have a one-night stand with a 9 out of 10? Again, you are speaking to students. He also asked, would you sleep with an absolute 10 out of 10 if she was crazy? Okay. He also asked children if they would engage in necrophilia, and if so, how long they would wait. Well, he was also reportedly compelled to issue an apology after directing a sexual remark toward one of the students' mothers. So she came in to confront him, and he's like, before we get to that, let me ask you, and they don't say what the question was, but apparently very inappropriate. And this was, again, the school had a thought of the day. So this was once a day, every day, 5 days a week. This guy asked one of these types of questions. And keep in mind, this was his second job doing this.
What grade was he teaching?
I believe these are more high school students.
Okay.
So, I mean, that makes it a little better, but still, bro. Speaking of school children, an oncoming train clipped the rear end of a school bus. Now, the bus driver drove across the tracks as the train was approaching. The front left corner of the train hit the back left corner of the bus. Just so you know, no one got injured in this. Now, surveillance video inside of the bus showed that the train's warning sirens and alarms were activated at 4:07 p.m. That's the time that the bus driver tried to drive over the tracks. 6 seconds later, the bus driver is heard saying, quote, not going to stop for no train. She decided to cross the tracks, ignoring the warning lights, and as you might imagine, the students on the bus began to panic, one of them yelling, there's a train coming. The bus driver responded with, get in your seats. Yeah, the train ended up hitting the bus seconds later. The Sumter County Sheriff's Office arrest report identified the bus driver as 67-year-old Yvonne Hampton. She was booked into jail under charges of reckless driving, culpable negligence, and 29 counts of child neglect without great bodily harm. Because there were 29 students.
Did you see the video of this?
I did not.
Oh, man. I mean, it could have been horrific.
It is a train barreling down on a bus, and just the fact they have the video for, because she said something different.
Right.
When they watch the video, they're like, you just said you ain't stopping for no train. Well, turns out she's true to her word. She didn't. And then finally, we go to Maryland, where a woman hired a team of Guatemalan contractors to redo her roof at an expense of $10,000. Well, on the day they were done, she then called ICE to report them to get out of paying the bill. You got me? So she knows they're from Guatemala. She hires them to do the roof. They quoted her $10,000. When they finished, when they completed, she called ICE to have them deported. That way she didn't have to pay. So the X account that posted the video of the alleged incident stated, quote, Woman even provides the ladder used by the agent to detain the men who she owes $10,000 for a 3-day job. She called the damn law on us, and now we're totally screwed. That's what they're yelling in Spanish. They surrounded us. Agents even left behind a worker's van with the doors wide open, filled with thousands of dollars worth of tools. And the arrest was broadcast live for about 30 minutes by a coworker identified as Brian Polanco. He's in the country legally, so he could do this. Well, Polanco's video included the woman who hired them tidying up the house and still with hatred in her heart. Now, according to the American Immigration Council senior fellow one, Aaron Reichland Melnick, if the allegations in the post are correct, the homeowner could be facing serious felony charges. Quote, very serious and disturbing allegation about a homeowner calling ICE on people working on a roof to avoid having to pay them. Now, while the facts aren't fully in, if the allegation is true, it seems that this would be a felony under Maryland law.
She was arrested.
Yeah. He posted the relevant statute from the Maryland Criminal Law Code, which states a person may not obtain, attempt to obtain, or conspire to obtain money, property, labor, or services, or anything of value from another person with the person's consent if the consent is induced by wrongful use of actual or threatened notification of law enforcement, right?
Okay.
So it speaks for itself. So those are the three stories we have. We have the guy who currently teaching in Australia, formerly teaching in New Zealand, who's asking students during the Thought of the Day segment of school things like, how long would you wait to have sex with a dead girl? Bad idea. We have the bus driver, I believe this is in Florida, in spite of the fact that all the arms are down, the lights are flashing, and the train has made clear that it's coming, she even says the quote, not going to stop for no train, and damn near kills 29 children on board the
thing
school
is,
bus.
I didn't know how that video was going to end. So it made me anxious just to even watch it based on the actions of the driver. I was like, you've got to be kidding.
It's a school bus full of children.
I didn't even know if there were any kids on board or not, but you assume there are.
Yeah.
So you're watching this and you're like, geez. I mean, it was I can't even describe it. It was just like, wow, dude. But I thought it was a guy. I didn't know it was.
But the fact that she even said, all right, stop for the train. I mean, and the students like, yo,
it's crazy.
So to me, that's the one for me that sucks the most, not the least.
Yeah.
So the school bus definitely does that. It's got to figure out which one sucks the least.
The Maryland one's kind of tough though, is there's still not enough known. You know what I mean? Like they were talking, like I was just looking it up. Like apparently there's she hasn't been arrested.
Oh, she's not been arrested.
Right. So the story came out that she had and she had called them, but there's a lot of stuff that's like maybe they just showed up.
ICE?
Right, because the roof isn't done. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. The Maryland one's kind of tough.
Seriously, so maybe she did not call. Look, here's the thing. If she called, I think she sucks pretty hard. Like, whatever your position is on immigration and all that, like, come on, man. You're asking for, if you called, that is effed up. If she didn't call and it just showed up, that's kind of out of her hands.
Correct. Man, I don't know. You're right. The bus driver probably sucks the most.
I ain't stopping for no train.
I'm going to go with the teacher sucks the least because they were fired, relieved of their duties, and obviously that was completely inappropriate behavior.
Yeah.
But all things considered.
No one got hurt.
Right.
No one, as best we could tell, was in any danger.
Obviously inappropriate.
Yeah.
But compared to the other two in this instance, I'm going to say the teacher sucks the least.
Yeah, and you're right, because the teacher, nobody got hurt.
Correct.
I don't know, man. I can't.
It's hard. I mean, listen, if you came to me and said, out of the two school-related ones, your kid almost died on the school bus because the bus driver chose not to stop for a train versus this teacher saying inappropriate things, I want to beat them both up, but I'd be angry at the school bus driver because that's putting my kid's life in danger.
Right, in immediate danger.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. As opposed to just being a creepy, weird son of a bitch.
Yeah, like I don't want anybody asking me that question.
No.
Certainly not if I'm sitting there in school. And when you first brought up the story, and I get it, some high schools do call themselves a college.
Yeah.
I was like, well, maybe it's a little bit better if they're all adults.
Now, even then, it's not. Look, if you're over 18, you ask these questions, it's inappropriate, but it doesn't seem criminal to me. But when they're under 18, like, dude, I mean, come on. And why do you keep asking this
I was
stuff?
going to say, like, what?
It's not like he did it
once. Even if you have that in your brain, right? You've done this multiple times.
Over and over.
What makes you think to ask that?
I don't know. He just really wants to know.
Mm-hmm. Debate continues on Who Sucks Less. If you like the Men's Room on Facebook or follow us on X and Instagram at Men's Room Live. Coming up at 5:08, we'll drink and toast with a shot of the day. You are listening to the Men's Room.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here, exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Tonight, a local punk bar celebrated when one patron used the men's bathroom for something other than vomiting or drug use. But first, 3 people were stuck
Are you seriously wearing the Knight's costume again, man? It's been 3 days, Playboy.
Yes, Felix, I am. I told you yesterday that I'm stuck in this thing.
You still haven't figured out how to get out of it.
No, it's getting exhausting. It's so heavy. I've had to sleep in this thing and go to the bathroom. Do you know how hard it is to sit on a toilet in this? Word.
Man, that is so sad. Look, I'll help you get out of it after the broadcast, Playboy.
Thank you.
I'll help you get out of it if you buy me lunch for the next week.
Felix, you steal and eat my lunch out of the office fridge every day of the week.
Yeah, I do, but you bring that lunch in for you. You don't buy it for me. I want you to buy me lunch.
Will you stop stealing my lunch out of the fridge if I do?
I cannot guarantee that, but I will get you out of the costume.
Deal. We are off next week and I have to go out of town after Friday. I can't go through the airport dressed like this.
Where you going for a week off?
I'm treating my wife to a lovely week in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. We've been planning this trip for months. What about you? Do I even want to know what you have planned for next week?
If you must know, I'm taking my show on the road with a couple of cover bands. We have 4 dates next week.
Your show?
My puppet show, man.
Your sock puppet? What was his name? The Lil Reggie?
Yes, Stone, me and Lil Reggie are the comic entertainment between bands.
You and your sock puppet are touring with musical acts?
Yeah, man, we got a couple of gigs at area old age homes.
You're touring old age facilities?
I am, and each assisted living facility has its own rock cover band made up from the residents there.
The elderly have formed rock cover bands?
Oh, yeah, man. There's Earth, Wind, and Fiber.
Earth, Wind, and Fiber?
That is correct. There's also Dead Nugent, Jane's Prescription, and Grateful We're Not Dead. Me and Little Reggie provide comedy between sets.
Felix, that sounds both noble and like a terrible idea.
What? Man, I've been practicing my routine for weeks. Hang on.
No. Do not break out Little Reggie, Felix. I told you puppets make me uncomfortable. They're creepy.
Oh, hey, Stone. Good to see you. Better not to.
Where did that laughter come from?
What's the secret of having a smoking hot body in old age, Stone?
I don't know. Regular exercise?
Cremation. The best part of old age is it doesn't last very long.
Felix, I don't know if these jokes are right for elderly people.
Well, Felix won't be telling the jokes. I will. I see that old age makes some of you great multitaskers. The man in the front row sneezed and peed at the same time. Working single men over 70 find women who are interested in them. The bookstore, under fiction.
Okay, Felix.
I have to say a lot of you are aging gracefully. No, don't thank me. Aging gracefully is just a nice way of saying you're slowly looking worse.
You're going to insult your audience. That's your act.
Don't be so sensitive, Stone. Unlike you, some people can take a joke.
I can take a joke, Lil Reggie.
Yeah, you know you're yelling at a sock, right? That's a bad look, Playboy.
You do kind of look ridiculous. Yelling at a sock dressed like a knight.
Okay, enough. Let's go to break. Put away the sock puppet and get me out of this costume.
Thank you for watching. Please like and share this video. It helps us a lot. And be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and social media pages at In Action News.
Crazy about a shark ass man. There we go. Oh,
KISW.
What up, man? Welcome to my crib. I've been waiting for this for years. Come on in. All right. Take a look around. Soak it all up, right? It's very impressive, right? Tide bottles. They're right there. You know you love them. There's only a couple. It's all right. This is the dining room. I also use it to put my clothes on here. Those are clean clothes in there. There's clean clothes here. You know what I'm saying? I got clean clothes everywhere, man. That's how I roll. I got shampoo. Actually, not shampoo, but detergent. Clean clothes, you know. But here's the dining room. This is where I have most of my sit-down dinners with everybody. There's a closet.
Is there a mop in the middle of your dining room?
Moving along. Moving along. Coming to the kitchen, man. This is where it happens. See, I recycle, folks. Recycling. That's what it's all about. Good stuff in here. Gatorade, Miller Lite cans, some Heineken can bottles. This is some Polish beer.
Żywiec.
Yeah. You know how to speak Polish, friend. You know, then use just normal sink. Dirty dishes. That's not so hot. Wine glass. I don't know why that's out. Yeah, you know, Cheerios, Corn Flakes. Various amounts of mail that I'm saving for no apparent reason.
What are you saving all that mail for, Ted?
I'm not really sure.
That's a pretty substantial stack of mail, buddy.
Well, I keep thinking that I'm going to get a shredder. I just never do. So I just end up saving mail, you know? These are my shooting glasses.
Safety glasses? Sure.
Yeah, of course they're in my kitchen, because you never know. It gets dangerous in here.
Gotta have them.
I'm not going to say I'm a baller, but, you know, as you can see, man, I mean, I got pizzas from 2 different places, you know? And that's what it is. You know, I got a stove, got a microwave.
Sorry, I'm stumbling on boxes here.
Oh, yeah. There's the trash. Your
Okay.
Valentine's
Oh, no.
Day.
Your English muffins went bad?
Yeah, they got a little moldy.
That is a crying
Really
shame.
wasn't paying too much attention to them.
I love myself an English muffin.
This is the fridge. You know, it's dominated with what you expect. Mostly condiments, beer, some leftover rice, you know, milk.
Oh, ragu. What's your that's leftover rice in there?
Yeah. It's chicken fried or pork fried rice. To be
Pork
honest.
fried rice. I see some baconaise back there. A little
There's-
ranch. Yeah.
John Stewart can kiss my butt.
Good work.
Got all that stuff. You need a beer, camera guy?
No, I'm good.
All right, I'm gonna have a beer. Up in the cabinets, you know, normal stuff. Rice, yams,
Yams. That's not normal.
tuna, sweet potatoes. You know, just take them out of the can. Obviously,
How much dust is on the top of that?
yeah, it's been a while. You know, people come to my house and they go, "What's up, dog? What's in your cabinets?" I'm like, "Old gravy and old sweet potatoes." That's
Very
what I'm
good.
working with. You know,
What's in that cabinet down there?
that cabinet stays closed.
Okay.
So does that drawer.
All right, let's not
Don't worry
look in
about
there.
that. In here, you have, you know, various dishes and whatnot. Plastic cups, paper cups. This is when I have sushi at my own house.
Ah, there you go. Throw a
Yeah.
little soy in there.
Exactly. I'm very fancy, man.
Seymour Redskins pride.
Yeah. Did you see the Redskins flag when you
Shot
walked in?
glasses. Oh, whose bowl is that?
Please don't film those.
Oh, those bowls are not there.
Tell you one thing, they were never at yeah.
I'm still impressed by this mail stack.
It's an impressive stack of mail. Woo! Sweet nectar.
I barely
Now, come on.
recognize that sound. What is? Oh, it's a.
99.9 KISW. The men's room returns with Miles and Thrill.
All right, check out of here at 508. We'll drink a toast with a shot of the day. And we do have your headlines on the way at 5:50. But first, quick check out with Mike Hogg and some of the stories and headlines he is not working on.
Well, thank you, Miles. Scientists say 7 days of meditation can rewire your brain.
7 days?
7 days.
In a row?
A full week of meditation.
Okay.
That's a long time to be thinking about something, so yeah, I'm sure it would rewire your brain.
I mean, for how long a day?
Right?
I mean, there's got to
Not
be a
possible.
limit. Not from the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep.
Right? I don't know.
Yeah. But I think 7 days of no input from anything else.
Right.
I mean, I don't think you can meditate the entire time, but I think that'd be good for most people. It'd just be very hard.
Disconnect.
for 7 days.
I would think just long enough to be effective. 7 days of effective meditation time.
That's all I like about vacation.
There you go.
I'm not checking my texts. I'm not checking emails. I do not care if the world's burning. Like, I'm chilling. Oh, yeah.
Right. It ain't burning over here.
As I say, but even like vacation, right? Like, you still got family.
Sure.
And even if you take, like, you don't have kids, you don't have a wife, even if it's just you and you're going on a trip, like, you still got places to be, stuff to do. Because I feel like just sitting for a week, sure it would rewire your brain.
You literally have nowhere to be but right here, right now, in the present moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. A new study found that depression hits finances harder than cancer. Tell that to cancer patients.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know about that. Maybe in some countries.
Yeah, and it also said stroke. Like, okay. I understand that depression can cause bad things that would negatively impact you financially.
Yeah, get a cancer diagnosis. Financially.
Tell me how
you're doing. Yeah,
how easy that is.
Come on.
What are you bitching about? I have depression.
Right. Yeah. I mean, depression obviously is real, but also that's very tough to say to a cancer patient who's going through it.
Exactly. Guess what? They're depressed too.
That's a good point.
There's an article detailing why a sugary drink before a massage may end up ruining it.
Why?
You know what? They do the same thing, like don't drink coffee or energy drinks before, but you just don't want to get too jazzed. You're supposed to be relaxing.
Okay.
You don't need things bringing your heart rate up, making you sweaty.
That's a first world problem.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah.
Remember, before your massage today, sweetie, don't drink anything too sugary or caffeinated. One wants you to not enjoy that hour-long deep tissue massage you're getting. Just looking out.
Right.
I'm not good
saving
at
the world.
How are you not getting massages?
Because I'm gross. I'm big. I'm hairy. I don't like making. When I make noises, it's grotesque. So I sit there awkwardly for 45 minutes waiting for the doggone massage to be done.
I'm a big, hairy, weird sound machine.
That's exactly what it is, man. That is exactly what it is.
That's quite relaxing.
Yeah, I'm all in.
If you can let yourself go into it.
My wife does not like massages either.
Okay.
Like, I can give her a massage, but she's like, I don't want a stranger touching me. I'm like, that's literally what they do. You go to the doctor, and they're touching you much more intimately than a masseuse you're not giving $30 to. Come on.
If you need one, I got a buddy, Tony, in Fremont, man. I don't know what's going on with that guy's hands. They're magical.
Okay.
I had a knot in my back, man. He got that thing out in a half an hour. I mean, that guy just absolutely tore me a new acid. I mean, I felt so much better. Knot was gone.
Easy.
Yeah, I mean, not that way. I mean, he's a good looking guy. But I'm telling you what, man, he's a strong man. Those hands are...
I can't tell if you're serious or not.
Yeah, Tony V.
All right.
Yeah.
I just... you got to see my guy, Tony.
It's right above LTD. Yeah.
He can remove a knot like crazy.
Oh, Tony's amazing.
I met a guy that does it, and I was like, and he's like, I'm not a masseuse. I'm a licensed therapist. And I was like, all right. And then he was like, sorry, it's just massages sometimes because of the bad ones get... It's like a thing on our industry.
Right.
So I was like, all right, I got you. That's why you like to say specifically your license.
Right.
I gotta take care of you.
Oh, yeah. He looks legit.
He is legit.
See, and I'm on a different tip there, Steve. I don't mind people touching me intimately, as it were, or something like that.
You didn't say that last night.
Damn it, Ted.
I don't want to put somebody else through that.
Dude, they've seen worse than you.
Trust me, yeah.
They
you're
have
fine.
seen worse than you.
I'm aware of that. But half the time, it's a good-looking young lady that it's like, you don't need to go through this. I'll just give you $100 and I'll leave.
Here's the money. Don't touch me.
I don't need
You
to
deserve
put
better
through
than this.
That's right. I'm just gross. I'll just leave. Thank you. I'm sorry. All right, I'm going to call it audible here, boys. But I'm going to put your thinking caps on, and it's time for the word of the day. As I was going around, I wanted to do the Merriam-Webster word of the day, but there was no freaking chance that you guys were going to get it, and I feel like we were on too hard of a streak of getting it that way. Tim, I apologize. I'm going to call another audible of the one I already pulled on you. I was then going to do the Urban Dictionary word of the day, but then I said, screw it. I went into a random word generator and then generated a word, so now you guys get to figure out what that random word was, okay?
Okay.
So, what this thing is any member of a diverse and largely semi-aquatic group of short-bodied, tailless amphibian vertebrates. Tailless amphibians.
Like toads, frogs.
Frogs. There you go. You nailed it.
Boom.
See? Much easier. We got it. Well done, everybody.
All right.
Ted misses the Merriam-Webster.
Yeah, but you didn't tell us what the word started with.
No, I didn't.
No.
That would be too easy.
Okay.
It doesn't start with the letter M.
I'm dialing it in, Miles.
All right.
Yeah, that was too hard. And using all these fancy words. Invertebrates.
Working on it. A new Harvard study found that
I don't know. It seems harder.
Hang on. You know what? Just for you, Ted, it's time for the Merriam-Webster word of the day. In the simplest terms, this refers to lively grace and style. It appears in context in which words like verve and flair are also applied. It is a noun brought to you by the letter P. It refers Pizzazz. I like it, but no. Lively grace and style. It appears in context in which words like verve and flair are also applied.
What was the first one? Verve
and flair.
Verve and flair starts with a P.
Starts with a P.
Proposed or proposed?
No, sir. Miles?
It's not pompous. Or
That's what I was trying to say.
The word is panache.
Panache. Yeah. Sounds like a dessert.
We all knew panache.
Oh, yeah.
How about they got that panache?
We're going back to it. A new Harvard study found that staying positive may help keep dementia at bay.
Really?
I'm hearing a lot of things that keep dementia at bay, and yet it's prevalent.
Yeah.
It's here.
I mean, being positive is good in any way. I think most people want to be positive.
Right.
It's whether things around you stimulate positivity.
Well, that is also, I think that's Dick Van Dyke's key to longevity. Everybody's doing whiskey and wine and whatnot. He's just like staying positive all the time.
He works out constantly.
That he does.
Yeah.
He still dances, dude.
Yeah.
He still dances.
It
He's
helps to have
100
money.
years old. Yeah.
As far as being positive, like, hey, man, you throw money at it, make it go away.
New research shows that eye cells have a direct private line to the brain. That makes sense.
Not the ears, just the eyes?
The eyes.
All
the
right.
eye cells have a direct private line to the brain. It's your first line of defense against anything.
That's true.
It's things that you can see. You need to react the quickest to things that you know for sure. Like, that sucks.
That's why the kids blow my mind by not moving out of the way of things.
Exactly.
Like, dude, your eyes are telling your brain, hey, this thing's coming. The brain's like, don't worry about it.
You watched it happen.
Yes.
You watched it happen.
That's why people start getting, like, if your eyesight as you get older gets worse, that's why people get glasses.
That's
'Cause
exactly.
It's very annoying if you can't see stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. Let's see, we are headlong into spring at this point, so I know that a lot of people have already done some spring cleaning, but I know that there's a handful of things that are still sitting on your shelves.
The Men's Room Top 10. The Men's Room Top 10.
But I would be amazed if it's any of these things, as these are the 10 retro appliances that we rarely see in kitchens today.
All right.
10 retro appliances. I'm interested to see if you guys remember basically any of these.
I know a lot of them.
You know a lot of these retro appliances?
Sure.
There's a handful from like the 20s and the 30s and whatnot. So bottom of the list, they go with the electric sink. Did anybody ever see an electric sink?
No.
No.
Every clever woman has wondered rebelliously and often whether the dishes would always have to be washed by hand. Those words are written at the start of a 1927 print advertisement from Kohler. They won't, it continues. Why? Because the manufacturing company had created an electric sink. It's an early dishwasher. It was in the shape of a sink, but it had a lid and it was plumbed into the wall so that the water could flow into the sink, wash the dishes without the clever woman having to do anything.
Clever woman.
Yeah, advertisement wasn't exactly couth back then.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, the lady's in there getting the dishes done. Maybe she wants to get off her feet for a while.
So the original dishwasher, okay.
The original dishwasher. The gas garbage incinerators.
Jesus, no.
Burn trash indoors with a gas disposer. Live modern for less. Live modern for less. It might seem strange now, but there was a time when people burned their own garbage inside of their homes. That doesn't sound dangerous at all. I wonder why the lead stare's a thing.
Yeah.
In the early to mid-1900s, gas-powered garbage incinerators were a common fixture in people's homes and would usually be located in the basement or even inside the kitchen. Many people who grew up in the first half of the 20th century remember these appliances vividly, particularly the smell that they would give off that would fill not just the kitchen, but the entire house and even drift into the house next door as well.
Damn. We had a trash compactor when I was growing up.
Nice.
So it's like this, you pulled it out, and we go, yeah, and it would just smash all the trash.
Cool.
Yeah.
I got one of those called my right arm.
Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to use it last night and woke up this morning and was like, I'll just take it out.
What am I doing? What am I doing? Does anybody remember the Sunbeam Mixmaster?
I remember Sunbeam. We had a Sunbeam electric can opener.
It's basically the first iteration of like the KitchenAid mixer is what it looks like, the tabletop mixer. Invented in the 1940s by the Australian company Sunbeam, the Mixmaster was in essence a highly efficient stand mixer.
Because that clever lady's arm gets tired mixing your cookie dough.
No, she needs to be able to set that down so that she can make other things over here. She needs to roll out the dough. From the home cooks of the era, it was revolutionary. The Mixmaster was particularly effective at whipping up meringue for pavlova, a traditional Australian dessert, and people loved it.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Perfect for meringue.
Hell yeah.
That's a hell of a sales pitch.
Man, meringue always looks better than it is.
Always.
I hate it.
Yeah,
it looks like this delicious whip.
I mean, it's fine.
What about on a pie?
No.
It's okay.
It's too hard.
I don't feel like the pie needs the meringue. You can put it on there. It's fine.
What about
even
like a
if it
coconut
worked
cream pie?
You've
Boston
already
cream
lost
pie.
me.
But a Boston cream pie doesn't have meringue.
Right. Yours doesn't.
Maybe it's a Mississippi mud pie. I can't remember.
Lemon meringue pie?
Yeah, lemon meringue pie for
Yeah,
sure.
they needed to put it on a garbage-ass lemon pie.
It is called lemon meringue pie. So
That's right.
You should include it. You ever seen a orangutan in the wild?
I like meringue.
Didn't you make a meringue?
I did a orangutan, yeah.
At the Smoking Pun. Thor Auto Magic washers.
I will wash these clothes.
And
I know the brand.
Thor Auto Magic. We've had let's see here, a washing machine and dishwasher hybrid.
Okay.
This appliance actually had the capability to wash your clothes and your dishes. How, you ask? Well, it was actually quite simple.
Put them in together.
There were two different tubes. The clothes washing tube would spin clothes around a central wringer, while the dishwasher tub came with racks that you could use to load up your plates and cups in. Let's see here. It could even be trusted to clean your more precious china.
You know, I heard earlier today, a friend of mine was saying that a flight attendant posted something either on TikTok or somewhere online that in a pinch, she would take her dirty underwear and put it in the Keurig coffee maker at the hotel.
Yes, I saw that.
You did see that?
I did.
So I heard this today, and the only thing I could think is, the last time I was out of town was 2 or 3 weeks ago, whenever I went up to Vancouver, and we stayed near the airport, and I made a cup of coffee out of the Keurig. Had I been thinking that at the time, I'm like, I would not have done that.
I think she got sued.
Did she?
I think she did.
Good.
Yeah.
That's gross,
That's
man.
disgusting, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Life hack.
Yeah, the number of people that do that.
Just washing the sink, dude, and hang it up.
10 retro appliances that we rarely see in kitchens today. Veg-O-Matics.
Why do I know that name? What was it?
Veg-O-Matics. So, who wants to spend ages dicing onions? Not the housewives of the 1960s, that's for sure. That's why when Samuel J. Popeil invented the Veg-O-Matic in 1963, it flew off the shelves. The appliance was very simple. It was just a piece of plastic fitted with different shapes, shaped steel blades.
It was like the original slap chop.
Pretty much, when you look at this thing, it's, it's obviously a little dated, but...
Yep, I do remember that.
Yeah, it's like half this stuff is like what you could find at an antique store.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Does anybody know the Toastalators?
Toastalator?
Toastalators.
Here it comes. Here comes the Toastalator.
There are many ways to make toast. You can place bread under the grill. You can hold a slice on a skewer over an open flame, or you can fry it on a stovetop. But let's be honest, most of us don't mess around with any of that if there's a toaster available. It is arguably the perfect appliance.
The Toastalator.
At first glance, the Toastalator sold in 1930s, 40s, and 50s looks like a modern toaster, but actually, take a look a little closer, and you'll see it's quite different. The toast is placed in on one side, and then it moves throughout the toaster, past the heating element, and comes out on the other side. It's left to right rather than up and down.
A lot of pizza places do that.
I was going to say, this
Right?
is like a
That's-
fast food pizza place.
Pretty
I think
much,
that's like
yeah.
dominant. Like, I think they all got to do that.
Quiznos used to do that, I think.
Maybe, yeah, because they were the toasty subs, weren't
Yeah,
they?
put it like on the conveyor.
Toast is weird.
What do you mean? No one
Not
has
really,
ever said
dude.
that.
It's bread and heat.
Please continue.
How do you make bread?
You bake it.
Yeah. Then you cool it off. And then somebody else went, what if we made it hot again?
But on the inside.
That's what I'm saying. It's weird, right? Like, it was hot. We cooled it off. And so he's like, I think we should heat it back up.
Yeah, you need to cool off with that hot take, Ted.
Is toast just bread leftovers?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just saying, man, open up your third eye and think about it. Like, it was hot. We cooled it off to eat it. Yes.
Yes.
What if we burn it?
Yeah. And it took off.
Right.
Throw some butter on it.
Like, why can't you get a club sandwich on bread? Always on toast.
Why can't you get the grilled cheese on bread?
Toast is weird.
But if you're grilling it, I could fathom it, right? Like, you're melting the cheese, but just toasting itself, like,
You
I
gotta
don't know.
melt the butter. No one just eats dry ass toast.
Yeah,
Except for
but
your
somebody
dog.
had to invent toast. Somebody said this
Yeah.
is dry AF. And they're like, maybe butter?
Again, it's
Right?
got to be a mistake, right? You left it too close to the oven or whatever.
I'm going to
you were
say it
heating.
had to be.
Dang it.
Had to be definitely a mistake.
Yeah.
Like, oh, crap. Somebody ate it anyway. I said, honest to God, dude, it's really not that bad.
I kind of like it.
10 retro appliances that we rarely see in kitchens today. Tease maids. You ever heard of this one?
Teas maids. I've seen them.
I've seen it online.
Some stereotypes are unfair and inaccurate. Parisians don't all wear. No, okay, shut up.
Oh, wow.
Berets.
Okay.
In the 1890s. This man created the first automatic tea maker, which he called the early riser's friend.
Tea maker.
Yeah, the teas maids. You ever seen this guy? It's just an automatic tea maker.
No.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to remember to drink my tea at 3 p.m. I'll just set a timer.
There you go, man. That's all you got to do. Radio fridges.
Oh, fridge with a radio in it?
Damn straight. The 1920s and 30s had electro chef, and the 1950s had radio fridges.
Okay.
Let's see here.
I mean,
it's the equivalent of a smart refrigerator. Now, I mean, radio was
Correct.
the only thing in town back in the day. And if you could get your hands on a radio, it was, I mean, it'd be like having every streaming service on the biggest, best TV now. Right?
Well, and the fridge is still centrally located in the kitchen, so
Yes, it
the
is.
sound is
But if you
gonna
have a
spread
smart one,
just
you can
right.
download the app and listen to us there, too.
That's exactly right.
You can
You
watch
know?
us on YouTube in your kitchen.
I would love this guy.
Who wouldn't want to
This
do
thing was freaking fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome. I'm sure the signal was terrible, but who cares?
It didn't matter what radio you had then. The signal was terrible.
The Electro Chef stove and refrigerator combo. Did anybody see this guy?
No. Sounds like something IKEA would give you to save space.
With the rise of modern refrigerators, people got creative. In the late 1920s, Detroit-based company Electromaster created the Electro Chef, which was basically an electric stove and a refrigerator combined. At the time, it was intended to be the height of modern technology and convenience. You take your eggs straight from the small compact fridge, and without taking a step, you can crack them straight into a pan and onto the attached stove. Look at that guy. That's an accident waiting to happen.
That really
How
is.
many of these appliances were fire hazards that just hadn't gotten
Well, there's a reason they're not around
fruition
anymore.
yet?
They
That's
found
right.
out later.
That's right. That's exactly right. But then I'll leave you with this last and final retro
that step
appliance.
and turn it around, dude.
The retro appliance that we rarely see in kitchens today, a true ice box.
No. Yeah.
Nowadays, keeping our food chilled is easy. You just pop it in the fridge and move on with your day. But there was a time not too long ago when household refrigerators were not that common. In the 1800s, people relied on ice boxes to help keep their food fresh. They were a little more sophisticated than the name implies, but they were still pretty simple. They were large, lined, insulated wooden cupboards built to store ice, food, and drinks.
That's what my parents grew up with.
I mean, they're very pretty.
It's just funny when you talk to them about buying, like when about buying groceries. They're like, well, you don't really have like a grocery store because refrigeration was not everywhere yet. Right. They're like, so you bought a little bit of stuff at a time, like going to a European market, right? You buy for like 2 days, then you had to buy the block of ice, and then you put the block of ice in the ice box and throw the crap in there.
We had one that was a real ice box. I can't remember. It was like my grandparents or something. My mom just loved it.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was basically like we took the door off and you put like stuff in it.
Mm-hmm.
But like, yeah, you could still open it up and see where you would put the ice, and then the door, in theory, would have kept it cold.
That was the idea. Yeah.
Wow. Outdoor bars in Jamaica. You sit at the picnic table, they bring you a block of ice.
Yep.
And they bring your 6-pack of beer, and they sit it on top of the block of ice. I'm telling you, as the ice melts, it never drips over the table because it's so hot there.
It just evaporates.
It just evaporates.
Oh, my word.
Oh, yeah.
Goodness sakes. A pastor in the UK is facing manslaughter charges, but the reason why is a little embarrassing.
What was that embarrassing reason?
I will unfortunately tell you all about it at 5:50.
Thanks, sir. Headlines are coming up at 5:50. In the meantime, have we made it to drinking time?
Somebody out there deserves to be recognized. And the men's room knows just who it is. So to you, we say, bottoms up, sailor. You're the toast of our shot of the day.
Drink time it is, and as usual, we head to the drink desk and Steve with Thrill Hill to find out who we're toasting.
Yes, indeed. And today we toast an unidentified Tampa Rays fan from, well, presumably Tampa, Florida. Now, our honoree, he was one of the 21,377 fans in attendance at Tropicana Field last night when the Rays faced the Chicago Cubs. Now, top of the ninth inning, Cubs right fielder, he hit a fly ball to the right field stands. You've seen the video?
Yes.
That's what our honoree, a man, we'll say, of larger carriage.
Oh, man.
Equipped with a glove, he stretched to make the catch. Now, unfortunately, he missed the ball. The ball hit the seat and began to bounce around. But still determined, our hero tried to pick up the ball. And he didn't, but his pants fell down, revealing his plump, pasty ass to the over 21,000 in attendance and everyone watching on TV. Now, to add insult to injury, he was unaware of this part. When this happened, the stunned broadcasters sat in silence for nearly 25 seconds. In the broadcast
Probably
world,
just trying to keep it together.
I guarantee you they were like, kill the mics so that we can laugh. The worst thing is, he did not get the ball. If you have not seen the video,
I've seen the video, but it kind of cuts out after his whole butt's out. How did he not get the ball?
He didn't get the ball. That's the thing. He actually went through all this, and he's the only guy really in the section.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a nice section.
It does. And when we say, like, you saw his whole ass, I mean the whole...
His pants fell down to his ankle.
And the look on his
that
face
was bad.
kind of looks over his shoulder, and it's like, oh, no, everyone's... And you know he's on the Jumbotron there. Yeah, it was... I feel bad for the guy. So we pour this booze, and we drink this booze because we think it's yummy.
Yummy!
So over the tongue and down the throat to party in our tummies. Down the hola bichola.
All right? Let's get a contestant line now for Profile This, 206-803-ROCK. Profile This is next.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here, exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Tonight, a local punk bar celebrated when one patron used the men's bathroom for something other than vomiting or drug use. But first, 3 people were stuck
Are
in...
you seriously wearing the ninth costume again, man? It's been 3 days, Playboy.
Yes, Felix, I am. I told you yesterday that I'm stuck in this thing.
You still haven't figured out how to get out of it.
No, it's getting exhausting. It's so heavy. I've had to sleep in this thing and go to the bathroom. Do you know how hard it is to sit on a toilet in this? Oh, word.
Man, that is so sad. Look, I help you get out of it after the broadcast, Playboy.
Thank you.
I'll help you get out of it if you buy me lunch for the next week.
Felix, you steal and eat my lunch out of the office fridge every day of the week.
Yeah, I do, but you bring that lunch in for you. You don't buy it for me. I want you to buy me lunch.
Will you stop stealing my lunch out of the fridge if I do?
I cannot guarantee that, but I will get you out of the costume.
Deal. We are off next week and I have to go out of town after Friday. I can't go through the airport dressed like this.
Where you going for a week off?
I'm treating my wife to a lovely week in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. We've been planning this trip for months. What about you? Do I even want to know what you have planned for next week?
If you must know, I'm taking my show on the road with a couple of cover bands. We have 4 dates next week.
Your show?
My puppet show, man.
Your sock puppet? What was his name? The Lil Reggie?
Yes, Stone, me and Lil Reggie are the comic entertainment between bands.
You and your sock puppet are touring with musical acts?
Yeah, man, we got a couple of gigs at area old age homes.
You're touring old age facilities?
I am, and each assisted living facility has its own rock cover band made up from the residents there.
The elderly have formed rock cover bands?
Oh, yeah, man. There's Earth, Wind, and Fiber.
Earth, Wind, and Fiber?
That is correct. There's also Dead Nugent, Jane's Prescription, and Grateful We're Not Dead. Me and Little Reggie provide comedy between sets.
Felix, that sounds both noble and like a terrible idea.
What? Man, I've been practicing my routine for weeks. Hang on.
No. Do not break out Little Reggie, Felix. I told you puppets make me uncomfortable. They're creepy.
Oh, hey, Stone. Good to see you. Better not to.
Where did that laughter come from?
What's the secret of having a smoking hot body in old age, Stone?
I don't know. Regular exercise?
Cremation. The best part of old age is it doesn't last very long.
Felix, I don't know if these jokes are right for elderly people.
Well, Felix won't be telling the jokes. I will. I see that old age makes some of you great multitaskers. The man in the front row sneezed and peed at the same time. Working single men over 70 find women who are interested in them. The bookstore. Under fiction.
Okay, Felix.
I have to say a lot of you are aging gracefully. No, don't thank me. Aging gracefully is just a nice way of saying you're slowly looking worse.
You're going to insult your audience. That's your act.
Don't be so sensitive, Stone. Unlike you, some people can take a joke.
I can take a joke, Lil Reggie.
Yeah, you know you're yelling at a sock, right? That's a bad look, Playboy.
You do kind of look ridiculous, yelling at a sock dressed like a knight.
Okay, enough. Let's go to break. Put away the sock puppet and get me out of this costume.
The Men's Room presents Profile This.
And Stephen Throwhooks to please tell everyone how Profile This is played.
I sure can, Miles. It's a simple game where we share with you a real-life news story, something that happened right here on planet Earth. And as you listen to the story, based on the stereotypes you believe to be true of people and the decisions that people make, we'll ask you what it is you think makes the story a story. Hello, Devin. Welcome to the Men's Room.
Hola.
Hola. All right, Devin, you understand how this here game is played?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. You have your choice of one of three categories. Today, we offer you Animalize This, where you guess the animal responsible for causing the problem. We have Seriously, where you guess the petty conflict that led to violence. And finally today, License to Spill, where you guess the substance responsible for creating the mess.
Let's go with License to Spill.
We go to the city of Beloit, Wisconsin, where they're investigating a possible environmental impact after a semi-truck overturned and spilled its cargo. Now, according to the fire department there, the semi, it tipped on its side at the intersection of 4th Street and Portland Avenue around 8:45 a.m. Now, officials did not give a reason why, but they said the incident was under investigation by the police department. Now, authorities said the cargo can present environmental hazards and secondary risks to human health. About 20% of the cargo made its way into the Rock River. The remainder was intercepted by the city of Beloit collection staff. Within 4 hours of the incident, the street and storm drains have been cleared, and the minor plume that it reached the river had been diluted or dispersed. Emergency management they're working with the city to monitor and document any environmental impacts on the Rock River from the crash. So the question is, what spilled into the river? Was it raw milk? Was it chicken parts? Was it diesel or was it manure? So raw milk, chicken parts, diesel, or manure. What flowed into the Rock River?
What do you think, Miles?
Well, I know for a fact, bless you, Ted, that chicken manure and parts pollute all the rivers in eastern Maryland. So I'm going to go chicken parts just based on that.
Chicken parts. Ted, what you think, man?
You seen the price of diesel? I don't think it's from that spill.
Held up for over $7 a gallon in the Marysville, Arlington area.
God
wild.
Oh, man, that's a tough one. I'm going to go raw milk.
Raw milk.
Yeah, it just seems crazy.
raw. That's what you're going with, Ted?
Going with raw milk, dude.
Raw milk. I'll take diesel.
Diesel.
Why not?
All right. What spilled all over the road and was an environmental hazard? Was it raw milk, chicken parts, diesel, or manure? We'll find out next.
That was a tease.
You are listening to The Men's Room.
Listening to the Men's Room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Category is a license to spill on Profile This. We go to Wisconsin where a truck spilled its contents on the side of the road. Problem was it was an environmental hazard.
Yes.
So they're worried about cleaning it up and everything else. They did get the mess eventually cleaned up. Question is, what spilled? Raw milk, chicken parts, diesel, or manure?
And Devin, that is the very question that we posed to you. Let us start with... Well, Devin, we're going to start with you. You went diesel.
Hey, Devin, before we let you go, you come to the party on Saturday at Black Raven?
I'm going to try. I'm going to have my daughter, but it sounds like I can bring her in there, right?
Yeah, you can. She gets some for free.
I'll bring her down there.
All right, cool, man.
Meet you guys anyway, so I'll see you there.
It'll be the cheapest date you can have with your kid because they actually get in for free. Let's see. Miles Montgomery, you went with chicken parts. Not chicken parts.
Not chicken parts.
Ted, you went with raw milk. And you are correct, sir.
Raw milk.
Raw milk.
How does raw milk make a plume?
Plume. When it got into the river, there's a liquid plume inside of the river.
Liquid. All right.
Or you expect like an explosion of...
I thought maybe it was like some gas from the milk, but still seemed stupid, so I took it.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually the way to go.
Now for all TV news all the time, it is time for TV Time with Ted.
And now, because your pathetic life is confined to countless hours in front of a talking box, the Men's Room presents TV Time with Ted.
Pop quiz.
All right.
Do you guys remember what we did for Sit and Spin on yesterday's episode of The Men's Room?
10 songs about the moon.
Yeah.
Damn it.
What?
Apparently, I don't remember.
Do you remember what we did last week on Sit and Spin?
Well, what did you think we did yesterday for Sit and Spin?
I thought we were talking about rich musicians.
No, man, that was 2 weeks ago.
No, that was your guess was as good as mine on Monday.
All right, but we did
it. Yeah, it did happen.
Yeah, this happened 2 days ago.
God damn it. I've been sitting there, I was all fired up all day. Got a good way to lead into this one. Turns out I didn't. All right, so we had Jesus Christ. So we had that list. This goes right with the podcast. We got a new episode out. It's terrible.
Oh, jeez.
It sucked. Yeah.
What happened?
Why do you say it's so bad?
We had some stupid conversation before the podcast, and then I don't know, there was tension on the Zoom. It just didn't go well.
Okay.
I said multiple times. I was like, help me out, fellas. I'm dying here.
That's a sales pitch. New one out.
Check it out.
I almost didn't put it out. We did, but I'm just saying.
I think you gave the best sales pitch because now I'm thinking like, ooh, that's what I want to hear. Like when the host is like, dude,
this sucks.
This was garbage. Because they can't be, they're only going to be disappointed if it's good.
Yeah. So now my lead into this absolutely sucked. So this list is celebrity billionaires. But I was going to say.
We talked about that Monday during your guess as good as mine.
Exactly. Jay-Z was number one.
All right. Yes. So Jay-Z is on the list. Right? Jay-Z, Taylor Swift, they're on the list.
Selena Gomez.
All right, but she's not one of the top 22 celebrity billionaires because this is sports.
Okay, this is everybody.
TVs, movies,
okay. All right.
All that stuff.
Ooh, okay. Hang on. So this is
But just because we already did the music, Rihanna, Beyonce, Dr. Dre, Taylor Swift, Jay-Z are out.
Okay. So this is just anyone kind of in the entertainment world.
Correct.
Sports,
you could do
TV, movies,
sports.
I'll say Jerry Seinfeld.
Excellent call. Jerry Seinfeld was 17th on the list. He's worth 1.1.
Damn.
Okay.
Damn.
Let me think here. And you're saying athletes as well.
Correct. There might be one that's in the news a lot. Should have been in the news this week, but
Michael Jordan.
He's
Tiger Woods.
Tiger Woods makes the list.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan's got to be on there then.
Michael Jordan is the highest athlete on here. He is number 3 on this list.
Does he still get a cut from Air Jordans?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The Jordan brand.
All right, then he's set. Right.
Correct. So that's the thing. Also, shout out to Jordan. His NASCAR teams dominate.
Mm-hmm.
Oprah Winfrey.
Oprah's in the top 10.
Yeah, gotta be.
Okay. No Zuckerbergs or any of those guys.
No.
Okay.
No Zuckerbergs.
Are any of these people deceased?
Are these people deceased? No.
Okay,
but I would give you a hint. If you're like, don't think of just actors.
You think of directors like James Cameron?
Steven Spielberg.
Spielberg is number 1. He's worth $7 billion.
Jesus, man.
Good for him.
George Lucas is right behind him at $5 billion. Now, who's a director of, Mike and I will go back and forth with this. I'll call it sports entertainment.
Sandler?
No, McMahon.
Yeah. I like the way they say it here. Vincent McMahon.
Oh, Vincent, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, his wife is in charge of education here.
Yeah, doing a hell of a job. What is Vincent worth?
Vincent is worth $3.6 billion.
Have you seen a picture of him lately?
No.
With an
He
evil
looks
mustache.
awful. He looks like an evil villain from a comic book.
Yes, he does.
He doesn't even look real.
No.
He looks like somebody drew him in like a mad comic book.
I feel like he should be in the next Mario movie.
Yes, he should
and
be
he's just
Wario.
the bad guy, right?
Right.
Did somebody say James Cameron?
Yes.
Yeah, James Cameron's on there. And then you got to think kind of like fancier sports too. Roger Federer makes the list.
Oh, well, yeah, yep.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
God damn. What does he make in his money? I mean, I know he gets his residuals and all that, but there's a lot of actors that have.
I think he's got a lot of lines of stuff. He might have
really?
gyms. He might have products.
I'm with Mike. It's got to be something in the fitness world.
I'm sure.
Because there's, I mean, like, look, he's.
Try my donuts.
Right, he's got some classic lines and classic films, but like,
yeah, man,
they're not making that much in residuals.
No, nobody makes that much in residuals unless you own the property like Seinfeld or something.
Oh, Larry David then.
Larry David's not on the list.
Somebody here says 50 Cent.
50 not on the list. He would have been on our musicians list too. I think it helps if you have franchises. So you have Tyler Perry's on the list.
Which is amazing. I mean, all of his movies are stupid, but he makes a certain amount of money every time he puts them out. But
they're just money machines.
It's like the Fast and Furious franchise. They're like, well, they make like $80 million, and they're like, yeah, but we know we're going to make $80 million, so we spend $40 million to make the movie. We're going to make $40 million.
How about Messi?
Fast and Furious 2, but Fast and Furious 2, I would say, the thing I think we kind of forget is that they had made so many that people were kind of getting sick of them. And then they brought them back, and I only seen the first one.
Yeah,
I don't know if it was putting The Rock in there, or whatever they reintroduced. All of a sudden, it was like people were like, "No, I want to go see a Fast and Furious."
But the other thing too is, the people that grew up with it probably got sick of it. But people like my son, it didn't matter that it's 6 or 7. He sees the commercial, he's like, "That speaks to me." There's violence and car chases.
All right, Miles, who were you going to guess?
Messi.
Lionel Messi not on the list.
Broke ass.
What do we have left? We have athletes, directors, actors. What do we got?
So you got another basketball player.
LeBron
James.
Yeah.
LeBron, obviously, I want to say he's made more money playing basketball than any other basketball player.
Easily.
Also, to his credit, I mean, he's, 40 now.
So how long has he been playing?
Since he's 18.
18? Yeah, 18. I don't know how old he was when he came out of high school. And then, obviously, he has shoes. He has a bunch of other ventures as well.
Some good guesses from YouTube. They have Kevin Hart and Dwayne Johnson.
The Rock's got his hand in a lot of things.
Yep, not on this list. These are all billionaires. So again, stick with the franchises and think of a franchise, a TV franchise, TV segment. We all have watched it at some point in our life. They have different versions of it. Some of the versions have like 14 or 15 seasons, and they're not even the original.
NCIS?
Law and Order creator Dick Wolf.
Oh,
Dick
that
Wolf.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my nickname.
Miles loves Dick Wolf.
Dick Wolf.
Magic Johnson's on the list, but he opens like Starbucks, movie theaters. He's into a lot of stuff. I mean, he's a part owner of the damn Dodgers.
Oh, I know.
Kim Kardashian makes the list.
Of course.
Of course.
And no one can identify exactly what she does.
She showed her ass.
Yeah. I mean, I guess.
I mean, I'm not minimizing. I'm just like anyone else. You go, no matter what else they do, they started with blank, right? So you can say, Jordan, well, they started with basketball. Go to Kim Kardashian. I'm like, well, your mom signed off on an underage sex tape, and then since then, you've made a lot of money.
Correct. And she has, Skims? She has,
Skims,
women's
all
wear
kinds of
and
products.
stuff. I mean,
And
again.
the TV shows.
Right. The TV shows, right? Like, that was kind of groundbreaking when they had Keeping Up the Kardashians.
But more than that, it's just the advertisers they get because she, at the time that she first broke big, it's all about beauty, right? She was hot, had a great ass. So, all the skincare and beauty products absolutely dump money into her.
I mean, I would think a lot of plastic surgeons owe her a thank you.
Probably.
I mean, basically, until Kim Kardashian came along, you basically had kind of the standard, almost Playboy model of blonde hair, skinny chick with giant fake boobs. And then Kim Kardashian came along, and people were like, wait a minute, we like butts too. Where's the booty?
Hey, wait. I forgot I like butt.
I mean, it's the truth. I mean, I feel like I see more about women getting butt implants or working on butts than you do anymore.
They're trying to keep up with the Kardashians.
There you go. Boom. Kind of walked you right into that one. Short people, big hairy feet.
Peter Jackson.
Peter Jackson. Yeah, it's a Hobbit joke.
Short people, big hairy feet.
I mean, look,
man. Hobbits got big feet.
It's either the Hobbits or you're really insulting someone.
Yeah.
Paul Giamatti.
Yeah, we already said Tiger Woods. Yeah, so they're all on the list. It's kind of interesting too. Spielberg and Luke. I mean, Lucas has Lucasfilms.
But it's all Star Wars. I mean, I know he's done a few other things, but let's be realistic. It's all about the Star Wars franchise.
And the thing is that they made movies that are timeless. They made movies that kids are still enjoying.
E.T., Jurassic Park.
We talk about it all the time.
We sat down with Schindler's List the other day.
Yes, we did. We talk about the movies all the time that I got. I still haven't watched Caddyshack. Greatest comedy of all time. I still haven't seen it. Okay,
Yeah.
I've seen Star Wars.
You got to see Airplane.
Yeah, I got to see Airplane. Haven't seen it. I've seen Star Wars. I've seen Indiana
Have you
Jones.
seen The
I've
Jerk
seen
with
Jaws.
Steve Martin?
No, I'm not.
That's another good classic.
Yeah, I know.
But you know that it'll wait for you.
Yeah.
Some movies, like, you kind of need to see it now before it loses its spark, so to speak. But, those movies, like, you can wait 30 years. They'll be waiting for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Caddyshack. I think you have other movies on that list I might watch first. Like, I love Caddyshack, but, like, I really like Roger Dangerfield. It's like Caddyshack and Back to School. Like, me and my brother used to just watch them all the time. But I have to go back and watch that one. Like I was saying, I watched Old School. That still stood up.
Right.
I was like, damn, this is funny. But like Rodney Dangerfield, you got to really like Rodney. And he's been gone for so long, kind of out of the mainstream. You know what I mean? Like when I was a kid, he was still on.
He was everywhere.
Right. He was still doing talk shows and stuff.
We'll get the respect.
I still have a thing. My wife loves talking during sex. She called me the other night. Keanu Reeves, we kind of all know him for being very, pretty zen.
Yeah, just being Keanu Reeves.
Zen. Even though he plays one of the most badass action stars of all time.
He's still zen. John Wick, like the guy will kill everyone. He will be in fights, and somehow the way he delivers his lines, like, it's all good, man.
I will say, John Wick, man, it took me years. You and Mike were always talking about it. Have you seen it, Miles?
No.
It is very good.
It is.
Right?
And look, it's simple, man. John Wick, he's going to fight bad guys. You're rooting for John Wick. He's going to win. He goes through it, but good God. I mean,
yeah.
And there's not a lot of dialogue. In fact, the most recent one they made with him, he'd agreed to do the movie. They said they sent him the script, and he said, we got to get rid of half the words because he doesn't talk that much. And they were like, he's right.
Well, I like this. Keanu Reeves has some simple, as they say, blunt advice for aspiring actors. Says, quote, try not to be an effing a-hole. Go to work, respect the work you're doing until they prove they don't get your respect. It might not work out, but try.
That's just sound advice.
Yeah, generally speaking.
Sorry, yeah. That's just sound advice. Just don't be an a-hole. Go to work hard, show up on time, do your job.
Mm.
Yeah, and respect oftentimes is given, right? Like, I don't know. Like, to me, if you show somebody walking around screaming about respect all the time, it's like, well, people don't. Probably there's a reason.
Because you're an a-hole.
Because you haven't earned it.
Right. So it's like for him, it's like he's the truth. But, it's also tough. You got actors in the early 20s. They get a amount of success.
Sure.
It's hard to tell them to calm down. All right.
Child move.
5th season premiere of The Boys tonight on
Yes.
Amazon.
Yes.
There you go.
That's all you
Everybody's
need.
watching that one.
Thank you, Ted. Appreciate it. You're listening to The Men's Room.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here, exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Tonight, a local punk bar celebrated when one patron used the men's bathroom for something other than vomiting or drug use. But first, 3 people were stuck
Are
in...
you seriously wearing the ninth costume again, man? It's been 3 days, Playboy.
Yes, Felix, I am. I told you yesterday that I'm stuck in this thing.
You still haven't figured out how to get out of it.
No, it's getting exhausting. It's so heavy. I've had to sleep in this thing and go to the bathroom. Do you know how hard it is to sit on a toilet in this? Word.
Man, that is so sad. Look, I'll help you get out of it after the broadcast, Playboy.
Thank you.
I'll help you get out of it if you buy me lunch for the next week.
Felix, you steal and eat my lunch out of the office fridge every day of the week.
Yeah, I do, but you bring that lunch in for you. You don't buy it for me. I want you to buy me lunch.
Will you stop stealing my lunch out of the fridge if I do?
I cannot guarantee that, but I will get you out of the costume.
Deal. We are off next week and I have to go out of town after Friday. I can't go through the airport dressed like this.
Where you going for a week off?
I'm treating my wife to a lovely week in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. We've been planning this trip for months. What about you? Do I even want to know what you have planned for next week?
If you must know, I'm taking my show on the road with a couple of cover bands. We have 4 dates next week.
Your show?
My puppet show, man.
Your sock puppet? What was his name? The Lil Reggie?
Yes, Stone, me and Lil Reggie are the comic entertainment between bands.
You and your sock puppet are touring with musical acts?
Yeah, man, we got a couple of gigs at area old age homes.
You're touring old age facilities?
I am, and each assisted living facility has its own rock cover band made up from the residents there.
The elderly have formed rock cover bands?
Oh, yeah, man. There's Earth, Wind, and Fiber.
Earth, Wind, and Fiber?
That is correct. There's also Dead Nugent, Jane's Prescription, and Grateful We're Not Dead. Me and Little Reggie provide comedy between sets.
Felix, that sounds both noble and like a terrible idea.
What? Man, I've been practicing my routine for weeks. Hang on.
No. Do not break out Little Reggie, Felix. I told you, puppets make me uncomfortable. They're creepy.
Oh, hey, Stone. Good to see you. Better not to.
Where did that laughter come from?
What's the secret of having a smoking hot body in old age, Stone?
I don't know. Regular exercise?
Cremation. The best part of old age is it doesn't last very long.
Felix, I don't know if these jokes are right for elderly people.
Well, Felix won't be telling the jokes. I will. I see that old age makes some of you great multitaskers. The man in the front row sneezed and peed at the same time. Working single men over 70 find women who are interested in them. The bookstore, under fiction.
Okay, Felix.
I have to say a lot of you are aging gracefully. No, don't thank me. Aging gracefully is just a nice way of saying you're slowly looking worse.
You're going to insult your audience. That's your act.
Don't be so sensitive, Stone. Unlike you, some people can take a joke.
I can take a joke, Lil Reggie.
Yeah, you know you're yelling at a sock, right? That's a bad look, Playboy.
You do kind of look ridiculous, yelling at a sock dressed like a knight.
Okay, enough. Let's go to break. Put away the sock puppet and get me out of this costume.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here, exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you'll tune in tonight for my ongoing investigative series called Where Are We Living? It's been an eye-opening experience investigating the underworld of our fair city.
Yeah, man, I thought last night's episode. Good stuff, man.
Well, thank you, Felix, but I do have to tell you my exposure to our city's more criminal and questionable establishments has been staggering. I've seen things I can't erase.
Yeah, last night's episode, you were at the Sweating Yeti Club.
Yes, and I never thought I'd be in a place like that.
Oh, come on, man. The Sweating Yeti Club ain't that bad.
What? I don't think you understand. This place has an arena where they hold combat competitions called Who Will Win.
Yeah, who was fighting?
But Felix, it was terrible. This place, they make you place bets.
On who will win. It's in the name, Playboy.
Exactly. They lock the doors from outside and they make you bet on combat.
Yeah. Who was fighting?
Who was fighting? And who will win? Felix, you're missing the point. It was a horrible thing. No one should bet on what I saw last night. No one.
at the Sweating Yeti Club every Tuesday night. Tell them Felix sent you, and you'll get something funky on a punch card.
Wait, are you that spokesman?
Nah, man, I just go to the Sweating Yeti on Tuesday nights for Who Will Win.
You were there last night?
Well, yeah, every Tuesday night at the Sweating Yeti, man.
So you already know who fought?
Yeah, man, I just wanted to see if you would say it. You didn't include it in your special.
Ladies and gentlemen, I did edit that pod out of last night's broadcast. I did not believe it was appropriate or necessary to include footage of what I witnessed at the Sweating Yeti Club. Just understand that me and my camera crew were, indeed, locked inside and forced to make a wager on impending battle.
Yeah, man. Who did you bet on?
Who will win a fight between one full-grown male lion or 42 unarmed dwarves?
Yeah, Playboy, who'd you put your money on?
It was a difficult decision. One lion, 42 dwarves. I hate to say it, folks, but I put my money on...
Never mind that, man. Did you win?
I won 360 lives.
Yeah, Playboy, yeah. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah. And it was a good fight. Hard to watch. One poor cat, so many poor little fellas. Never seen anything like it. But boy, it got my blood pumping. And I feel so guilty about it.
Yeah, man, listen, I feel you. I do, Playboy. Tuesday nights at the Sweating Yeti is crazy, man. The first time I went there on a Tuesday night.
Why do I feel like your story is going to be so much worse than my story, involving a lion and 42 dwarves?
Because you know me, man. But yeah, my first Tuesday night, I had to bet on...
Am I really going to want to know this?
Hey, Bonnie, turn off a microphone for a second.
Mics are off.
Nobody needs to know that. Nobody. My God, Felix.
Hey, say what you want, Playboy, but I made $20,000.
You made $20,000 on that bet?
That is correct, Stone. I bet on the underdog and made bank, Playboy. See you there next Tuesday.
I won't answer that question at this moment. Instead, let this be a reminder to check out my ongoing investigative series, Where Do We Live? Weeknights here on In Action News. In the meantime, we'll be back.
Who or what killed the mood? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Tom. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
Okay, so this was back in my online dating days. I started talking with a gal out in Yakima. I lived in Sultan. So we talked to her after a couple of days of talking. She made it clear that she hadn't had sex in 2 years. And I, of course, offered my services.
That's nice of you, man. That is very nice of you.
Yeah, so I went out there and, we had dinner, drinks. It was a good time, good conversation. She was attractive. Everything was pretty good. So we went back to her house and went to the room, smoked some weed.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you broke up. Go again.
Okay, yes. We got to her house, went into her room, and started smoking some weed and getting a little frisky. And then she kind of crawls over her bed and turns on this monitor. And I was like, okay, what's going on here? So I go with that. She says, this is just so I can keep an eye on my daughter. I was like, huh? So I kind of leaned over the bed, trying to see what it is, and there's her daughter, all right. She either had cerebral palsy or quadriplegic, but she looked like somebody that would have one of those conditions.
All right.
And I just couldn't get that image out of my head. I was like, well, I was not expecting that.
Yeah. So did you do the deed or did you just get up and leave?
I didn't drive 3 hours for nothing. So, I gave it the old college try, but yeah, I was able to get an erection, but I wasn't able to get to the promised land. But I tried. Believe you me, I tried.
Because of the image you saw of her baby.
Yeah. And I just couldn't get that image out of my head. She left the monitor on. So during the whole time it was on and I just couldn't, it was distracting. I could not look at it. I just couldn't do it.
Well, who was taking care of the kid when you were at dinner?
Her mom.
Oh, okay. All right.
I got to meet the mom just before I get to plow her daughter. So anyways.
Because you're staring at the baby monitor, man.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I just couldn't do it, man. It just threw me a loop. She didn't mention nothing about it prior to any of this.
Now you know why.
Well, yeah.
I mean, but take your eyes off the monitor, man.
I couldn't. It was like right there. It was bright. It was a dark.
Turns with Miles and Thrill. Now, let's see what's happening in the real world.
All right, here we go. A flight returns to Nantucket after a cabin door opens mid-flight. Meanwhile, an ostrich running 10 miles on a busy highway, that was quite the sight. To let know what could possibly go wrong with a baptism in a kiddie pool, a Florida woman threatens to kill cops and kicks one, which is not cool. And a man crashes a car into a house, blames it on his imaginary friend. It is time for your headlines.
Now, it's time to hit the headlines. Here's my car.
All right, our top story, we go to the UK, where on-the-job accidents happen. A British pastor is facing manslaughter charges after she was found responsible for the death of a 61-year-old man. This story is not funny. The pastor is with Life Changing Ministries Church and was conducting a routine baptism in the back garden of a local home using a kiddie pool. Something went wrong during the ceremony, and the man ended up drowning as a result of the baptism.
How in the hell do you not pick him up out of there if he fell face first?
60. I don't believe he fell face first.
So, okay,
so it's one of those where you dunk him backwards.
Yeah, you dunk him backwards. It's a young lady. It's a 61-year-old man. I don't believe that he was the smallest of people. But at the same time, I don't know how this happens.
You have to shorten your prayer? I mean, like, I don't understand what else it could possibly
As I recall, it's not very long at all. It's a dip. It's a bloop, and up you go.
Because you're dunking someone in water.
And if there's somebody of a heavier carriage that's going in there, especially with a young lady in there that already has strength issues in that regard, there's somebody else there. I've seen a lot of them where there's two people, one on each arm.
But did this person not... look, if someone's drowning and their goal is to not drown, typically there's a physical response.
Right. Flip. You're in a
grabbing
your
your arms. I mean, anything.
Right. For her part, the pastor has now been charged with gross negligence manslaughter.
I do not understand how that happened.
Drowning in a kiddie pool.
Damn.
During a baptism. Oh, he's with Christ now.
Yeah. It just seems crazy to me, too. Like, can't you just pour a little water over their head like you do a baby?
Right. I mean, when you think about it, the baptism is probably the best time to go. That's when you're cleanest.
That's true. It's fresh. You haven't even had a chance to sin again.
Right? I mean, you're fresh, unless she never got him back out.
Yeah. I don't understand that one.
That's not okay. In other news, wild story out of Wales. CCTV footage was shared online and is going viral of a pretty nasty crash. The video shows a local city street in the early hours of the night when out of nowhere, a black BMW comes screaming into the frame, loses control, and smashes into a nearby home before spinning out and coming to a smoky stop. The occupant exits the vehicle and starts to assess the damage. A woman comes out of the home and asks the man if he needs an ambulance, to which he replies, quote, "My buddy, he's run off. When I find him, I'm going to smash his head in." He paces around as the townsfolk descend upon the scene and eventually leaves in another car that came by to pick him up. Upon reviewing the footage, they discovered that the buddy that crashed the car completely fabricated. Did not exist. There was no buddy. This guy just walked out and was like, "Yeah, my buddy crashed it." And then he got into a car and left. They're still looking for him. He got away.
Oh, yeah.
It worked. It worked.
You
that is
see
a
the video. It kind of ricochets a little bit.
Yeah.
Before finally just slamming into the one house.
Yeah, he clearly tried to overcorrect. That sent him slamming directly into the wall that then sent him spinning, came to a stop, and then he walked out of one of the doors and walked around a little bit and just huffing and puffing and cussing, and then he gets into another car and takes off.
He will not be back.
No, he will not. He will not. To Florida, where they don't go quietly. Authorities spotted a woman driving in excess of 80 miles an hour in a 35. And hit the lights to pull her over. She initially attempted to evade officers trying to pull her over, but eventually stopped and tried to hide near a vacation rental home, but was tracked down and apprehended by officers. But as she was being arrested, she allegedly made multiple threats to kill one of the arresting officers.
That always works. Always a good idea.
And kicked the detention deputy in the stomach while using racial slurs. Also very effective.
Wow.
She's now facing several felony charges. Again,
I bet she is.
Don't be an a-hole.
The Keanu Reeves teach you nothing, man.
That's right. Like, you're making it worse. You can't get away here.
Just deal with it.
Just say that your buddy was driving.
Yeah, there you go. Your imaginary friend.
Scary story out of Massachusetts. A flight taking off out of Nantucket had to make an emergency landing following an issue shortly after takeoff. The plane was still in the middle of taking off and was in midair when suddenly part of the main cabin door opened, prompting the crew to turn back to the airport. The plane remained stable and continued operating normally. No injuries were reported, and everyone returned safely shortly following the incident. The aircraft was taken out of service for evaluation, and safety procedures are being reviewed.
I like how they say it operated normally. It's like, well, it wasn't because the door came open.
There once was a plane from Nantucket whose tail was so long
No.
You could...
There used to be a whole TV show about that.
What, air disasters?
No, wings. The basis of that whole show is where they were flying over to Nantucket or whatever. It's an island, so it's a small little airport.
Yeah.
Right? But I'm pretty sure that's what that whole show was about.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Never knew that.
There you go. But just in case those stories have a bad taste in your mouth,
thankfully, there's good news.
we go to Thailand, where the cafes can get a little wild, too. There's an animal cafe in the area that houses several creatures for patrons to interact with as they enjoy a nice cup of coffee, such as cats and other cuddly animals, including ostriches. That's where we get this story. One of the 2 ostriches housed at that cafe made a break for it through an open gate and followed a cement truck onto a nearby highway. Side note, ostriches chase trucks just like dogs do. The 5-month-old bird ran for nearly 10 miles down the busy road until it was eventually tracked down by authorities and brought back home.
I think this guy's looking in his rearview mirror like that weird son of a bitch is still back there.
It would freak me out, dude. Some friggin' ostrich just running after my ass.
This was in Australia?
No, Thailand.
Thailand. All right.
Yeah. Men's Room Sports, you got basketball on ESPN, baseball on FS1, hockey on TNT and True TV. The Torrent are underway in Ottawa over on Fox 13+, and the Sounders are about to kick off in Champions Cup soccer over on FS2. Don't bother with the Mariners because they didn't show up this series at all. In fact, the game today ended the same way as the series did, 3-0 Texas.
Damn.
As far as your weather, we got one more in the tank there, boys. Should be clear skies and a low of 40 tonight. Tomorrow we're looking at sunny and 65 for a Friday eve. That's it for headlines with that. Mike Hawk is out.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We'll see you next time for Big Dummy. The head chef's back with Ted's Meat and Potatoes. Lovely Jolene is coming up in just seconds.
Yes, indeed. It is all true, but in the meantime, well, we be all about this bitch. So until tomorrow, please do what you do best. And for Aletha's sake, stay beautiful.
The Men's Room has been taped before a live studio audience. Wardrobe and makeup provided by Mantastic Limited. This has been a presentation of the Men's Room Radio Network. Oh, man! A Double Flush production.